And a very good morning from the Ageas Bowl. Happy to report that the weather is still fine on the south coast and we will get a full day's play today. And it's just as well because this match is bubbling up to a real climax. The state of play as we go into the third day is that Hampshire will resume at 11 o'clock on 103 for 3 in their second innings, and they lead Lancashire by 109. Quite simply, Hampshire will need to bat long, will want to bat long and get as far ahead of Lancashire as they can. The opposition, of course, will want to pick up wickets as quickly as they can and not have to chase too many. So a fascinating day in prospect. Liam Dawson will resume on 20 not out, but Nick Gubbins, who has already scored an unbeaten century in the first innings, will resume on 40 not out. Jimmy Anderson, 2 for 17, has taken 2 of the 3 wickets, and Hassan Ali, the Pakistan pace bowler, has taken the other. So that is the state of play as we wait for the umpires and the players to make their way from the pavilion. Your commentary team today has increased by 1. So we're all doing a little bit less today, which Scott Reed is more than happy about. I, of course, am a bit disappointed. But anyway, I'm Kevin James. A little later, you will hear from BBC TMS commentator and former Vipers Academy player Melissa Story. She was with us yesterday. And also here with us today is from Zimbabwe, played a bit of first-class cricket out there, plays some club cricket in the north of the county, Stanley Marisa. He'll be with us a little later. But right now, to take you through these next few minutes and for the first period of play alongside me is from Lancashire, BBC Lancashire, Scott Reed. Good afternoon, Scott.
Good morning, Kevin. Good morning. Are you well?
Very well, yes. Looking forward to this immensely, and I know you are.
I am,
as
yeah.
well.
Yeah, it should be fantastic, shouldn't it? This should be great fun. And the game has been utterly confusing, to be in truth. It's been a peculiar match, but it's not without its intrigue. It's full of that. It's not without the unpredictability. There's loads of that, and indeed a sense of surprise, because we've had a load of different things conjure up over the course of the first 2 days. It's been a really kind of funny old game so far, hasn't it? But it's been fantastic to watch. I've absolutely not got a clue how it's going to unfold today. We've seen wickets fall throughout the first morning sessions on each of the 2 days, but the ball's older this time. First day obviously was a brand new ball. Yesterday the ball was only 15 overs old. Now it's 36 overs old. So will we see that pattern of wickets falling in the morning session when the ball's older? I don't know. Will we see it would seem a very difficult first couple of hours of the day still be the same, or will it be a little easier for the 2 batters because they're well set and because the ball's older? I have no idea. How much do Hampshire need to get in front to be safe and to make it difficult for Lancashire? I don't know. You could go from. I spoke to Mark Chilton, Lancashire's director of cricket, and last night, and he's like, "Well, I think you could perhaps chase anything from about 150 to 280. You know, he's not got a clue as to what is gettable. So it's brilliant. It's been great fun to watch so far.
It has, and not one side has been dominant for any length of play. They've been dominant at times, and then they lose that sort of advantage, don't they? And the other side catches up, and I think that's what's made it very watchable and hopefully very listenable throughout these past 2 days.
It's a bit like a boxing match, isn't it? I mean, Lancashire, I know you've been involved in your games so far. 2 have gone the right way for Hampshire and 1 didn't, but they've been quite emphatic games, haven't they? And the same for Lancashire. They've got on top in the first 2 matches and then just kind of battered their opponent. This has gone both ways. Everyone's had a bit of a jibe at each other, haven't they? And Lancashire have had a go, and then Hampshire come right back, and vice versa. To me, it looks like 2 really good teams, and they know the 2 good teams, and they know the 2 good teams that have got every chance of challenging to try and win the thing in September. And I think that kind of back and forth that we've seen for the first 2 days is a reflection of that.
I agree. Expect a very tough day. Some tough cricket from the bowlers, equally tough cricket, I'm sure, from the batters. But when you look at the last couple of days, there's been periods where the batting has looked very hard work and the cluster of wickets have fallen, and at other times bowling has looked hard work for a little while. But it's been very watchable, and I am seriously looking forward to today. And listen, we both hope that our respective sides comes out of the day the better, and I think whoever does come out of today in the better shape is in a great position to win this game.
I think so, yeah, and it all goes back to that, what we've seen on the first 2 days. I'm fascinated to see how this particular morning session contrasts, if it does or not, with the previous two. And I wonder, because the ball's older, 36 overs old, as opposed to having that newer ball, certainly a brand new ball on the first day, and it's still newish on the second day, whether that will influence it. But yeah, I think today's the day, isn't it, for me? I think if for the home side, if they've got 7 wickets in hand. Me and Melissa last night on commentary was saying that if Lancashire could have got Hampshire 4 down, 4 down feels so much different, doesn't it, to 3. 3 down feels like Hampshire have got loads of resources still to build, and the lead's 110. Feels like they're in a great position to build a really strong lead here. Lancashire should be desperate for one more late last night. I think if Hampshire have a good day, a good couple of sessions with the bat, this will be a really tough chase for Lancashire. But you factor in the bowling attack of both sides, and Lancashire are going to start with Jimmy and Hassan and Bailey. Who knows?
Yeah, I agree. Very, very unpredictable as to what will happen. I think you're right. I think that's a good point. After James Vince was LBW to Jimmy Anderson last night, was that around about 5:45? It was important that Hampshire didn't lose another wicket. They did well, didn't they, under the floodlights? And I know that a few overs were cut because of the light, but to come through with Dawson and Gubbins this morning, I think was a great effort. And interesting, the James Vince dismissal. There's been 1 or 2, I think, that both sides feel that maybe the decisions haven't gone their way. I think the James Vince wicket was a big one last night. He feels he got an inside edge onto it. And speaking to Jimmy Anderson, he said it was plum. So take your pick. So we're no closer.
It did feel like a really important moment, that, and Vince looked great, didn't he, yesterday? And he was obviously gutted to have got out. But the way that Gubbins and Dawson got through last night, and it was Lancashire threw absolutely everything at them. We were playing under pretty gloomy skies. The floodlights were on, and the captain, Dane Velassi, he had a burst of Bailey, Balderson, Anderson and Hassan, all in short little spells in that final 40 minutes last night. All 4 of them bowled, and he threw everything he could to try and get that partnership broken and to try and get one more. I thought they were terrific, and they've given themselves a real chance now, these two. Having got through the conditions last night, got through that difficult spell last night, can they try and capitalise under blue sky and sunshine today?
Yeah, well, we're about to find out, because Tom Bailey will get day 3 underway from the pavilion end with his right arm quick medium paces, and he's bowling to Liam Dawson on 20 not out, and that first ball is tucked away behind square on the leg side, and the first runs of the morning, and there will be 2 as Dawson scampers through, and he'll play as busily as ever, like he does, and a situation like this is right up his street, and he'll be pushing and looking for any chance of a single, keep that scoreboard ticking along and keep that lead increasing. It's already increased by 2 up to 111. 2 slips and a gully for Bailey. Orthodox field other than that. Square leg is almost towards mid-wicket. No, that's why there was that gap for Dawson. Here's Bailey again, bowls, and Dawson just pushes that out square on the offside. Bailey into his 12th over now. His previous 11 overs cost 27, yet to take a wicket in this second innings. Those wickets have been shared between Jimmy Anderson, 2 for 17, as I mentioned earlier, and Hassan Ali, 1 for 36. Anderson yesterday picking up the wickets of Vince and Weatherly. Hassan picking up Ian Holland. Here's Bailey running towards us then and bowls, and Dawson gets a length ball which he pushes up to mid-on, and there is no run. If you haven't been with us over the last couple of days, or indeed if you just need reminding, this wicket is cut well to the right here at the Ageas Bowl, and as our commentary position is high up in the camera gantry in the hotel, it's as we look back towards the pavilion, to the right hand side is the west side of the ground. That's going along the coast towards Bournemouth, and to the east side, which is the long boundary side, is along the coast to Portsmouth, as Dawson plays that back to the bowler, and Bailey doesn't bother bending down, just sort of flicks it with his boot and it goes back past him. So 105 for 3, big day here in terms of this game. 2 hard-fought days, and both these teams know the importance of a positive result, which will help them in their quest to be there or thereabouts come the end of the season, which both these teams are expected to be in the mix, as Dawson plays that back. Half stopped by a diving Tom Bailey, but there'll be a single. Straightish mid on the ball ends up, and that'll be another run for Liam Dawson. Good to see he had an early night last night. It was a big fundraising dinner here in the ballroom at the hotel, and a couple of the Hampshire boys were there, Dawson, James Vince, but they had a bit of food and then they disappeared, which bodes well for today, one would hope, although of course James Vince is already out, one of those 3 wickets that have fallen. Field changes for the left-hander Nick Gubbins. Unsurprisingly, Lancashire just defending that short boundary side. There is a deep square leg as Bailey bowls. Gubbins drives, founds the gap, square on the offside. Now it's the long boundary side, it won't quite go all the way. They've picked up 2, Dawson's going to run 3. It's quite a long distance in which to throw the ball back to the keeper. Comfortable 3 it is, and a good start from the home side here at the end of the first over of the morning. It's 109 for 3, so 6 runs coming off that one, and Hampshire's lead now has increased to 115, and remember they have 7 wickets intact and looking to push that lead as far as they can go. Jimmy Anderson will be bowling from this hotel end. Has 2 for 17 from 12. Good round of applause for Jimmy Anderson. Very popular man now that we know he's back in the England shirt.
Well, for those that have been listening for the last couple of days, and in particular yesterday, the key question is not about Hampshire's lead. It's not about how quickly can Lancashire take wickets. Can Gubbins get back-to-back centuries? Who's going to win this title tussle? How did last night go? That's the key question.
It was all right, thank you, Scott. Yeah, well, we had a quick brief chat, didn't we, before we came on, and yeah, Jimmy was good in the 20 minutes chat we had.
Here he is around the wicket and bowling. It's left by Gubbins and through to the keeper, and there's no run.
He got a very big cheer.
I could imagine, yeah.
I mean, it did feel as though the just to quickly explain, yeah, Jimmy was kind of like the guest of honour for Sean Noodle's fundraising for his Parkinson's, and he was on early in between the starters and the main course, and we did a 20-minute Q&A really, me and him, and he was good, and he got when he came up on the stage, big roar in the room. You would have thought it was a room full of Lancashire supporters.
Anderson, right arm around, bowls, just squares Gubbins up, the ball squirts out through the offside, and there's no run. So how did you introduce him then?
Well, I did ask him, because
ex-England international.
Well, I'll tell you what I did do, because he auctioned off a shirt. I forgot to tell you this actually earlier. He auctioned off a shirt of his, and he said at the end of our chat, he said he would sign it to whoever was the successful bidder. And he brought the shirt with him, you know, and had sort of held it out as I was doing the auction.
2 slips waiting. Gubbins is on strike. He's getting forward and driving into the offside, but for no run.
And as he sort of picked it up and sort of hold it up, and it was, you know, it had the sponsor's name on and his number at the back, and Anderson. You know. So I said, which shirt is that? And I said, is it a used shirt? And he sort of, you know, didn't say too much. And I said, or is it one that you'd ironed ready to go to the West Indies in and it's never been used?
Did he find the funny side?
Yeah, he did. He was fine with it.
Excellent. Anderson in and bowling, full of length, but wide of off stump and left by Gubbins and through to Salton. There's no run. Well, you were in a cheeky mood then, weren't you, last night?
Yeah, but it was good because he was good. You know, you know, I know he's not, you know, personally wise. He's, you know, he doesn't find that side of it that easy. But he was good, and you know, we had a bit of fun in that 20 minutes as well, and he was honest. I asked him, because it was the first time, apart from when you'd spoken to him just before the dinner and put the quotes on the BBC Sport website about him coming back in the England side because of Ben Stokes.
Anderson from the hotel end and bowls. Gubbins gets right forward in defence. and plays it safely into the offside for no run.
But the people at the dinner last night hadn't heard his remarks, or there hadn't been any public remarks until that.
Yep.
I knew you'd nip in first. But you know, at that dinner they hadn't heard him react to the fact that Ben Stokes says, "I want them back." Him and Broad, "I want them back." So it was quite nice that, you know, and he answered it honestly, and he was great, and that sort of thing, and it flowed from there. So he was good. Yeah.
Excellent. Sounds like a very good night.
It was good fun. Thank you. Yeah.
Glad to hear it, and I'm sure you were great. Here's Anderson in and bowling. Gubbins smashing it away through the offside for 4. He's probably overpitched a little there, isn't he, Jimmy Anderson? But Gubbins has laced that away through the covers for 4 runs. Handsome looking shot. And that takes Gubbins a little nearer to the prospect of a second successive half-century in this match. Of course, he got an unbeaten ton in the first innings, but he's 47 not out. Hampshire 113 for 3. It's a lead of 119 runs. That was a glorious shot. Wasn't it
a rare Jimmy Anderson half volley as well? But yeah, he had an early night. He was, you know, he'd gone well before. Well, I think even before dessert, I think. But he was fine. He was only there for that 20-25 minutes. The room loved him. He was good, and all was well. Excellent.
And the heads and tails game, that was okay.
Yes, yeah, we did that. Yeah, the old heads and tails back after the COVID break. I had to explain the rules, and I mean, I must admit, it's Tom Bailey with a length ball, which is pushed by Dawson up to mid-on. I mean, it's one of those games, isn't it, that if you went to dinners regularly or even not, heads and tails was a staple way of earning some money, raising some money, wasn't it? And I was explaining the rules, and I kind of forgot in a way. And then my first toss of the coin, I called it wrong.
What, you said heads when it was tails?
Well, I think it was, and then I must have, as I was talking, I must have said heads initially, and then I said, so all those that said tails, you're in the game or something. Something like that, because somebody shouted at me at the table nearest me. He said, well, what is it then? And I thought, oh, what have I said? As Dawson pushed it up to me, but it kind of broke the ice as well. You know, nobody minded. But we got it right, and then we were moved on. So yeah, it was 280 people. Sean Udall, as we mentioned earlier, the former Hampshire and England off-spinner, who's sadly suffering with Parkinson's. We were raising money for him and his ongoing treatment, and yeah, and everybody there, you could tell, really wanted to help him, and they dug deep, and it was great. Yeah, and Jimmy was very much part of that. His Bailey, always painting missing outside the off stump there. Dawson just prodding forward, going past the outside edge. So yeah, so we can concentrate on the cricket again after that's all out of the way. lot of ex-players as well, actually. There, you know, in sort of Sean's time. That turned up as well. A lot of ex-Hampshire players. So that was nice. Yeah, good. Nice all round. Sunshine here at the Ageas. So we've had sunshine most of the time. Just that period last night, wasn't there, where the floodlights were on and we lost a few overs right at the end. Dawson works that up to mid-on, and there's no run. Yeah,
it's tricky last night. I thought the way that these two got through it, and Dane Villas, the Lancashire captain, he did just about put everything he could into trying to break the partnership. When Vince went last night, that was a real opportunity, and of course there still may be more to come, and Lancashire might win the game. But last night when Vince went, you felt that was pivotal, that little period, because if Lancashire could have got 2 or 3 more quickly, then they're kind of almost there, aren't they?
Bailey bowls outside the off stump. Dawson leaves alone.
And conditions got gloomy last night. The floodlights came on. It just felt really difficult. I mean, it's been tough to bat for quite a large part of this game so far, but last night even more so because of the Vince dismissal. And then he had these short little bursts. He brought on Bailey for a short spell, a Hassan for a spell, Jimmy for a spell, Balderson for a spell. He threw everything at it to try and break this partnership, and they were great. Dubbins and Dawson, and now they've got a chance to try and benefit from it today.
Yeah, comes in again, Bailey. Dawson gets another good length ball, which Bailey slightly misfields, but there was no pace on the ball as it makes its way up towards mid-off. That's the end of the over. 113 for 3. That's a maiden over from Tom Bailey. 4 maidens in his 13 overs to date, none for 33. And we've had just over 10 minutes of play this morning. I think that's about 3 overs, isn't it? I think 2 from Bailey, 1 from Anderson, or is it?
It's in that.
It's about right, isn't it?
Ballpark, yeah.
Yeah, 3 overs we've had, yeah. And Hampshire have added 10.
Dawson played kind of one loose shot last night, kind of a shot that would be seen in a one-day match really. But that apart, he mean, we've seen how Gubbins has played in the game. He's been terrific. He's 150 runs in the match so far, Gubbins. But Dawson was terrific last night. Anderson into Gubbins. It's left and through to Salt, and there's no run. Anderson's got 2 slips. He's got Luke Wells and Danny Lamb are the 2 slip fielders. And then he's got himself plenty in the offside, so that is a shorter boundary. Anderson running in from this hotel end of the ground, bowling to Gubbins, the left-hander, and his offside is a shorter boundary. And there's a point, there's a short extra cover and a mid-off. Anderson again, and Gubbins leaves once more, a ball that just tail back in, and it sees Salt having to take it a little bit low down to his right, and there's no run. And he's got 3 on the leg side. There's a mid-on, which is Hassan Ali. Mid-wicket, Stephen Croft and George Balderson. Below the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand, he's at long leg. And such is a pitch on that to one side of the square. It looks like he's playing on a different ground. Here's Jimmy Anderson bowling to Gubbins, a delivery which is terrific, and that's good pace and good carry through to the keeper as well. Just hasn't got a half playing forward, and it's a good ball from Jimmy. You do well not to edge that.
Yeah. Good line, isn't it? Left-hander coming round the wicket, so the ball's coming into you. You're very aware that you're off stumps in play.
It is that
looking to play, really.
It is particular to that kind of left-hander, isn't it? When he's bowling around the wicket here, back in again to Gubbins in his left, and that ability just to take the ball away, as well as being able to nip one back in as well.
Yeah, I think it's always good. You know, when right-armers struggle to bowl to left-handers, you always think sometimes, well, why don't they just come around the wicket? Because it gives the left-hander a totally different set of problems. When, you know, when it's coming across you, easier to leave, but when it's coming into you, you can't just leave balls willy-nilly.
Anderson to Gubbins, he can't leave this one, he has to defend. He leans into it and defends up to extra cover. No run. That was epitomised in the Ashes the other year, wasn't it, with Broad to Warner, wasn't it, that strategy which was so successful.
Just totally changes things, and you know, not enough bowlers really do that, really. I mean, the good bowlers, Jimmy Andersons and many others that you can think of that you know, are good bowlers, that they will do that, but too many won't. Anderson
into to Gubbins again. He leaves the ball. It's terrific judgment from Gubbins, and through to Phil Salt, and there is no run. And Anderson producing all his skills last night and this morning. He looks every bit what he is, one of the best bowlers, if not the best bowler in the country.
He looks ready to resume his England career.
Does a bit, yeah. Second successive game this.
Yeah, you can tell last night that he is, you know, he's happy about the situation. He really, obviously, wasn't happy with what happened in the West Indies, but you know, doesn't go overboard saying that, but you can tell. But he's happy that you know, it's basically for him and Stuart Broad. It's back on. Yeah, it's game on again. Isn't it?
Happy days.
Yeah, good stuff.
You're back in the camp.
He is. Here's Bailey then from the pavilion end. Bit of bounce. Dawson's in behind that, pushes out on the offside. Thank you to Martin Holland, at Silent Sport on the tweets, or silentcricket@gmail.com on the emails, which we've been using. Many of you have. It's been great over the last few days. Actually, I think we've already spoken, but I'll just mention it anyway. Martin says, a tasteful day's cricket coming up for sure. Tasteful.
Oh.
It's a new
tasteful
way of... okay. It will be for us at lunchtime, because the lunches have been good, but I know what you mean. Looking forward to a good Hampshire performance. How was last night for Sean Udall, says Martin. Well, we've just been chatting about that, so I'm sure you've been listening. Oh, that's a good ball. That's beating the outside edge of Liam Dawson. Just holds the pose there, just showing that he did play with the full face, but it just moved a little too much on him. That has moved away off the seam. Good delivery. Don't want to see too many of those from a Hampshire point of view. Some probing stuff here from Bailey and from Anderson. It's already testing the two Hampshire batters out there in the middle. Need to keep it tight here in Lancashire. Very important that they don't let Hampshire get away. It's 119 lead at the moment. Here's Bailey again, and bowls. That's close to the off stump, and another, this time a leave from Liam Dawson. There's some good leaving going on, but there's some equally good bowling, and the lines are good from both these two. They are. I think if they stay bowling together for a while, There's going to be one or two anxious moments if you're lucky, and maybe something a little bit worse from a Hampshire point of view. But at the moment, this is probably the first 20 minutes that we expected.
Yeah.
Well, not quite 20 minutes.
It's high-class bowling, isn't it?
It is. Yeah, just right. It's on the money, giving themselves every chance. Bowls, Dawson just works on the onside. He's going to take a quick single. That's good running.
Yeah.
Just nudged it into the area between, well, a fairly squarish mid-wicket and mid-on, and no pace on the ball. Dawson was off straight away.
And it's the very basics, isn't it, that you need to do, is the ability to rotate the strike, because such is the accuracy and consistency of the bowling at the moment, from Bailey and from Anderson. If they can just try, where possible, to keep things ticking along, it has a double effect. It increases the lead, obviously, but it just doesn't allow a bowler to settle. And that left-hand, right-hand option, and keeping the bowler having to change his lines to them is important.
Yeah. Now Bailey's coming round the wicket to Gubbins. Bowls, Gubbins leaves alone. That's quite wide off stump, that one. No worries about leaving that one. But yes, you're right. It's well, it's what we're expecting from both these sides, isn't it? There'll be no let-up from either one. Nobody will be giving an inch today.
It's felt like that for the 2 days. It felt like two teams that know that the other team's a rival, and if one's going to have a good day, then the other one kind of fights back and has a good session, and it's gone back and forth like that.
Yeah, agreed. Gubbins on the back foot, steers that up to mid-on. There is no run. I can see a game, or maybe even a finish, that might not be too dissimilar to Aigburth at the end of last season.
That'd be good fun.
Well, I mean, you know, that's a real possibility.
It is. It definitely is. Yeah. I mean, without doubt, because I think, well, I mean, unless Hampshire get to a point where they're beyond Lancashire, then Lancashire will have a go at chasing it down. And that'll be tricky, because it's been tricky to score, and new balls worked. And I guess the ideal outcome for Hampshire, perhaps, will be to try and get Lancashire batting where they're facing a pretty new ball in the morning, because a new ball in the morning so far has been the most challenging aspect of the match. Yeah. We'll see how this morning session goes, but the ball is older today compared to days 1 and 2. So if Lancashire having to bat tomorrow morning, Anderson in. Oh, it's a big appeal for LBW. He's gone. Dawson's gone. Anderson was up straight away, and indeed the umpire agreed, and Anderson strikes, picks up his 3rd wicket. He's got Dawson, LBW for 24, and Hampshire have lost their 4th, 114 for 4.
Well, if you're watching on the live feed, I need to look at that again, I guess. I'm not quite sure where that's hit him. Let's have a look. Here's the replay again, and is that hitting back leg?
I looked at first viewing that.
Your thoughts, if you're watching on the live feed, please. solentcricket@gmail.com, @solentsport on the tweets. I'll be honest with you, I'm not sure.
No, I'm not. On the first viewing, I'm not sure neither. But yep, you'll be able to see that on the stream.
Yeah, I think it all depends on where it's hit him, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I.e. what pad?
Yes, I agree. Yeah.
It was Ben Brown, the new man for Hampshire. It's quite interesting. We discussed last night, didn't we, that when James Vince was out, he didn't look happy at all. I did actually speak to him last night, and he said he thought he got an inside edge onto it. But I mean, that happens throughout, you know, a season. You know, players, you know, do feel that at times they got
things don't perhaps.
Yeah, just watching it
go in their favour, but
that's hit him on the back pad. Has it hit him? Has it flicked the front pad?
Well, if he's flicked the front pad,
he's close, isn't it?
It's close, yeah. If it misses the front pad, then
not so.
No, I think that's fair enough.
It's a borderline decision, but it's a good decision if it's him on the front pad. You're right.
Anderson then to Brown. 3 slips are in place, and he's leaving this first delivery, just whipping the bat up and above the shoulder at the last moment, and taken by Phil Salt. And there is no run, but the breakthrough that Lancashire should have been hoping for, they'd be optimistic that there'll be a similar themes to days 1, 2 and into 3, with wickets falling in this first hour of the, or first hour and a half or so of the day. Of course, Lancashire collapsed yesterday. They made a right old mess of their batting, but Hampshire were terrific with the ball. Anderson in, forward goes Brown in defence and plays it out into the offside, and there's no run.
We've got our first thought on that decision from Pete at Solent Sport. He says he thought that he was hit outside the line. So again, you know, as I say, it's whether you think it's flicked the front pad on its way to the back pad or it's gone through to the back pad, and I'm not sure it's totally clear, is it?
Not massively, I don't think, on that replay. I suspect the best person with the best view is the umpire. Yeah. So, but yes, I think that replay as Brown goes back and just nudges the ball up towards mid-on for no run. Not massively clear one way or the other, I don't think that.
No, it's not, no. So it's either a very, very good decision or sort of slightly iffy, depending on... But of course, when you're 100 yards away, as opposed to 22 yards away, 24 yards away, then it's easier. Not so easy for us, of course, even with a replay.
There's Jimmy Anderson over the wicket and bowls. The ball that's full. It's wide of off stump, and it kind of shoots through a little bit, that actually. It's taken by Salt at maybe knee height. The Lancashire wicket keeper, 3 slips with a new batter out there. There's a point. Which is Josh Bohannon just walking backwards at just backward of point. And then Croft is an extra cover. There's a mid-off, which is the Lancashire captain. Mid-on. Mid-wicket and long leg. Anderson on the prowl for more. In a bowling to Brown, who drives. And it goes back straight beyond Jimmy Anderson, and it's scooped up by Hassan Ali, who picks it up and throws the ball up into the air. It's a wicket maiden for James Anderson. He's now bowled 15 overs, 9 maidens, 3 for 21. The score is 114 for 4 for Hampshire in their second innings. That's a lead of 120 with 6 wickets remaining.
And a partnership of 44 there, broken between Dawson and Nick Gubbins, which was an important partnership, actually straddled over last night and this morning. But I think I've seen over the last couple of games, and I'm talking about both sides from a Hampshire point of view and the opposition, mainly more last week, because that's hit into extra cover by Gubbins and there's no run. 1 or 2 more batters sticking around longer after they've been given out LBW or caught close in than I think I've known for a little while. Yeah.
I'm not sure how I feel about that.
No. Just a little longer than you think is a bit more comfortable. Melissa's showing us a slow motion replay of the dismissal once more. That's a very good slow-mo. Anderson, it's angled in. Has that hit the front pad? Outside the off stump and it's left alone. I'm sure Melissa will give her view shortly. She'll be on in a couple of minutes, 2 or 3 minutes time actually. Scott Reader will take a well-earned rest after half an hour.
I've got my eyes on. Are they fresh? Those?
Yes, they come out this morning.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah.
Are
you in?
I'm off in 4 minutes.
Don't forget the pastries, guys, up there. They're fresh in this morning.
Just don't have that chocolate one.
No. Oh, that's Scott's reserved, the chocolate one. Melissa's mates were up here yesterday. There was 2 croissants, and even before I'd finished the sentence, say, would you like those 2? They were in there, already taken their first bite. Outside the off stump, again, it's left alone by Gubbins, who's just added 3 so far this morning to his tell a lie. He's added 7 to his overnight total.
I also need to go to reception because my room key's about to expire at 12 o'clock. Get locked out of the hotel. I need to go to reception and renew my key. Otherwise, they said it'll expire at midday on Saturday. Oh, I'll be there before then. And now it's 25 past 11 and I've still not done it. So, better wander down and get that sorted.
Yeah, you had, because it helps with the lifts and everything like that. Yeah. Gubbins on the back foot, steers that out to backward of point. Dave Allen, Hampshire's honorary archivist, who was with us on day 1, has tweeted at Solent Sport. Morning to you, Dave. He says, LBW question mark. I think you should have kept Jimmy up later last night.
Yeah, it's not part of the broader Hampshire strategy to get Lancashire's premier bowler to stay up until about 3 in the morning.
When we did this little test, as I said to you, 600, was it 640 odd wickets he's got? I mean, I should remember, I've written it all out, but I've very quickly forgotten. Was it over 600 odd? As Bailey bowls and Gubbins hits that back to the bowler off the back foot. I said, how's your memory? And I said, look, I've got a bit of a quiz here. And I went through sort of strategic milestones. And I said, can you remember your first 100th, your 500th wicket, your 600th, whatever? And he did, actually, to be fair to him. But when I said, can you remember your first? He said, well, how many were you doing of these? And I sort of said, well, actually, it is a ploy here to go through every single one so that we're still doing this at about 2:30 the next day, so you can't bowl. Should have done that, shouldn't I? Should have gone through every one. Outside the off stump, and that's left alone. But no, he was long gone by, nowhere near late. So consummate professional.
Because his 600th was here, wasn't it?
Yes.
In that behind closed doors
Pakistan
Test match.
Azhar Ali caught by Root. That's right, and he remembered that because I said that. Can you remember your 600th? And he did. And I so I did say to him, I said, yeah, I watched a video of that. And because 600, massive milestone, wasn't it? And I said, I remember looking on the video, and you had the ball in your hand, and you were waving it all around the crowd to all around the ground to various points. And I said, forgive me, but wasn't that a COVID test? Everything behind closed doors. I said, who are you waving the ball to then?
Anderson in the bowling to Brown, who's shuffling back and just deflecting the ball away into the onside, but there's no bat on that. It's come off at some part of his pad or thigh pad, so leg by signal, so Brown remains on 0, and Hampshire move up to 115 for 4. It's a lead of 121 runs. I'll disappear.
Melissa will be in shortly. Melissa Story. Yes, I've got another view from Mark. Morning to you, Mark, at Solent Sports. Says definitely looked like the back leg and outside the line for that Dawson dismissal. We'll get another view in a moment as Jimmy Anderson comes round the wicket to Gubbins. Gubbins forward, drives to short extra cover. Score remains on 115 for 4. Morning, Melissa.
Good morning.
You all right?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Good. I hear you had a quiet night last night.
I did, surprisingly. I've learnt my lessons from last year. For anyone who wasn't there, I tend to go straight from the county championship, usually to the pub, and end up a bit worse for wear on the 3rd day. So I've switched it round. I'm more professional this year, so I'm going to the pub tonight instead.
Melissa's not with us tomorrow, just in case you were thinking that she's back for day 4. As that's pushed out towards extra cover. A day off tomorrow.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I'm playing actually, so I can't,
tomorrow?
Can't go too heavy.
For Hersley Ladies?
Hersley Ladies, yep.
Which is an area sort of towards Romsey from Southampton, isn't it?
Yeah, a bit Winchestery.
Winchester.
I'd say.
Yeah. Oh, the Winchester set, of course. Yes.
Yeah. The houses start to look really nice, and you're in the right area.
Here's Anderson runs away from us, just the 2 slips, no gully. Gubbins leaves alone now. Again, he's coming into him on the angle. It's good leave. There's been some good leaves, especially from Gubbins this morning. But Anderson is testing him on that line, just outside off stump. And quick update, 30-second update coming up shortly. And the sun is staying out. Lots of airline or aircraft trails in the sky crisscrossing, which you don't often see outside the off stump. That's a little bit wider of off stump this time.
I saw those £30 holidays to Spain. Southampton Airport is absolutely booming at the moment.
Getting busier.
It's pretty hard to resist.
Yeah, I agree. There's loads, isn't there? It's almost like a game of noughts and crosses up there with the way they're crisscrossing above us. Could almost feel like you could put your finger up in the air and do a little cross or a nought or whatever. Here's Anderson again, sort of. 115 for 4. Gubbins well forward. Having to treat Jimmy Anderson with the utmost respect here at the moment, as that's the end of another over. 115 for 4, the lead is 121. And a maiden over for Jimmy Anderson. 10 maidens of his 16 overs bowled to date. Fantastic figures of 3 for 21.
the impact, I mean, he's had in the Lancashire side already, as we were saying. Every county's going to be glad to have their Jimmy Anderson back, with Stuart Broad back and everyone, but I mean, he's just been the pick of the bowlers, you would say, so far. Hassan Ali as well there to support. You can't forget the Pakistan international bowler. He got 5 wickets in that first innings. And just that class above the rest. And making something happen with this slightly, not unexciting pitch, but a pitch where we've seen little sideways movement, but just enough bounce and inconsistency to the batters for them to make an impact.
Yeah.
And Hassan Ali has the ball in hand. He's into the stumps, and this is hooked in the air off the 1 foot by Brown into the leg side.
Quick update, here we go. Right, we've had half an hour's play this morning. Hampshire resuming their second innings on 103 for 3, leading by 109. Have increased their lead, but they have lost a wicket. They're 117 for 4 now. They lead by 123, and that 1 wicket to fall after 20 minutes was Liam Dawson, adjudged LBW to England bowler Jimmy Anderson for 24. Nick Gubbins still going strong, matching his unbeaten 100 in the first innings. He's 47 not out now, but Hampshire need to increase that lead. They're 117 for 4.
That last ball just pushed into the offside for no run from Hassan Ali. That first delivery of the over actually was a shorter delivery, and as I said, Brown just almost stood up on one leg like a flamingo and tried to play a T20 shot into the leg side. It was lucky it was played along the ground. And see, I've put that video of the LBW onto Twitter to get some opinions, get some consensus, which with the power of Gen Z, I managed to slow it down using a social media app.
Ooh, very impressive.
I know, very fancy. As in comes Hassan Ali again, and this is clipped away again to this vacant square leg region. They should be looking for 2 here, the Hampshire batters. They're running hard, they may look for 3. Brown comes back and it's comfortable in the end, a bit tight at the non-striker's end actually. But a warm applause from the crowd who celebrate those 3 runs. Hampshire move on to 117 for 4. So I'm not going to lie, when it's slowed down, it doesn't look good. It hits him on the back pad, as we suspected, but the delivery didn't bounce too much. And actually, the response underneath has been impact umpire's call. One person saying stone dead LBW, and one person saying looks like it's knocking all 3 out the ground. So
Difference of opinions.
Yeah, I mean, it's a subjective. LBW is very subjective, but yeah, not looking too good. I think he can probably be a bit happier than James Vince. As Hassan Ali in again on the front foot, defending back to the bowler is Gubbins. As we said, he's poised on 47, not out, and looking to carry on that form from the first innings onwards.
Yeah. We are sort of hearing a little bit here and there that there have been 1 or 2 decisions, I think, for both sides that they haven't been particularly happy about, but I'm not sure that's any different than most games that are being played. But I think sometimes when games are as tight as this and mean a lot, it sometimes gets magnified.
Hassan Ali to Gubbins. It's driven off the front foot, a glorious dive, and it's past the fielder. 4 runs. That was just lent towards that shot, down on one knee, and just stroked it through that extra cover mid-off region, and that brings up Nick Gubbins' 50. A century in the first innings, a half century in this innings so far. He brings it up after 119 balls and makes Hassan Ali pay for that very over-pitched delivery there. He won't be happy with that one. 5 runs conceded off the over so far. 2 balls to come.
Good drive that, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, that's what...
Strong drive, wasn't it?
That's the one he'll be hoping the photographers have got a picture of. That's Hassan Ali in again. And this is wide and short outside the off stump. And Nick Gubbins has a cut at the ball, but it goes through to the keeper. A bit waftier than that last shot. But there's not too much need for Hampshire to accelerate here. You can say that, they've just got to pile on the runs a bit more, get to that 250 minimum 300 lead. And then hopefully they'll have something defendable where they can take those 10 wickets in the final day.
Yeah, so the 1 wicket so far, still a very close game. A couple of you on the emails giving your views of the LBW decision this morning of Liam Dawson. This one from Selwyn Curtis, solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, Dawson looked outside the line to me. Selwyn's a Hampshire supporter since the days of Barry Richards. Here's Jimmy Anderson, length ball. In behind that is Ben Brown, and just pushes out on the offside, and there's no run. Jim Smith Morning to you. He says, looks like the back leg roll of the pad to me. Outside off stump, looks a bit unlucky, says Jim. Something's fallen down, but fortunately no damage done.
It's the bakeries tray.
Oh, it's the bakery tray. But it's not the
one with all the mold, thank goodness.
Which is a bit of luck. So
no,
we're okay.
That would have been Scott crying in the corner.
That's a nice drive there from Ben Brown through the covers. Push drive. It won't quite go all the way to the long boundary side. 2 they get. I think they should keep it to 2. No, they're going to take 3. Have to hurry, but he's home. Nick Gubbins. This is good running, actually. It's positive running. And Hampshire, as long as they don't take too many risks, I think that's not a bad thing, because runs are very, very important here as they build this lead. So that is 3 to Ben Brown. And the total moves on to 120 for 4, the lead 126.
We were talking yesterday about obviously 3 main Hampshire bowlers who are going to be looking to take those 10 wickets in the last, hopefully day of this match. They have bowled a lot of overs so far in this competition. All of them have racked up over 100 overs so far. And obviously we were expressing a few concerns about whether they would be a bit tired, whether they've been a bit overworked.
Round the wicket, Anderson to Gubbins. Gubbins almost, he gets a little bit low on him on that one, digs that one out on the onside.
And actually there's been kind of research into this area that says that, you know, this is looking at test bowlers to say, but test bowlers bowling in successive games, there's a 7% deterioration between the games. So of course, Hampshire have played more games than Lancashire so far, so their bowlers are a bit more tired. The Lancashire bowlers are feeling a bit more fresh. So I was going to look at, well, overnight,
Forward Gubbins, square on the offside.
I had a little look at round 3 of the county championship and the kind of difference between the pace bowlers. The ones who have had a rest, they're averaging 25, their strike rate is 49. The bowlers who have played all 3 rounds so far, they're averaging 34, so almost 10 more, and their strike rate is 66. So considerably higher strike rates and averages for the bowlers who have played all rounds so far compared to the bowlers for Yorkshire and Lancashire who have played 1 less round.
So the conclusion is, as Anderson bowls, Gubbins leaves alone outside the off stump.
The conclusion is that obviously the Hampshire bowlers may be in a bit of a disadvantaged position coming into this final day. They've played a few more games, their strike rates are a bit higher, their averages are a bit higher, and that's why this innings is so crucial for Hampshire, because they're going to need to, usually we've been saying maybe minimum of 250 to defend, but actually if our Hampshire bowlers, they've bowled a lot of overs, maybe Hampshire needs to be looking more towards 300 plus, just to accommodate.
Anderson bowls, Gubbins prods that away behind square on the offside. End of the over, 120 for 4.
So just to accommodate, as I was saying, perhaps a bit of tiredness from the Hampshire bowlers, perhaps a bit more of a lag from them. And of course, as we've recognised, this pitch can be difficult to bowl on sometimes. It can also help the bowlers a bit. So just some thoughts in this innings as we have Gubbins and obviously the new batter Brown at the crease. Maybe from yesterday when we were thinking 250, maybe it's got to look a bit more towards a 300 lead.
Interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. I can see why you had an early night. You were obviously working all this out last night, were you?
Yeah, I definitely wasn't watching 17 again.
Interesting stuff from Melissa Story there. So giving a view of what Hampshire at least would want to defend.
As Hassan Ali, ball in hand still, and he's brought the fielder up from deep square leg into the ring. So despite that fine leg, everyone in the ring for Nick Gubbins, who clips that off his legs. But the fielder at mid-wicket gets round, and it just feels like the Lancashire fielders have just got a little bit tighter around him, perhaps seeing that after getting those runs and maybe feeling a bit more confident, they're going, actually, you might be feeling confident, but we're still going to squeeze you. We've got runs to play with, or at least time to play with.
Yes.
2 slips in play as Hassan Ali in again to Gubbins with that trigger movement, who's driving but missed timing. It's not Gubbins, is it? Just Brown.
Yeah,
the scoreboard is
stuck.
Is very much stuck.
Yeah.
I was looking and I was like, Gubbins definitely isn't right-handed.
Right. And
so
he's on more than 47 as well.
Yeah. So that was Brown driving, slightly miscued there to that backward point. And again, explaining more than why they've brought the fielder in for the new batter.
Yeah. Tom Bailey spell this morning, by the way, 4 overs, 2 maidens, none for 7 from that pavilion end.
Hassan Ali in again and left outside the off stump by Brown. Through to the keeper. And Brown's had a successful season so far after his move, of course, from Sussex, the El Clasicost kind of rival. But there seems to be quite good relations between Hampshire and Sussex this year. They've been exchanging players, Mason Crane and Tom Alsop overplaying for them in their current round of the County Championship. We've taken Ben Brown off their hands. Seems like a pretty nice swap.
Yeah, some good relations between the two counties. Obviously talking loads between them.
That's Hassan Ali past the umpire, and this is a leg stump line delivery tucked off the hip by Ben Brown, straight to the fielder at square leg, who, as we said, has been brought inside the ring. I mean, maybe it's a following from, because of course in the women's kind of setup in the south, you have the Southern Vipers and kind of the Southern Brave, which is Hampshire and Sussex combined. So the women's players actually find it quite funny when they play each other in the county games. It's suddenly Hampshire versus Sussex, and they're all best friends. Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe there's something from the 100. They facilitated a greater friendship between the two counties as Ali in and left outside the off stump. A bit of extra bounce there from that delivery.
I think there's something in that actually. That may actually, help the counties when they have discussions. I think the other thing as well is, of course, certainly with the lone players, Alsop and Crane going to Sussex, the fact that they're in a different division, of course, helps in terms of that. I mean, Brown's obviously signed permanently, so that's a little bit different. But I think as regards to the loans, it's fairly safe, isn't it, and easy to do if you're in a different division.
I always think about being put on loan as a player, how it must feel like, as Hassan Ali in again, and a swish at this one. It's edged down to third man. Stepping into that offside, having a quick slash at that delivery, which was slightly wider from Hassan Ali, almost tempting him into that shot. But with only 2 slips in play, Lancashire, the ball goes past them and finishes the over with a boundary. Hampshire 130. That one's still frozen as well, is it?
It's moved on the scoreboard a little bit. Whether it's moved on enough.
We will get score confirmation coming up. But, I mean, as I was saying about the loan transfers, obviously just with Mason Crane especially, he had about 2 days notice, obviously, to know he was going over to Sussex. And, he's likely to know a few players, but having to adjust into that new changing room environment, what's your role in this new team, what's expected of me, it must be quite a big feat to kind of take on.
I agree. Anderson's started his 18th over here. Runs away from us, round the wicket to Gubbins, who's on the back foot. Steers that out towards extra cover, and there is no run. That's right. Yeah, I mean, when players do it on a permanent basis, they often say it's to sort of reinvigorate them, isn't it? It's to give them a sort of a new lease of life and different in change rooms. But when you know you're only going to be around those changing rooms for a few weeks, couple of weeks or whatever, that's a different feeling, isn't it?
Maybe you're collecting information for your home county, like a spy.
Yes. Anderson again, closer to Gubbins, who just quietly plays that again out in the offside.
I'll be there at the back, making notes on the net saying, can't play well off legs. Like, doesn't like the back of the hand slur ball. When you get back to your county, just exchange all that. You're the almost like the prison rat of the county championship.
Well, they're both going to be useful, isn't it? Because when the T20 comes up and they both play each other, they'll say, okay. And they say, oh yeah, he's not feeling particularly confident, and he's this, or he's not bowling particularly well.
That's psychological warfare there.
Yeah. All inside information, all helps. Anderson bowls, coming forward, Gubbins, but leaves alone.
I love how I was just thinking, he's got a technique flaw there. You went straight for he's got no confidence at the moment. That's pure evil, but I love it. Did you ever go on loan, or were you always Hampshire?
No, the loan system wasn't around when I was here. I mean, I just moved counties, from Middlesex to Hampshire. So there was no loans in those days. Loans has been in. Somebody will know who's listening. I'm going to take a punt at 7 or 8 years. Maybe not even that. I think it's a great idea outside the off stump, and that's left alone once more by Nick Gubbins. I think it's a great system. I think players that are on the periphery and you want to give game time to. Well, it's the same with football. It's the same principle, but I think for cricket, I think it's perfect. You talk about young players on the periphery that aren't going to get a game over a period of time. Stick them out on loan, get first team cricket. Brilliant. Here's 3 of them are on loan at Hampshire, which is amazing. So on the front foot, Gubbins puts us out to short extra cover. Got another view on the LBW Dawson, Barry Rose, morning to you. Solidcricket@gmail.com on the emails. Definitely outside the line for Barry and hitting back pad. I had a perfect view from here in the Philippines. Well, I suppose on the face of it, you'd say, really? How can you tell from there? But of course, if you're watching the live stream, you're getting the same view we are. Well, in fact, we're seeing it live, but we're also watching it back on the live stream. Here's Anderson. Length ball to Gubbins, who's forward. Bad pad close together, nice to see. End of the over, 131 for 4. Another maiden over for Jimmy Anderson. 11 of them now in these 18 overs that he's bowled. 3 for 24.
He's just doing this for fun now. It's just a part of a normal Jimmy Anderson day. Rack up 11 maidens out of 18. It's very impressive stuff from the fast bowler. But I mean, saying that he could see that was hitting outside the line from the Philippines, I am a person who will appeal from square leg.
Are you one of those?
Sometimes it's about adding to the noise, especially if you have quite a young wicket keeper and not a very confident wicket keeper, or a bowler, again, when they're quite younger. When we play in women's, we sometimes have 15-year-olds bowling and keeping. So if you're there on the boundary, you've got to support them a bit. There's Hassan Ali in and left outside the off stump by Brown, through to the keeper. But I think I've told this story before probably, but I got put in my place when I was playing in Sri Lanka, when we were told by the umpires after our team, we found it quite fun when I was playing for Wiltshire to everyone join in with the appeal, make a lot of noise. It was quite evilly put a lot of pressure on the umpire, but we were told about 5 overs in that only the bowler was allowed to make a noise and only the wicketkeeper was allowed to silently raise their hands in the air.
Really?
And we'd never heard this before, as that's left alone again by Brown through to the keeper. And just the temptation when you were out there in the field, suddenly as soon as the ball hits the pads, you just want to scream. And you were having to throw your hands over your mouth to stop it in fear of being told off. But I've never experienced that anywhere else. So I don't know whether it's a thing in Sri Lankan matches. If anyone listening has played in Sri Lanka, it was very respectful to the umpire, so I like that. And there was never any dissent as well to the umpires or challenging of decisions, which would be useful in this game with some of the decisions made today, as that's pushed into the offside by Brown. He takes a few steps down the wicket, but decides that there's no run there with that reinforced offside field. Good bowling so far from Hassan Ali. He's really hitting his line in lengths this morning, and again, just knowing that one delivery of the 6 is going to pop up from the surface and potentially catch that outside edge. And a good crowd in today as well. Hopefully a few more coming across the day. That's Hassan Ali in, and this is cut away by Brown down to the boundary, guided to the left of that point fielder. And that races away to the shorter boundary to our right. More towards facing, I guess, the West End High Street kind of direction for anyone local to the area. Of course, to our left from the commentary box, on that longer boundary side, we have the nursery ground where the Hampshire second 11 play a lot of their matches. Hampshire women play down there a lot as well. And then beyond that, the sprawling golf course, which I got a little sneak peek view of today because I had to park in the overflow car park.
All across the first fairway.
I wasn't a happy girl, I'll tell you that. Never had to go down into that car park before. There's Hassan Ali in again, and on the front foot defending. Back to the bowler is Brown. A good reply there from Hassan Ali after that slightly wider delivery.
Yeah. So did you make sure you looked to your left to make sure nobody was driving on the tee? Or did you just go drive straight across?
Oh my goodness, I just drove straight across. I thought it was a road.
Well, it is, but I think you're supposed to sort of stop because there's a netting to your left which stops a wayward drive going into the car park. And you're supposed to stop, look to your left to make sure nobody's driving at the moment you drive across the fairway.
Hassan Ali in, and on the back foot defending is Brown for another dot ball. Hampshire, if this score is correct, that is to say 135 for 4, but it could be wrong. We'll get back to you on that one. So you're telling me I could have had my window smashed in this morning?
Yeah. I
feel like there should have been a sign there to say look left if you're not a golf fan.
There is some sort of sign there, yeah.
Okay, maybe I need my licence taken away. So there's, two sets of people driving, and they're going to prioritise the ones with the small stick and the ball and not the one with the massive mechanical device. Well, I'm in shock about that.
Just don't have your window down and then suddenly drive across so that the ball goes straight through your window.
If anything, I need to put both windows down and just hope the ball goes straight through one side and out the other one. Yeah. Well, I'm glad you've alerted me to this for on the drive back.
So when you,
so when I have to look right.
Yeah, look right. Yeah, that's all right. Blimey, Melissa. 135 for 4. I think that is the right score. The scoreboard seems to have caught up a little bit more. Jimmy Anderson is taking a break, and Tom Bailey is going to switch ends. So we'll work out Jimmy Anderson's figures this morning whilst I read this out. Nicholas Rogers has emailed solidcricket@gmail.com if you want to contribute today, like many of you have over the previous 2 days, and it's always great fun. What's your opinion on Mason Crane's loan spell to Sussex, says Nicholas, as Bailey comes round the wicket to Nick Gubbins, so he's continuing with that same line of attack. Wrapped on the pad, is that going down the leg side? Yes, it is, says the umpire, but he got trapped well back on his crease there, Nick Gubbins. Just watching that on the replay.
I thought that was a closer call. I think, if anything, a bit of extra bounce there. Tom Bailey, a tall bowler, but the slip called in there, and the bowler looked really disappointed with that call. He did just get completely trapped in the crease there.
Yeah, it's definitely worth a shout. Here's Bailey again then, and bowls to Gubbins. It's turned away, down towards fine leg, runs the first one quickly. They'll stay at 1. 136 for 4. The lead is 142 now. It's a bit like when Liam Dawson went out on loan to Essex a few years ago. That's right, says that's right, Nicholas. Dawson was supposed to go out, I think, for a month, but ended up going for about a week and a bit and got called back. And then, as most people have noted, that was the making of Liam Dawson's Hampshire career, really. Mason Crane going to Sussex. I don't know, I haven't spoken to anybody about it, but my guess is that they looked at this pitch and the pitch that probably they're going to have for the next home game here next week, and they probably decided that it wouldn't suit Mason Crane to play, so why have him sitting around for a couple of weeks or so, put him out on loan and get some first team cricket. So that is my guess of that situation, but I haven't spoken to anybody about it. That's well forward there, Ben Brown, as Bailey comes over the wicket to him, plays down the pitch.
See, I probably wouldn't agree with the loan of Crane. I understand that if they weren't planning on playing him, it's good for him to get some matches, but I feel like there's a fear of leg spin in the United Kingdom that you'll never, it's very rare to find the leg spinner as the almost front man spinner. You've got in Afghanistan, Rashid Khan. He's the almost main man because he's supported by Nabi and Majib in the back of the team, who are a bit more all-rounders. And I don't know. I think leg spin brings something different.
Ooh, gets wrapped on the pad there, Ben Brown. The ball trickles out towards second slip. So you're saying that he should be playing here? Yeah,
entirely. And, I think it works well having a leg spinner in the team if you have another kind of spinning all-rounder who, can offer that alternative spin but also that batting option. Hampshire have that. They've got Liam Dawson. He's a great off-spinner, not an off-spinner, but he's a great spinner who can come in, he can hold up an end and he can really plug away at one end, which would give Mason Crane that ability to come in, be a bit more expensive and take wickets. Because if the fast bowlers can't do it, who's the second person to do it? Leg spinner.
Bailey bowls, Brown in behind that one, plays that back down the pitch once more.
We've seen the success of Parkinson early in the season for Lancashire. Again, I'm disappointed he's not playing on behalf of their team, because I just feel as if on a pitch like this where seam is predominant, if you're going to just bring in something different and you've got the choice of the types of spin, why would you not choose leg spin? They've got the batting depth almost to play Mason Crane in this team, to play Parkinson. I just think as a wicket-taking opportunity, just to make this pitch feel like it's doing something a bit more, to get that bit of extra bounce, the leg spinner should always be an option, but there's a fear of them.
Brown on the back foot, steers that into the gap through extra cover. It won't go all the way, but they will pick up 2. And that is Jimmy Anderson running back there to do the fielding, and that is the end of the over. 138 for 4. Gubbins has 52. Brown moves on to 18, and the lead is 144. The interesting thing as well is it isn't just about being a leg spinner, is it? I mean, Matt Parkinson is basically the main spinner for Lancashire, whereas Mason Crane, when you've already got in the Hampshire preferred starting 11, you've already got Dawson, you've already got Felix Organ, then difficult to fit him in as a third spinner, which they did last week at Canterbury, fine, but as a third spinner, which is effectively what he is playing as now, it's very difficult to fit that in.
Yeah, it's interesting that they have obviously gone for Organ, almost to suggest maybe has he moved into that second kind of spinner's position, as we say, will that remain across the season? But you don't find, as we said, often teams who have that frontline spinner. I mean, the great Shane Warne, he led that Australian attack with just such poise, and sometimes you just need to back the spinner and give them the time to do that, as Hassan Ali and this is clipped into that vacant mid-wicket region and they get through for a single. But as we know, leg spinners, they need time to grow, and later those skills come as you grow and as you mature. And hopefully what I'd like to see with Mason Crane, of course, when he came into the setup he was so young, but he's gained that experience now. He got to work with Shane Warne with the London Spirit last year, and that would have been so valuable to him. And I'm glad he's playing. I'm not just carrying drinks onto the pitch, because of course that doesn't help anyone, but I just think it would be good to see more counties, not just Hampshire, not just Lancashire, but backing their leg spinners in any condition and just seeing, because they create chances. And I guess just in reciprocal relationship, the leg spinners just have to exert that control, which can be more difficult, as Ali in, and this is tucked away down to fine leg by Brown. Fielded down there, fields cleanly, and they get through for a single.
Bailey. Yeah, it's a tough one, isn't it? Because at the end of the day, leg spinner, off spinner, whatever spinner you are, mystery spinner, whatever, you've got to bowl accurately. It doesn't matter if, you know, everybody wants to see a good leg spinner, and Lancashire are very lucky with Parkinson, but to justify your place, you still have to be accurate.
Yeah.
And it's difficult for a leg spinner to be that way.
As Hassan Ali in again, past the umpire, leg stump line, again flicked away to fine leg, this time by the left-handed Gubbins, and they trickle through for another single, 3 singles so far off this over. But I guess where Parkinson stands out and why so many people are begging for him to be on that England radar, and I'm sure loads of people were personally disappointed that he didn't play in those test matches. Of course, in the West Indies, they were quite dead pitches where leg spin probably could have got more out of them than the 3 medium to fast pace seamers which England chose to play instead. But you see these interviews from him recently, the frustration he's kind of began to voice in saying, look, I don't want to carry the drinks anymore, give me a chance. As Hassan Ali in, that's short, that's wide, and that's cut away to the boundary. There is a fielder out there, and they get round to restrict that to a single. Hampshire rotating the strike nicely here. But I mean, could they give him a chance this summer? Out of all the leg spinners in the country, Parkinson does exert that level of control, which perhaps some of us don't.
Well, there's new thinking, new personnel. There'll be more new personnel to come and more new thinking. So who knows? I think at the moment it's just difficult. All we do know is that Jimmy Anderson and Stuart Broad are back in the England fold. That's about as much as we know at the moment, and Ben Stokes is the captain. Beyond that, we'll just have to wait and see. It might be quite an exciting summer.
Indeed, as Hassan Ali in. And that's a straighter, fuller, better directed delivery from Hassan Ali, which has pushed a mid-on for no run. I mean, it's been interesting because obviously we've got the managing director appointed now. We've got the captain, so we've almost got 2 ends of the spectrum, but just a lot to fill in the middle. And I think, if anything, to keep an eye out for, they've spoken about how the England captain role is this really static thing. You get given it, and then you're that for the next 5 years, and then you often retire. Whilst it could be a much more fluid role, especially with Ben Stokes, he may not want to take it for those 5 years. This may be a shorter appointment. So I want to keep an eye on who's going to be the vice-captain, as Hassan Ali in, straighter delivery, good length on the back foot, is Gubbins, and that completes the over. Hampshire 142 for 4. Because if you think about it, that's almost, potentially, they could be that personnel they've selected to almost rear up into the captain after Ben Stokes. But no, name comes to mind immediately. So whilst everyone was, speculating about the captain, and for me it seemed quite obvious that it would be Ben Stokes, I'm more interested in this vice-captain appointment, I must say.
Have you got an idea? Have you got a name in mind?
I'm really not sure, because it feels so difficult to make a prediction when the squad doesn't even seem to be that kind of consistent with their selection. Nobody seems to be guaranteed in the playing 11. So the names of, people are throwing around Ollie Pope, they're throwing around Zach Crawley, getting in a younger player and kind of, as I've said, rearing them to be this future captain. But whether they even consistently can get into that playing 11 is another question. Johnny Bairstow, another name people are throwing in.
Yeah. Bailey, right arm over, bowling to Ben Brown, in behind that one. pushing that up to mid-on. Jimmy Anderson's figures, by the way, this morning, his spell this morning, 6 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 7. Incredible stuff. Liam Dawson, that 1 wicket LBW for 24. Dave Allen, Hampshire's honorary archivist, says, I think loans have been since 2005, and one reason was to reduce the overseas, in brackets, coal pack imports. Interesting. 2005, gosh, that's a lot longer than I thought.
I knew Dave would have an answer.
He's great, Dave. Here's Bailey, outside the off stump, left alone, Ben Brown.
We've also had a tweet in from Simon Towers. Haven't read that one out, have we?
I haven't.
No. So he said England should be looking at how big scores are made, not just random big scores. And he says Gubbins against a quality attack in difficult conditions, both innings has shown fantastic technique and character. And that's from a Lancashire fan. And of course he started at Middlesex.
Yeah.
Came over to Hampshire, wasn't quite getting the opportunities he wanted. He was in a few England Lions tours a few years ago, scored a big 100 there. I mean, I wonder if he is on the radar.
Well, he's come here to get his career back on track, because that's a bit of extra bounce and a bit of extra kiss off the surface as it goes through to keeper Phil Salt, but no shot offered by Brown.
He is 28 years old, so not a young player, but often as batters mature, they're more confident in their style of play. And I'd agree that, you know, you've got to look at the conditions how hundreds are made, especially as we were joking yesterday with that Kent wicket and the abundance of hundreds coming out of it, because it's like playing on a concrete, well, it's like playing on the Concord down here, concourse. But I mean, in these conditions, it certainly has been difficult for Gubbins to score these runs.
Brown gets an inside edge onto his pad, I think, as that goes out on the offside towards the gully area. I mean, he's still going, and Hampshire fans will want him to keep going, but in the context of the game, and you know, it's been a terrific effort from him. But he's here to get his career back on track. A few years back, when Middlesex won the championship, was it 2016? His runs were a massive factor, and it just after that started to tail off for him a little bit. And he's here to sort of reinvigorate his career. 100 at Cheltenham last year. He's 100 in the first innings here, but you know, he's on an upward curve, but it needs to be a little bit more, doesn't it? It needs to go further up. Brown's forward to a good length delivery, and that's worked out to wide mid-off. His career, he averages 34, which is not bad. Not bad.
I mean, I'd take that, but that's not much to go by.
No, but when you think Josh Bohannon is in the 40s, that's quite a lot. You know, to get that from 34 to get it into the 40s,
I mean,
that's massive effort.
Yeah, and the names being thrown around: Bohannon, Bracey, Brooks. I think you've got Haynes as well from Sussex.
Yep. Bailey again. Brown, nice and correct. Out into the covers. 47, Josh Bohannon's averaging. I mean, that, you know, that is from 34 to 47. Can't emphasise how difficult that is to get from one figure to the other. So I think right now you've got several that would be ahead of Gubbins. You know, he's making his way back, or trying to. Maiden over there from Tom Bailey, number 37 from his 17 overs. Scott Reed will come in for Melissa's going to take my spot, actually, so we'll get Melissa to move over, and I'll just keep talking until Scott Reed plugs in, and then it'll be Scott Reed and Melissa take you through the next 25 minutes. What else? What's that? Everything's dropping around here at the moment. It's a very hard floor, concrete floor, so anything that falls down makes a huge noise. What is it? What's dropped down there, Scott?
It was the hand sanitising gel.
Oh, right, yes.
Sorry about that.
Not as loud as the metal tray that bounced off the concrete floor a little earlier.
Oh, I missed that.
Oh, did you not hear that?
No.
Gosh, it was loud. It was quite frightening, really. It felt like the wall was caving in.
Dear.
Yeah. Anyway,
yes.
Scott Reed and Melissa to take you through the next 25 minutes.
Cheers, Kev. There's a bowling change as well. I can see Danny Lamb being reintroduced. Now, he didn't bowl much for Lancashire in the first innings. Didn't quite get it right, I don't think. He only bowled 4 overs, went for 24, so it's a wee bit expensive. And to be fair, I don't think Lancashire required him too much. It was Hassan and Bailey and Jimmy that did the work. But we see Lamb reintroduced, and Gubbins on 54. This is, again, a really well put together knock from Gubbins. And Lamb comes in and bowls to him, and it's full, and it's driven firmly through the offside, out towards deep extra cover for a single, and the score moves on to 143 for 4. Good morning, good afternoon, whatever time of day it is.
Some form of time in the space-time continuum, I'm sure. It's good weather today, isn't it? I've seen you've got the T-shirt.
Yeah.
Not even the shirt. You don't need the gilet today.
Gilet is not required at the minute, but it might be needed later.
Yeah, I have seen that especially the evening session, I think, might be a bit nippy.
Oh, okay, right. Well, I've got the jumper. That's my first layer to go on if required. Here's Lamb in and bowling. It's a rather awkward-looking shot from Brown. It's been given as a wide, actually, short and wide by Lamb and taken by the keeper.
Not too sure why Brown was looking to play that shot. It was the definition of a loosener. From Lamb. It was short and wide and it had a bit of extra bounce, and Brown almost jumped in the air to try and get some form of bat on that. I guess maybe thinking that there's no third man, so if he could get something on it to fly over the slips.
Lamb back in to Brown. That's taken off the pads. This little flick away through mid-wicket and jogs through for a single, and he moves on to 21 and the score to 145 for 4.
We were just saying about the likes of Brooke and Bohannon and Bracey potentially looking for those call-ups, and I have a stupid fact for us that before this round, of the top 20 run scorers in Division 1, 50% have family names between A and C.
It's Lamb to Gubbins, who's playing defensively to mid-off, and there's no run.
And the average length of their family names is about 6 letters. So using the unproven concept of the alphabet, from that prediction, James Bracey could be the top run scorer in Division 1, and I'm putting my bets in for that now.
Where have you discovered all this from? As Lamb is in and bowling, and that's down the leg side. It's a good take actually by Salt, low down to his right. Gets one glove on that, and there's no run. The
deepest, darkest parts of the internet.
You spend a lot of free time.
Yeah, I'm a 21-year-old living at home. You know, there's not too much to do. So
you're going to search for these quirky stats and
I mean, I did this last year, actually looking at kind of the alphabet and birthdays and star signs to see if there's a correlation.
Lamb in and bowls forward. Oh gosh, Gubbins in defence, and the ball just squeezes through into the onside. Actually, and just looks behind him to see where that ball was trickling towards, but it was certainly not going to roll back onto the stumps, but for a second he didn't know that for certain. And Salt comes up to complete the fielding, and there is no run.
Yeah, okay. I'm determined to bring horoscopes more into the cricketing game, because I feel it's missing that.
I don't know much about kind of horoscopes and what attributes are associated with them, as Gubbins is off the back foot and driving this beyond the bowler. It's a good looking shot. Villas is scampering after it from mid-off towards the boundary, puts the dive in as well. It's a great effort from the Lancashire captain to try and catch up with the ball. That kind of back foot punch beyond Lamb and up towards the boundary. Hope Villas is okay. He took a bit of a tumble there in his pursuit of it, but it's gone for 4, and that completes the over as well. So Hampshire now 149 for 4 and a lead of 155 runs. So with your knowledge of all this then, do you think as though certain star signs are better for batters to have or bowlers to have? Is there something that can relate to them both?
Oh, wow. Okay, see, I've never thought about it like this. I usually try and guess a batter's star sign from looking at them.
Right.
And kind of, you know, go along the classic stereotypes of what this means, because certain ones are more aggressive and certain star signs are more, you know, in the shell. So maybe. But you've given me a good idea now to try and find some kind of correlation. As in again, as Bailey to begin his next over. He's bowling to Brown. Brown's 21 of 36 now, so he's coming with a bit of impetus into this innings. At least a lot quicker than Gubbins, who's at a strike rate of 40.
So how would that relate to their star signs, do you reckon?
I'm going to make a flashing guess at Brown is giving me Taurus vibes.
Okay. Right.
Very assertive.
Right.
Quite, dominant. He's come out to the crease. He's played his shot straight away. But if a bit carelessly, I'd say it sometimes. A bit, So I'm going to Google that now and be completely wrong.
I quite like it. You've sold it to me. I'm convinced.
I feel like there's a place in the book market for this as well. I could maybe, sell like 10 copies for those 10 fans who are interested in not wanting me to go off the air right now. As in again is Bailey, and there's an appeal from the slips. I think there may have been a bit of inside edge here, maybe hitting outside the line. Brown wasn't interested at all. He walked away from the stumps immediately.
It quickly kind of disappeared, that appeal, didn't it? As it just suggests maybe there was a little bit of bat on it.
Now I'm being creepy and typing in Ben Brown cricket birthday into Google, which I promise is not in a stalker way, in a scientific way. 23rd of November, I think I'm going to be desperately wrong here then.
Right.
Seeing again Bailey, and another appeal as Ben Brown coming really low on that front foot there. But not quite finding the middle of the bat here. Bailey causing a few problems. He's just, again, we've spoken about his height. He's getting that bit of extra bounce, but also some deliveries just skidding through a bit, and these last two have just slid towards the pads of Ben Brown, and a bit of inwards movement as well. 23rd of November, it's Ben Brown's star sign.
That's definitely not Taurus,
no,
is
that's
it?
a Sagittarius.
I don't know what that attributes to. I don't
What
know
that
what
entails.
No, I don't know what that means, no.
Now we're going to have to Google that. As Bailey in, defending on the front foot, Brown into the offside. I mean, if you're desperate to find the correlation, we've got to use a few more kind of case studies.
Yeah.
I guess across the day. Maybe for my first break, I'm going to do a bit of Googling. You're going to turn around and see me frantically collecting pieces of information together with bits of string and pins like they do in murder shows to try and find some kind of connection between the players.
I cover football during the winter, and one of the teams that we cover is Blackburn Rovers, and their manager is Tony Mowbray, and he was telling us over the winter he spends a lot of time on this, not necessarily on star signs, but on players' characteristics and personalities and where they fit in certain kind of boxes. Like a team to come and assess and evaluate all his players and get their characteristics and personalities through a series of questionnaires and interviews, and then they're able to associate a particular player with a particular type of personality, and he reckons that helps him manage them because he knows what they're like. If they're this type of person, that type of person, he has them all kind of mapped out, his entire squad, as to what their personalities are like.
He's got an entire database of his players. Full of ball from Bailey, just straight at line from Brown. He looked uncomfortable playing that one into the leg side. He drops his bat down on the ground as some drinks are run on, and that completes another good over from Bailey. 149 for 4. I mean, you see, as a young person who's been trying to get employment recently, a lot of companies more and more are putting you through those kind of psychometric, psychological testing things. And I completed one actually last year when you had to play almost these series of mini games. So there'd be some where you do almost card games. There's one which was literally how many times can you click the space bar in the space of a minute, and you're just going, oh my goodness, what is this? And some had to do with chance and taking risks, and at the end you get about a 5-page breakdown of all your character kind of personality traits and your weaknesses and your strengths from these internet games. And I've never felt more violated of me tapping a spacebar as quickly as possible and them telling me that I'm overconfident and hearing, what? How has that got anything to do with each other? But it's become such a bigger part of recruitment. So similar to the football kind of area, just all jobs are trying to psychologically evaluate us.
Lamb around the wicket to Gubbins, who's forward in defence, and there's no run. I suppose in a sporting context, and it might well be applicable to cricket. I'm sure it will be applicable to cricket, and maybe some coaches do look at it to this level. But it's this idea, I suppose, of having those extra small percentages that can make a difference, for a team to be stronger and better. more united or whatever it might be. Lamb in. This is Gubbins off his toes and turning the ball away through deep mid-wicket. And he gets through for a single. And that brings up the 150 for Hampshire as well. And the lead moves it to 156.
I think it could be particularly relevant in T20 in one respect, especially for example like death bowling, because that takes a lot of mental stamina to be able to come in and defend those low totals, and especially if it doesn't quite go to plan, how are you going to deal with that after the game? So I guess understanding and just how you respond to results as a coach and as a coaching staff and in the changing room to different personalities and levels of confidence, really.
Lamb over the wicket bowls. That's nicely played by Brown. Just driving the ball square of the wicket for a single. It just gets underneath the attempted dive from backward point and picked up on the deep point boundary. And it's the run for Brown. He moves to 22 and the score to 151 for 4.
Joe has tweeted in to say that at Solent Sport, I think Gubbins sadly had an injury at the wrong time in relation to being on the England radar, which we were speaking about just a bit earlier.
He's on 60, Gubbins, waiting for Lamb. Comes into him and he has to defend this delivery and does so well. Played into the offside for no run.
I can't think what injury that was off the top of my head, so I'm going to have a little look.
He was definitely in that bracket, wasn't he, of... Well, there's quite a few. There's always quite a few batters that are in the bracket of being talked about as being England players. One of the reasons why I said to Kevin on day one I was looking forward to watching him bat. These players always in and amongst the discussions, playing off the front foot and pushing it back to Danny Lamb, and there's no run.
So it was actually in that England Lions series where they played a North the South series in the West Indies. He made 200s in that series, but then I remember watching this and he actually got cramp during one of those innings, took to the field I think in the third game, and something just went in his hamstring. So that was one of the injuries. Okay. I'm not sure if that's the significant one, but it does seem quite serious.
It's off the back foot again, driving it back beyond Lamb. Previous time he did that, he managed to time it well enough for 4, but not on that occasion. Picked up by the man coming round from mid. I think that's Hassan Ali, and it's the end of the over. And there's 3 off it. And Hampshire moved on to 152 for 4. So it's a lead of 158 runs. And Gubbins is 62 not out. Brown unbeaten on 22. I remember those North-South games for the Lions.
Yeah.
That didn't last very long, did it? That couple of years of North-South matches between the group of players on the cusp of England recognition.
I think Mark Church, the Surrey commentator, Churchy, he's been kind of very vocal recently about how there hasn't been that almost step between the counties and between England. Those England Lions tours and England Day seem to have just completely dissipated in these last few years, so that there's no way to kind of facilitate moving into the England squad. As Bailey continuing from the pavilion, from the hotel end, apologies, and that's left well alone by Gubbins. Because I guess, yeah, you don't hear much of these tours anymore, and to perform well in county, then suddenly get thrown into this England squad, perhaps not have a good time of it, because it's a massive step up. You need that structure in place for you to chance, just play the best of the best, and England Lions and England A gave that. So all this talk of, minimising the counties, do best of the best. The best of the best was the England Lions. As Bailey in again, Fuller driven by Gubbins, but straight to the fielder at backward point.
Yeah, I suppose that's been affected by COVID, obviously, hasn't it? But I think even before that, maybe it's something that wasn't as strong as it has been previously. I spoke to Josh Behan, and he was away with the Lions this winter. He went to Australia, but I think their tour to Australia was affected by a bit of bad weather. I don't think they played as much as they probably thought they were going to do. But it felt like the Lions was the one just below.
Bailey in, leg stump delivery, tucked away into the square leg region for a single. They were searching for 2 there, but only the single available. And yeah, it's difficult, as you say. It was rain affected. There wasn't many games, but
no.
One thing I would like to see more is, when England go tour a country, to always be able to bring that England A side with them, especially in the winter months when they wouldn't otherwise be doing anything. Get them to play the India A side, the Pakistan A side, whatever is available. Or, alternatively, as Bailey comes in past the stumps, and that's wayward down the leg side, they could take from Salt behind the stumps. Not signalled wide though. Playing associate nations. I can't see, and I've supported this idea, I can't remember where I first saw it, of, you know, the England Lions squad going out there playing Ireland in some test matches, because since their test association, Ireland have played hardly any test matches, going out to play Afghanistan, going to other, you know, associate nations who have just been given test membership and playing games against them, because that's surely a beneficial relationship for both sides. As Bailey in again, full and straight down the leg side, clips the pad of Brown, but going way down the leg side and just trickles out towards the square leg umpire for no run.
Yeah, I quite like that idea, and might well be into the remit of Rob Key to
I'll give him a call.
Give him a bell, see what he's up to.
I'm
throw it in his direction.
Me and Rob, you know.
You'd be fine with that.
We'll be best friends within a week. I'll tell you. The new appointment, Melissa Story, as Bailey in outside the off stump and miscued by Brown. He was looking to drive that into the offside through that gap between cover and mid-off, but it ended up at square leg as that concludes the over. Hampshire 153 for 4.
Have we had a look at some of the games elsewhere recently? Or,
No, we haven't. Enlighten us.
Well, I can tell you that Warwickshire are batting again. They're following on. They're all out for 209, Warwickshire, in their first innings, in reply to a Somerset total of 4-5-8 all out. But Warwickshire back into bat, and they've lost 2 early wickets. Alex Davis and Dom Sibley out for 9 and 2. So Warwickshire are 19 for 2, following on, still trailed by 230 runs. So Somerset are enjoying a good few days in Taunton. Elsewhere in Division 1, Essex are 156 for 9 in reply to Northants 390 all out. There's Lambs into Gubbins, who's driving up to mid-on but for no run. And I think that's a bit of a recovery for Essex, because I think they're getting themselves into a right old pickle at one stage. Yeah, they were 83 for 8. So they managed to get some runs together, but they're still miles behind Northants, still trailed by 234 runs with just the 1 wicket remaining. Surrey made 603 before eventually being bowled out. There's Lamb around the wicket, bowls to Gubbins, it's left and through to the keeper. But Gloucestershire have made a terrific start. Marcus Harris and Chris Dent, who batted well for Gloucestershire last week against Lancashire, have put on 171 runs for the first wicket, with Dent on 88 and Harris on 58. So Gloucestershire 171 without loss, replying to Surrey's 603 all out. And the other game in Division 1 is the game in Leeds. And there's Lamb bowls, it's left and through to the keeper, there's no run. Yorkshire are 3-9-4 for 5. And they lead Kent by 103 runs. They're the Division 1 scores.
Good from Yorkshire. They've really come back, so I think they were 31 for 3. So to be able to stack on the runs.
Well, 2 guys have got loads of them.
Brooks and Milan.
Yeah. Brookie's still there. He's 164 not out. And David Milan made 152. Lamb to Gubbins, it's left and through to the keeper.
It's the surname, I tell you. The B surname. It's got something lucky about it.
I like the theory. Division 2, rattle through some of these. Glamorgan 3-2-3 for 5 in reply to Derbyshire's 368 all out. Leicestershire are 92 for 4 in their second innings, still trail Middlesex by 129 with 6 wickets remaining. Notts are playing Worcestershire at Trent Bridge this week. There's Lambs around the wicket and balls, that's hammered into the offside, 1 bounce to short extra cover, and there is no run. Worcestershire are 295 for 7. They've got a lead over Nottinghamshire of 188 runs. 3 wickets for Stuart Broad. But Ed Barnard is 143 not out for Worcestershire. So they lead Notts by 188 with 3 wickets remaining, and Sussex against Durham, with Lamb coming around the wicket and bowling. Forward goes Gubbins in defence, and there's no run. Sussex are 429 for 5 and lead Durham by 206 runs.
That was some great pronunciation there of Durham. And good to see Ed Barnard in the runs there, because I think when he first kind of came on the circuit, it was a bit more of a bowling all-rounder, but his batting's really come along in these last few years. And just to get through some emails, because we've had an influx in these last few minutes, but we've got one from Howard Chambers, who just said, self-exiled Lancashire fan living in Crete, loving the live coverage of a very tight game. I believe whoever comes on top in these two will win the league. Both sides packed with talent, though England call-ups could be crucial.
Yeah, that's an interesting point, isn't it? How both sides will be potentially affected by England call-ups.
I'm not too sure Hampshire really have anyone, really, unless there's a complete shake-up in that camp. Of course, Liam Dawson's been called up to a few white ball stuff, and so is James Vince recently, but I don't think anyone too affected by the red balls. We've seen a bowling change here from the hotel end. Balderson in and bowling at Brown. This is on the back foot defending. Good length delivery to begin with. And we've also had a few emails kind of about the umpiring and about, well, first of all, we've got one from David Lockett, who's kind of asked about, do any of you know how much the technology costs to set up and run? I'm a Lancs member and I love the county cricket and do not want the format to change, but see a lot of bad decisions in the format, and a mistake can make a huge difference. Would it cost too much to have a ball tracker? As Ian again, Balderson defended, backed him for good length.
I don't know, but I read an article from Matt Roller on Crick Info the other week about, I think it was regards to the bowlers' speeds.
Yeah, I read that one as well.
And they're thinking of putting some kind of camera on the umpire. Is that right? Is it read the same article? It was after they were saying, certain counties are employing them now and again because they recorded one of the Overtons racking up 90 at the Oval. As Balderson in, Fuller driven straight but not timed, and it trickles to mid-on for no run. I mean, it's interesting. I think these last few years, definitely, especially during COVID, we've seen that boost in live streams. And I mean, Surrey has a great live stream. Lancashire has a great live stream. Somerset, where it's interactive. You guys even have those, lunchtime shows, which has been great to watch an interaction, for fans' point of view. So we're starting to see that technology at the county cricket clubs creep in a bit more. As Balderson in again, leg stump line flicked away. This could dissect the fielders at square leg and fine leg. It doesn't, but they're looking to get through for a 2. This could be close. That was a slightly inaccurate throw in from the fielder at fine leg. Phil Salt behind the stumps had to take that delivery about a metre away and just flick it at the stumps in the end. It could have been close, but didn't make impact in the end. It's 2 runs onto the scoreboard for Hampshire. So, but I guess the only problem is that whether, if they did introduce it, it would have to be introduced across all the counties, and the difficulties in that, as defending off a length, is Ben Brown back to the bowler. Yeah, the cost implications with that, and then the timing implications as well. You wonder whether at some point potentially it might well be a possibility. I mean, still waiting for the kind of just a relatively basic thing like having a speed gun in the ground to clock bowlers' speeds. I mean, that isn't a thing. Balderson outside the off stump on the front foot, defending into the covers for no run. Again, tight bowling from this first over back from Balderson. And that completes the over. Hampshire 155 for 4. And just we'll see if we've got time for one more email before. Well, we've got a slight criticism here of our broadcasting. Surely not. Sure, I know, it's a disgrace. From Anthony Clarkson, who has said that, I wish you would cease your discussions on umpiring decisions. Dawson was given out, end of story. You're encouraging the worst in broadcasting and behaviour. And please just commentate on what we see. How are you going to respond to that one, Kevin James? Well, I'm running away off air now because of that comment. Thank you. You've set me up. I'm not coming back. You set me up. Danny Lamb with his right arm medium paces round the wicket to Nick Gubbins, who plays that back to the bowler, and there's no run. So Melissa sets it up and runs away
Thank you, Mel. Well, there's quite an easy response, if I'm honest, is that if we didn't discuss any of the decisions, one way or another, what are we doing here? Yes, we are commentating, but as you know, commentary teams are made up of commentator and a summariser. The summariser is there to give opinion. That's pushed out on the onside and there's no run, and we invite an opinion to make listeners and watchers feel part of the action of what's going on. I think if we take all that away, we lose a big part of the broadcast. So that's my view. Maybe not everybody shares that, but we're all entitled to our own views. And that's what it's all about. So I'm Kevin James. I'll take you through the next half an hour or so alongside me as we watch Danny Lamb bowling once more. And that's another good length ball, and that's played back to the bowler by Nick Gubbins, and the score remains on 155 for 4. Stanley Marissa is alongside us. He's joining BBC Radio Silence commentary from time to time during the year. Hasn't been with us before. He's from Zimbabwe and played a bit of first-class cricket out there. He now lives in the north of Hampshire, playing a bit of club cricket up there. Stanley, welcome.
Good afternoon, Kev.
Yeah, good to have you back. As that's outside the off-stump and that's left alone. And there is no run. I know you followed the game from afar the first 2 days. You've been watching this morning. Yeah. It's a fascinating contest between two very good sides.
Yeah, really fascinating. As you say, two pretty evenly matched sides, you'd say, on paper. And yeah, they've more or less gone toe to toe. Not much in it, as we can see.
As Lamb comes in from that pavilion end, Gubbins whips that away. Doesn't really get the bat on that. Maybe an inside edge onto the pad as it goes away behind square on the leg side. That will be another run chalked off on Gubbins' score. What a game he's had so far. Moves on to 63, 156 for 4.
Yeah, he's been impressive, really impressive. And I think Hampshire owe a lot of what's happened in this game down to him, because obviously you take away that 100 that he scored in the first innings, then you know that first innings score could be really different. And then again to get today and yesterday, he's held this innings together. And yeah, it's been really impressive. And what I've really liked is how late he's played the ball and how close to the body he's played the ball. And
I couldn't agree more. Lamb's over the wicket to Brown, who works that ball from middle and leg up towards mid-on, and that will be the end of the over. Lamb has completed 4 overs now, none for 11, and Hampshire are 156 for 4. Gubbins has 63, Brown has 24, and Hampshire's lead is 162. They started this morning, Hampshire 103 for 3. That one wicket that has fallen after 20 minutes. Liam Dawson, LBW, to Jimmy Anderson for 24. We're not going to talk any more about the dismissal, apparently, because one or two have said they don't want us to talk about the dismissal. So that's that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, well, I guess, you know, it's one of those ones, isn't it? It looked pretty adjacent, and I guess we weren't quite sure whether or not it was the front or the back pad, and I guess there was a little bit there in terms of the decision itself, enough to talk about, but yeah.
Yeah, agreed. Here's Balderson then. He's round the wicket to Gubbins, who's flicking that away down towards fine leg at the far end of the ground here at the Ageas Bowl. That's a southern end, and Hampshire move on to 156 for 4. Lots of talk between us, actually, before we came on to do this stint of commentary about what may be a lead that Hampshire would think would be bottom end.
I mean, as George Balderson comes in.
Yeah, right arm over, slip and a gully weight, and that's a short arm flick away. That's a trade. For 4.
I think if we were to look at this time yesterday, we probably would have said anywhere above 200 would have been a good score to try and defend. But having a look at how the pitch has played this morning, it still looks like there's a little bit in it, but I'm not sure there is as much as we may have anticipated.
Agreed. Balderson round the wicket, driving, and that's half stopped by, I think, by the bowler. Maybe it might have flicked off the non-striker's end, I don't know, but the ball has somehow arrived at mid-off.
Yeah, so I'm sure Hampshire won't want to look too far ahead in terms of what is, you know, what the minimum score is. I just think they want to take it sort of session by session and try and win those little sessions and try and establish a decent enough position to be able to moment. Of course, they are 164 ahead, but you know, the way I like to look at it is I like to add a couple of wickets to each situation. So if we, you know, were to throw in a couple of wickets on top of what they are on, you know, that could slightly shift the balance into Lancashire's favour. So yeah, I think what they want to do is try and make it to lunch with no further wickets to fall.
Yeah, that'd be a good session indeed if that happens. Gubbins drives, not timed, it goes out into the covers.
And then reassess from there, because I think, yeah, I mean, it's difficult to tell, isn't it? I think the pitch looks like it's getting better. We've obviously got the short boundary to one side, so again, it could be, if the pitch does start, you know, playing a lot more truer, it could be a difficult sort of, a difficult situation to defend if you've got the short boundary and the pitch is, getting flatter.
Yeah, well, it certainly looks it. The ball's into its 60th over, by the way, which I think has played a part. There's a lovely drive through the covers. He's found the gap, Nick Gubbins, to the short boundary side, just stroked away. And that is 4. Again, welcome runs, which the crowd are applauding every boundary, which they know is important from the home side's point of view. Yeah,
from a left-hander's perspective, that's as good as it gets. You know, just leant into that and just stroked it through the covers. And I think he's obviously put in the work in terms of, you know, seeing off Jimmy Anderson, Tom Bailey and Hassan Ali, and those were tricky people to face in that first hour. So he's now in a position where he can cash in on those, you know, part-time bowlers, I guess you can call them. But he has, he's been outstanding and
certainly has.
A cut above the rest so far. So.
Yeah, 68 he's on. You know, he played in Zimbabwe during the winter, didn't he?
Did. Yeah, he did. I saw. I kept track of a couple of scores that he did while he was out there, and he scored a couple of hundreds. And I think he was playing for the Matsbeetle and Tuskers, who are quite a good outfit.
Are they? Are they one of the best out there? As new over from Lamb sees Brown drive that up to wide mid on no run.
Yeah, they are quite a good franchise, and they're based in Bulawayo, which is the second capital or second city apart from Harare. So yeah, they seem to attract. I think Moeen Ali's played there before, and they seem to get quite a decent signings every now and again. So yeah.
Would all the guys that play first class cricket out there get paid? As Lamb comes in, Brown steers that to backward a point, no run.
Yeah, I mean, I think most of them would. I think it's sort of tiered in terms of, I guess, because the financial situation isn't that great. It's more of a situation whereby I think they'll select a handful of people, maybe say, I don't know, 12 or so in a certain franchise that would be the full-time paid players.
Lamb again. That's cut away by Brown. Past the dive in, backward a point field. That's gone for 4. Width there from Lamb. 166 for 4, and Brown moves on to 29.
Yeah, it's a really good shot again from Ben Brown. And again, it's quite an important phase for them. And I think if he can come in.
50 partnership between these two. Yeah, 116 balls.
And it's coming at pretty good timing as well for Hampshire. And I think Ben Brown is obviously in decent form after his runs last weekend, and just a good time for him to come in and try and move things forward,
which he's doing. More runs here as it goes out on the leg side, but only a single. There's a man out deep, and it's 167 for 4. The lead now is 173. So you're saying, so not everybody is getting paid.
Yeah, not everyone. I mean, I've been away for a few years myself, so I'm not entirely sure in terms of what the situation is. But when I was back there, it was a certain number of players that were sort of contracted, and then I guess everyone else is on a sort of pay as you play sort of thingy. Okay. So I think.
As Lamb's round the wicket, he thinks about having a cut at that, and it bounces on Gubbins and just sort of hold the bat underneath the line of the ball as it goes through to keeper Phil Sol.
Yeah, I think just looking at the field, Kevin, it looks as though I think Lancashire have sort of seen what's happening with the pitch, and they're almost in the thinking that they have to sort of try and control the runs here. It's not as attacking as it was earlier on.
Yeah, the pitch is playing all right, isn't it, this morning? It started with a slightly older ball, which might make a difference. That's driven back to the bowler. End of Lamb's over. He's 5 overs, none for 16 now. 167 for 4. Hampshire, just that 1 wicket this morning. They started at 103 for 3. They've increased that lead from 109 through now to 173. But Lancashire are being made to work hard. Some good bowling this morning. We've seen a couple of good spells from Bailey and from Anderson, but not as much happening for the bowlers.
No. And I think it could be I don't know if they might try a couple of overs of spin, maybe just to see if they can try and change the pace of this. Because at the moment it is a little bit, they are leaking a few runs, and they'll be slightly concerned about that. Dane Phillips, I'm sure, will be thinking about that.
Balderson runs away from us. That's full, and that's worked to deep square leg by Ben Brown, who picks up another single, moves on to 31, and it's 168 for 4. Email here from Rob Goff, solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, I've been watching the stream over the last few days and just wanted to say I've really enjoyed listening to your commentary and analysis of the match. Thank you very much, Rob, who lives in Liverpool. Thank you. It's very nice of you. And this game is rumbling along, and it's for me still in the balance, even though Hampshire have enjoyed a decent morning here, as that's pushed up to mid-off by Nick Gubbins. I'm Kevin James, next to me Stan Marissa. Bit of first-class cricket in Zimbabwe, playing a bit of club cricket up in there. Have you actually played any club cricket yet up in the north of Hampshire this season?
Not as yet, no.
Have you not? Is it all too cold for you or what?
No, well, to be fair, I think we had our first pre-season sort of inter-club game
that's driven up to mid-off
last weekend, which unfortunately at the moment I am, like I was mentioning to you, I'm a season ticket holder at Harlequins Rugby, so at the moment we're doing quite well in the league. So yeah, there was a home game last weekend, and then obviously I'm here today and then away on holiday for a couple of
lucky man
for a couple of days. So yeah, I'm hoping that I will get my first game in soon.
Yeah. Don't want to leave it too long. No. As Balderson bowls outside the off stump, and Gubbins leaves that alone. So it's Cove Cricket Club, isn't it?
It is.
You play it. So they play in what league?
It's the Thames Valley Division
Valley League,
2. So yeah, I tend to try and stay away from the pre-season games because I've never scored any runs in a pre-season game.
Are they not intense enough for you?
No, it's not intense enough, but I always tend to nick off to one of the dibbly-dobbly bowlers, and yeah, it's.
Here's Balderson again, round the wicket. It's fuller this time, and it's driven, and it's well stopped at point. Well stopped. That was 4 runs otherwise.
So
Bit full there from Balderson.
Yeah, so yeah, I tend to come in when the real stuff starts and try and take it from there.
I'm just trying to think of some of the clubs in the Thames Valley. Is it Uxbridge? Are they another one? They used to be in the Thames Valley, didn't they?
We've got like Slough. We've got Finchampstead, sort of up that way. Yeah. Eversley, those sort of clubs that
all
way.
In the sort of north of Hampshire and Surrey border, or up that way. Yeah, I've got that's driven by Gubbins. It's gone up to mid-off again. It's a good field actually on the offside. There's 3 men saving a single at backward point cover and wide mid-off, but there is Tom Bailey there at short extra cover, and it's not a tightly packed field, but it seems to be well placed at the moment. So you've got to time it nicely or pick your gap to score any runs. End of the over, and Hampshire 168 for 4. Gubbins, who started the morning on 40, has added 28. Ben Brown, 31, came in at the fall of Liam Dawson's wicket at 114 for 4. Hampshire lead by 174. We've got just over 15 minutes until lunch here on day 3. Live stream going nicely. You can watch the live pictures along with our commentary via the Hampshire Cricket website or the Hampshire Cricket app. You can download that free on your mobile and tablet devices. Carry it around with you. It's free to download. And of course we're on BBC Cricket Online pages. If you're just listening to us, start of a new over, and that's just played out by Brown on the offside. It's Danny Lamb once more from that pavilion end.
Really good signing, Ben Brown, for Hampshire, isn't he, Kevin?
Yeah.
I think it's a position that they were always trying to look to fill and try and get someone that can actually come in and I guess make that role his own. And he's obviously proven himself, at Sussex. And he's a short in stature, but really punchy, and really he just looks like
a real fighter.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is. Lamb bowls, Brown in behind that, steers that out into the covers. We were talking earlier about Josh Bohannon, who averages 47, which is, there aren't that many batters around in the 40s.
No.
Ben Brown, not only a keeper, averages 40 career.
Yeah, throughout his career, and that says a lot. And even looking at his figures so far for Hampshire, coming into this game, he was second to Joe Weatherly in terms of the number of runs scored. So he was
Brown drives thick outside edge to backward of point. That's fielded by Rob Jones.
Yeah, I think he's scored runs in pretty much every game and always looked to be, assured. And even when I think it was the Surrey game when they lost a few wickets and they didn't bat as well as a team, he still stood up and and put his name up there. So I'm really pleased with the signing, and I think they'll be well excited that he can
keep going,
settle in and keep going.
It's pushed up towards mid-on. Good length ball there from Lamb. Yeah, big 100 last week at Canterbury. Just a few runs short of a career best, actually.
Yeah. It's a good partnership with him and Liam Dawson.
Yeah, record.
How was it? Good to watch?
Record for the 5th or 6th wicket, I think it was, off the top of my head. Yeah, which is doesn't happen very often, is it? A record against all counties.
No.
Normally you get one against that
of course.
particular county, but it was about 250 odd, I think. But again, I'd have to look that up. Oh, and it didn't quite carry to second slip. Guided, but went a bit finer there from Ben Brown, but half stopped. And they will pick up a run. Jimmy Anderson there diving to his left, getting a good left hand on it. Brown moves on to 31 now. It's 168 for 4. And these two now 54, I think they've put on, haven't they? Yeah. Just past the half-century mark, just a little earlier. The sun is still out here. It's a pleasant Saturday lunchtime here on the south coast as Gubbins quietly plays that back to the bowler. That's the end of the over. 169 for 4 Hampshire, and we have around 13 minutes until lunch. Dave Allen, Hampshire's honorary archivist, has tweeted at Solent Sport. He says, as of about 2 or 3 minutes ago, Balderson and Lamb's combined match figures were 29 overs, 5 maidens, none for 126, which in this day and age of stats, maybe Parkinson would have matched that, says Dave Allen. Well, that's an interesting point. But 2 seamers there for Lancashire, yet to take a wicket for them, and yeah, that's something to be looked at, that's for sure. Balderson bowls. Brown pushes that out quietly on the offside. That's an interesting stat, isn't it?
It
2
is.
seamers on a wicket, which certainly up until sort of today, by and large, was helping the seamers. Not all the time, but
yeah. And I guess as a team and the management, what you want to do when you're selecting a side is you want to select 11 players that you think will obviously win you the game. But when you pick your bowling unit, you're trying to pick a bowling unit that you think is going to take.
Yeah, you do, definitely.
20 wickets in a game for you.
Steers that to the covers, no run.
So I guess the Lancashire management decided that having Danny Lamb and George Balderson as their backup seamers would probably be the best option. I don't know. It's always tricky, isn't it? I guess hindsight is a wonderful thing. We're looking here and thinking, obviously a leg spinner. Could you fit him in somewhere?
Yeah. Well, Luke Wells bowled a few overs in the first innings for Lancashire. That's pulled away and just around mid-wicket area, and that's 4 runs. Slightly short there from Balderson, but Brown's quick on those, and it's that short-arm punchy jab that he plays on the leg side. Gets quickly into the shot, and Balderson has paid the price there a little bit for not being that short.
No. And that's what we're talking about with Ben Brown. He's a player that's always looking to score. So even when the ball is slightly just offline, and that wasn't, like you say, it wasn't particularly short, but I guess being a shorter player, he's always trying to look to play maybe off the back foot a bit more.
The more I see of him, the more I like in that short arm pull shot of his. That's a more conventional shot off the back foot, which is steered up to mid-on, fielded by Dane Villas, who I'm sure as the Lancashire captain will be looking at that scoreboard now, seeing that lead of 179 and thinking, well, okay, it's a good lead. But, we strike with a couple of wickets maybe just before lunch, maybe just after lunch, and all of a sudden things start changing again. So that's a length ball, and Brown is well forward, but he certainly won't want to see this position come sort of mid-afternoon and beyond.
No, and I guess back to the Parkinson point, Kevin, I think what interested me is that they've obviously decided to leave him out, but his form coming into the game was sort of that good. He picked up 4 wickets, and I think it was 7 wickets against Kent a few weeks ago in the game. So
cut away, but fielded at point.
I can understand if he wasn't bowling as well, but he's actually bowling really well, and he's been part of the England squad and all that sort of stuff. So I mean, I personally, we know Melissa touched on it earlier, I'll be trying to get him in somewhere and try and fit him in somewhere, but you know, I guess like we say, hindsight is a wonderful thing. But
that's why the coaches are paid all that money, and the head coaches, isn't it, to make the big decisions. You know, should a certain person play on in this game on this wicket, or shouldn't they? Jimmy Anderson is having a chat with Dane Villas. Be interesting to see what they're thinking. Are they thinking about the field? Are they thinking about changing Danny Lamb? Dane Villas is calling for something. Are they calling for a helmet? There's not one out there in the middle. It looks as though they're asking for something to be brought out.
Could they be changing to a bit of spin,
looks, I think, yeah, Danny Lamb was ready to bowl and has now taken his sweater and his cap. So the conversation between Anderson and Villas has changed tactics somewhat.
Stephen Croft maybe looks like he says. Stephen
Croft?
I think it looks like it.
I think you're right. Stephen Croft, who bowls a bit of off breaks. So it looks like there's going to be a change of tactics here. He's going to be bowling from the pavilion end. So 173 for 4. Just read this this tweet out from Stephen Croft. Yeah, here it is. Hazer has tweeted at Sonat Sport. Hazer, who lives in Bitton, which is a suburb of Southampton. He says, hi, or it might be she, of course. Loving the coverage as always, listening here in Bitton. I've noticed the vapour trails. Of course, I mentioned that earlier this morning, which, I mean, it's not quite as lovely blue sky as it was, a bit more hazy, but you can still see the vapour trails from the airplanes still crisscrossing above us, and many of them. And in fact, there's one going away from us now, which is creating a new vapour trail. And they say that I've noticed vapour trails have been going mad above our heads. I guess there's just days where the vapour trail is more noticeable than others, but maybe the increase in flights as well, of course, is bringing more of them into play. But definitely noticeable how many there are. Yeah, it is, today.
And but it's obviously a picturesque ground, and that just sort of adds to the whole feel. And it's obviously.
It would have made a good picture this morning, wouldn't it? Right, Croft round the wicket with his off spin, and Gubbins steers that up to deep mid on. 174 for 4. Hampshire's lead now is 180. Remember, they started their second innings with a lead of just 6. Here we go. Croft is over the wicket with his off spin. Bowls, and forward is Ben Brown.
I think this is almost a little bit of a punt just to try and see if they can strangle a wicket somehow, or just try and manufacture a breakthrough somehow. But
yeah, got to find some way now, haven't they? As Croft bowls, and that's driven back to him by Ben Brown. There's still a slip in there for him. Luke Wells.
He's not super part-time, is he? Though I think he bowls a bit.
He's been around a while. Yeah, gosh. Bowls again, and it's turned away on the 45 on the leg side. Fielded.
I think I've seen him open the bowling in the shorter formats. I think in the T20. He sort of bowls stump to stump and mixes his pace quite well. So.
37 years of age now, Stephen Croft. He's been around a while. Yeah. Bowls again, and that's turned away. A little stronger this time, so he's found the gap. Ben Brown, backward of square, and that'll be. Another single, this time fielded by George Balderson on that long boundary side away to our left. 175 for 4, 181 the lead now, and Brown moves on to 37. You're right, Stan. He's been quite consistent with the bat this season, and with that big score to add at Canterbury. That's pushed out towards extra cover, and there's no run. That's the end of Croft's first over in the game, not just this innings. Conceded 2 runs there. So I say a late change, wasn't it? There, Danny Lamb was ready to bowl.
Yeah, he was. I think I'm not sure if the fact that Nick Gubbins was on strike maybe might have influenced that decision, because obviously with the off-spin bowler bowling to the left-hand batsman taking the ball away, it's always a good option if you've got that. But I think Hampshire obviously on the whole will be delighted with where they are.
So he's switching ends, Danny Lamb. So that obviously was the other half of the conversation.
Yeah.
Switch ends. And we'll give Stephen Croft a little go as well. So Danny Lamb, I don't think has bowled from this northern end. Emma Lamb is his sister, which I hadn't realised until this game.
Wow.
We, of course, got into the England Ashes, women's Ashes squad during the winter.
Yeah.
Here he is then with his right-arm medium paces, and Brown steers that out to deep cover.
Come
That's
from
a single.
Cricketing family then.
Yeah, very, I suppose you could argue if he's got a more famous sister in the cricketers' circles, or whether he is. I suppose in Lancashire it probably doesn't matter to many of them up there. Got an email here from Andrew Cross at solidcricket@gmail.com. Keep those coming in. We're here all day, of course, and enjoying them. So I have to say we haven't been able to read them all out, and I really apologise because sometimes they just come thick and fast, which is lovely. But I hope you don't mind if we've missed one or two. That's a cutaway by Gubbins out on the short boundary side, and that could be 4. And it is. And Gubbins falls over. Why's he fallen over? Because as soon as I looked up, he's on the floor. I hope he's all right. He's taken a while, actually, to get up. What's happened there? Oh, they hit each other. Oh, my word, they're both down. Both batters.
Oh, they must have run into each other.
Yeah, they must have done. Don't worry, we're going to have a break here. Yeah, it was interesting to see one of them go down. In fact, it was Ben Brown that first went down, but Ben Brown is sort of up, but not up, and Gubbins is finally getting up together. So, yeah, that must have been a bit nasty, actually. Probably worse than we thought.
Yeah, I was sort of looking out, to where the ball was going, and I didn't, like you, just almost looked up, and then all of a sudden, both of them are...
I think the batters were watching the ball as well, obviously, and weren't watching each other. It's rare for batters to bump into each other, but that's happened on that occasion. 180 for 4, though. It looks like they're both okay. They are both got their helmets back on. Andrew Cross, on the subject of leaving out Matt Parkinson in this game, solidcricket@gmail.com. He says, I'm enjoying the coverage. Looks lovely in Hampshire. It does. It's a picturesque... Well, any cricket ground's picturesque when the sun's out, because that's what it's all about. That's why they're built, not just for cricket, but they're built for when the sun's out and the game, and the two combine, and that's how that's why we love the game. Everybody's okay. Lamb's round the wicket, bowls outside the off stump, and Gubbins leaves alone. Just a quick note on Lancashire leaving out Matt Parkinson, says Andrew. It should not have been a difficult decision, and hindsight isn't required. The rule is always to play a spinner. I wish the English game would learn this lesson. Pitches and conditions change. Even if it looks like seam friendly at the start, the match lasts 4 days. The spinner also allows one to rotate the fast bowlers in short, sharp spells.
Fair point.
Yeah, there's lots of different reasons, isn't there?
Yeah.
Into play, and that's turned away behind square on the leg side.
It's always a bit different when you've got a leg spinner, though, haven't you? Because I guess a leg spinner is more of an attacking option as opposed to a controlling option. It's, you look at all the leg spinners sort of around the world. Mason Crane, I guess, for Hampshire, if you're going to play him, you're going to play him in an attacking role. I'm not sure if you're going to play him in a defensive role, and I'm not sure if Lancashire may have felt that with the pitch and with the 3-seamers, how much of an attacking role is he going to play? But yeah, again, it's one of those ones, isn't it? I think Dane Velez would probably be thinking at this moment in time that he could do with having Matt Parkinson.
I think you're right. Here's Lamb bowls. Let's just nip back a fraction on Brown, who steers that out on the leg side. Just got tucked up a little bit as he does so. Now I'm looking at the scoreboard clock, and it's saying 12:59, and we have 1 ball left of Danny Lamb's over. I think we might be seeing a little bit of slowing down here, just to make sure that this is the last ball before lunch. It could be tight, because I think it's literally just changed to 12:59, and Danny Lamb's just about ready to bowl, so we may get another over in. We'll have to wait and see. Here he is then, outside the off stump, and that's left alone by Brown. Now the umpire has got a bit of a walk from well, it's not, he's at point. That's Nick Cook at the far end.
I think they're all going to get one in, aren't they?
I think we might just get it, because it's still showing 12:59. The score is 181 for 4. Nick Cook is literally 5 yards away from the stumps, and he looks up, and it's still showing 12:59. So 1 more over it will be. Stephen Croft with his off spin will bowl his 2nd over of the innings, and we will get, well, I say 6 balls more, but if there's a wicket, we won't get that many.
You'd have thought there would have been a tying of a shoelace or something along those lines, or a little
something
stroll down the pitch.
Yeah, maybe Lancashire happy to get another over in. It's just ticked over to 1 o'clock now as Croft bowls, and inside edge onto the pad there, Gubbins, as it goes out on the offside, but he was well outside off stump, even if he'd not got any bat on it at all.
So how do you see it going into the lunch breaks then? Which side do you think will be more pleased then, Kev?
To only lose 1 wicket, I think Hampshire will be more than happy. That's driven back, and Croft dives into the dirt at the bowler's end, and almost Ben Brown gets in the way, but that's okay. Yeah, I mean, well, Hampshire have advanced by 78 for 1, so I don't think Lancashire will mind too much. Well, they advanced by 79 now with that single away on the leg side. Lancashire, I think, would have expected more than 1 wicket, but definitely. The ball and the pitch hasn't given them as much to work on this morning.
Well, that ball is now nearly 67 overs old, so yeah, it's going to be, I guess, maybe damage limitation to that second new ball, and try and see if that can maybe kick-start
back
things.
To the bowler. Yeah, we've got, well, at the end of this over, we'll be on 67 overs, so 13 overs till the second new ball. There's Croft again then from that pavilion end. Bowls, Brown's on the back foot, steers that straight to short extra cover.
Yeah.
Where again, it's fielded by Rob Jones.
It's been fascinating, really fascinating so far, and it's been a really enjoyable session. And I think, again, like you say, it's still very evenly balanced, because I think, you know, Lancashire will be looking and thinking, well, if the pitch is playing so well, we don't mind chasing 280, 300 or something along those lines.
That's right. Let's push back to the bowler, and that is the lunch or the morning session completed. The players walk back to the pavilion to enjoy the break for 40 minutes. 182 for 4. Gubbins is 75 not out. Nick Brown. Ben Brown is 38 not out. That 1 wicket that fell this morning. Liam Dawson LBWs to Jimmy Anderson for 24. That was after 20 minutes worth of play, and the lead for Hampshire is 188. Thank you to Stanley Marissa. He'll be back after lunch, as will Melissa Story, as will Scott Reed, and myself, Kevin James, will be with you in just under 40 minutes' time.
Please welcome back umpires Nick Cook and Rob White. The Lancashire fielding side. And resuming Hampshire's second innings on 182 for 4, a lead of 188. Nick Gubbins on 75 not out, and Ben Brown on 38 not out.
Welcome back to the Ageas Bowl, where we are moments away from the afternoon session on day 3 of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Lancashire. The state of play at lunch. Hampshire in their second innings, 182 for 4. They lead Lancashire by 188 runs. Just 1 wicket was taken this morning. Liam Dawson LBW to Jimmy Anderson for 24. Hampshire starting the day with a lead of 109, so they added 79 runs for that 1 wicket, and Nick Gubbins will resume 75 not out. Add that to his unbeaten 100 in the first innings. He's having a good game. And Ben Brown is 38 not out. Your commentary team this afternoon, myself, Kevin James, and a little later you will hear from BBC TMS's and the former Southern Vipers Academy all-rounder Melissa Story. Stan Marissa is with us as well. Played a bit of first-class cricket out in Zimbabwe, now lives over here in the north of Hampshire. But to take you through this next period, alongside me, is from BBC Radio Lancashire, Scott Reed.
Hi, Kevin. Yeah, what a fascinating morning session. In the end, what a really good morning session that was for Hampshire. Negotiated very nicely up to the lunch interval by Nick Gubbins and by Ben Brown. Just that 1 wicket to fall. Dawson, the man out. The lead edging nicely up towards 200, still with 6 wickets in hand. Felt this morning that maybe a lot could be determined today, and that the shape of the game might well be really kind of ironed out over the course of the next session or 2, and that feels that way for the game at the minute. Hampshire moving themselves into a pretty strong position. Here's Bailey right up over the wicket and balls off the back foot and pushed away into the offside by Gubbins, and there is no run.
Well, there's been some good bowling this morning, there's no doubt about it, but I don't know, Scott, but I get the feeling as though there hasn't been quite as much help out there for the seam bowlers as there has been at times.
Yeah, the thing that kind of caught my mind this morning was the ball, and perhaps the difference between the first day and the second day and today would be the age of the ball. Brand new on the first day, only 15 overs old on the second day. 30 odd overs old today, so you're kind of wondering what effect that will have when we've seen so many wickets fall in the morning session, but it hasn't appeared to have done as much as it did on days 1 and 2, and Lancashire will be hopeful that things change this afternoon. We've had 1 ball after lunch, and Lancashire have asked the umpires to take a look at it and to change it. And despite their efforts to try and get the ball changed, the 2 umpires have looked at it. They've pushed it through their kind of metal circular gauges, and they've said it's fine. It's not out of shape. There's nothing wrong with it. So Lancashire making quite a visible case for the ball to be changed, but the 2 umpires said, well, there's nothing much we can do. It's past the test that we give it. You're going to have to crack on with it.
Yeah, we've had moments from both sides, haven't we, trying to get the ball changed. I would imagine if nothing happens for an over 2 here, they're going to try again.
Right arm over the wicket, Bailey in and bowls. It's angled across. The wonderfully impressive Nick Gubbins. I think the way he's batted in this game has been terrific. That century in the first innings, even at the end of the first day, and certainly by the time we got into halfway into yesterday, we were thinking that could be the innings that changes, that defines the match. 101 not out first time round, and he's now 75 not out, and this is a serious examination for Gubbins across both innings. The quality of bowling he's faced. He's been excellent for Hampshire, and Lancashire are desperate to get rid of him. 2 slips behind Gubbins as Bailey's in and bowling. Again, happy to leave it, and it travels into the gloves of Phil Salt. Lancashire starting after shorter boundary, so there's a point, there's a short extra cover and a mid off, and then the mid on and the mid wicket and long leg is what Bailey's got, bowling from the hotel end of the ground on this bright sunny afternoon. Nice and warm out in the sunshine, and plenty of spectators in the short sleeves just wandering around the ground at lunch, enjoying the weather and the cricket. As Bailey's in and bowling forward. Again goes Gubbins, meeting it and defending purposefully into the offside. It bounces once and into the hands of Stephen Croft at point, and there's no run.
Bank holiday weekend. Might be a few Lancashire supporters out there. I don't know if you've passed any in the hotel. I think you passed 1 or 2 in the last couple of days.
Yeah, I've seen a couple. Yeah, saw a couple at breakfast again this morning. It was busy at breakfast this morning.
Well, the dinner last night
dinner
wouldn't have helped, because obviously everybody,
of course, yeah.
apart from me, stayed.
I heard 1 or 2 people talking about going on a cruise as well, so it must be...
Yeah, they get full up the hotels around here because of the cruise ships. Yeah.
Right. Bailey in and bowling. It's left again by Gubbins and through to the keeper. There is no run. In fact, there was a group of women who were going on the cruise. I heard them speaking about it, and then I heard this pop of the bottle around about, I don't know, 9:45 this morning, and there they were, a little top up of fizz.
Wow.
Before breakfast, or with breakfast, and then heading out for their cruise. What a way to start. Happy days.
Not very nice.
They were enjoying themselves. Bit of fizz in the morning. There's Bailey in and bowling. And again, Gubbins just playing forward and defending down into the offside. It's a tumbling stop by Croft, who's just backward of point, and there's no runs. That completes the first over after lunch, and Bailey starts with a maiden. Hampshire are 182 for 4 and lead by 188.
It's quite interesting because, you know, at this stage, Lancashire only having taken 1 wicket, understandable that Lancashire supporters and fans starting to get a little anxious. Still early days yet. Yes, it's a lead of 188, but things can change quite quickly. But it's been interesting. There's probably been a few emails this morning and into this afternoon of fans starting to bring up the subject of Matt Parkinson a little more, which is understandable because of, you know, the match situation. This one's from Stephen Donahue. solentcricket@gmail.com is the email we are using throughout the game. We've got Stephen Croft on with his off-spin. He bowled 2 overs before lunch for 3. Here he is again, slightly short. Ben Brown able to work that easily square on the leg side. Gets a single 39, and it's 183 for 4. He says, I hate to say it, says Stephen, but I think this is where Parkinson would have proved his worth. He really should be picked for every game that he's available, and hopefully Villas and Glenchapel learn from this, says Stephen, who's in Sydney in Australia.
Well, I think I mentioned it on the first day that I was speaking to Matt after the first match of the season, which was at Canterbury.
Cross round the wicket to the left-hander Gubbins, who drives. Good diving stop by Croft.
And I asked him whether he feels now he is a bowler in which perhaps he could play almost regardless of the pitch, unless it was an absolute, you know, green pitch. And
Croft bowls, uses his feet there. Gubbins steers that straight to mid-wicket. Not a great throw back.
And he said, I'm hoping I'm in that position now where, you know, and he absolutely is, without doubt, trusted by Lancashire. There's no disputing that whatsoever. But it was intriguing that he felt as though perhaps he could bowl on pretty much any pitch. Yeah.
On the back foot there, Gubbins steers that to point.
But you've got to make a judgment call, haven't you? I mean, that's why that's their decision to make, isn't it? You assess the conditions, you look at the pitch, you look at the opposition, you look at all sorts of different things, I guess, don't you, when it comes to picking your team.
At the end of the day, you have to make a decision, and some people will think that's the right one. A quick single up to mid-on. I'm sure the throw will come. It's a misfield. They may even come back for 2, although Ben Brown is so intent on running to the keeper's end and running his bat in that he's not even looking what's happening behind him back to the pavilion. But Gubbins putting the pressure on the fielder there, and in the end, what looked to be a very, very tight single was easy.
Yeah, and it was, wasn't it? There's that pressure put on, the way that the intent to run quickly.
Yeah, 184 for 4. Croft again. Just sort of stops in his action a little bit, doesn't he, as the ball comes out, and that's played quietly back up the pitch. Croft allows it to hit the leg stump, knocks the leg bail off, which he replaces. That's nice of him. 184 for 4, and the lead is 190.
There's loads of examples of hindsight being the best selector of all time, isn't there? But
yeah, you know, at the end of the day, if Danny Lamb suddenly comes on and takes 3 for 20 and totally changes the complex of this, and you know, Lancashire perhaps chasing 225, then they'll be saying, what a great selection that was. And that's what it's all about, isn't it? You know, you can only make the selections, and then you are asking the players to do that job. And, you know, if they don't, or the match situation dictates that perhaps they don't get involved as much as that, you can't do anything about that. But you have to pick 11 that you think is the right 11 for the match.
I bet he wishes he had Parkinson though now.
Yes. Ooh. Is it me?
It is.
Sorry, yes. It's a new over from Bailey. And that bounces a bit on Gubbins. He looked surprised as he played it out on the onside. Probably the first one we've seen bounce for a little while.
Yeah, we saw quite a lot of it on the first couple of days, didn't we? But
which just shows that probably is still something in this pitch. But this, we have to stress that this ball is into its 70th over. So if there is the odd bit of bounce now, then A, well, good bowling, and B, that you won't see it as much, but we might see it a bit more with the second new ball when that's due. That's a bit fuller, and it's driven by Gubbins. It's off the thick outside edge, backward a point, and there's just enough on it to take it over the rope, and that is 4. And Gubbins moves on to 80 now, and the Hampshire total on to 188 for 4, the lead of 194.
10 overs away, the second new ball, it's quite a long time just to try and tie things down and keep it tight until that becomes available. But I mean, clearly Dave Velas will want to get there as quickly as he can for as little damage as possible before he gives it probably to Jimmy and to Hassan. Hassan's not bowled too much, has he, today?
No, he hasn't, actually. Just that one spell this morning. I'll come to that in a moment. Bailey bowls, and let's work through mid-wicket. There'll only be 2 here. It's almost like every run, more than a single, is being clapped here, because the home crowd here know that runs are vital. And you know, naturally, when you're around different grounds and home side wants to see their side do well, I think they're looking at the board and thinking, do you know what, this is starting to look a half-decent position for Hampshire. But, of course, we stress that things can change very quickly. They lead 196 now as Gubbins moves on to 82.
It's another good partnership as well, isn't it, this? Building nicely.
Came together at 114 when Dawson was out, 20 minutes into play. Bailey runs away from us once more and bowls outside the off stump, and Gubbins, who's actually been very good at leaving the ball outside the off stump, does so once more.
They've had 3 on the spin now, in terms of partnerships, in a game where wickets have rattled around pretty quickly. They've managed to find the Gubbins and Vince partnership of 58 yesterday, and then when Vince went, you're thinking that's a chance for Lancashire an end open to really kind of hammer in a couple of extra wickets, and then Dawson and Gubbins put on 40 odd. These two have put on 70 odd now. That's good.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, which suggests, doesn't it, really, that that's cut away, but there is a man deep, so there'll only be a single for Gubbins out on the offside. 83. He's on 191 for 4, which does suggest, doesn't it, that things are pitch-wise are calming down. As I say, well, let's wait and see what the second new ball does. But and I go back to comments that we've made a while ago that. You know, 1 or 2 of the players have said, oh, you know, by the 4th innings, then batting will be harder. Well, we're seeing almost the opposite. Yeah. Which, you know, for me, again, is almost the norm here. I keep stressing it, and people are probably fed up with me hearing me saying it, but I've never known a pitch get worse here. Never. Might start iffy-ish, but it never gets worse. Yeah. I think this has been a pretty good cricket wicket all round, actually. Yep. I don't know about you, but Bailey bowls, Brown steers that to square leg, and that is the end of the over, 191 for 4.
Well, it's produced a fantastic game of cricket so far, a really fascinating game of cricket. Different type of cricket. We've seen this season Lancashire have piled on the runs in the 2 games that they've played so far, and as indeed there have been some big wins for Hampshire as well. This is a different type. This is a couple of low scores in the first innings, and now building well and batting well second time around Hampshire. I think he's produced a really intriguing 2.5 days of cricket so far.
Yep.
I've got no issues with it.
No, I agree. It's been a good game.
And I'd be amazed if the players had too much of a problem with it. There's Croft in and bowling. Let's play back to him by Gubbins, and there's no run.
No, I think there's been 1 or 2 issues over maybe 1 or 2 of the decisions, marginal, but other than that, I don't think anybody complained about the pitch.
Croft fizzes one in. He doesn't, and it's played back to him for no run. He bowls a decent amount in T20, but obviously he's bowling maybe 2 or. It's rarely would bowl his 4 in T20 cricket, Croft, but might bowl 2 or 3 as he's in to Gubbins that's clipped up to mid-on for no run. He's not. I don't think he's bowled in the Championship for a while. Certainly not consistently bowled a lot of overs in Championship cricket. But he's not been required because of Lancashire's options that they've had. Even when Parkinson's not played, for example, I mean, having Livingston's off spin and leg spin. This is off the back foot. Oh, that's a good-looking shot by Gubbins. Just gave himself some room, didn't he, really, and forced the ball away through the offside. There's not a massive gap to try and manoeuvre that ball through. There's that short extra cover, there's a mid-off, and he's managed to pick out that gap terrifically well. Moves to 87 not out.
Lead over 200 now.
Yeah, good spot, 201 in front. Still 6 wickets remaining. Yeah, it's a slightly unusual to see Croft in his whites with a red ball in his hand. He just certainly of late. Gubbins reaching for this, coming towards the bowler and forcing the ball along the ground through the offside for a single. He moves to 88 and Hampshire to 196 for 4. It's a lead over Lancashire of 202. Brings Brown on strike. So that he's got that slip in place. That's Luke Wells. That's just turned into the onside by Brown. But for no run, the umpire's waving his arm. What's he waving his arm for?
But he's signalling 4.
I couldn't work out whether he's signalling a 4 or a no ball. And in the end, I don't think he's none of those things. What are you doing, Nick?
Bizarre.
End of the over.
We've mentioned once or twice that perhaps there's been some marginal umpiring decisions. I mean, maybe not unusual in itself. I think most games you can argue about 1 or 2 decisions, but I think there's been a couple here which have been a little bit contentious on both sides. Keith Martin has emailed solidcricket@gmail.com on the subject of the umpires. Apologies for going back to this, but as Bailey bowls and Gubbins cuts that away backward of point, but again there's a fielder out there, so it's just a single. Gubbins moves on to 89 and it's 197 for 4. But I think it's important because he says I think it's a Southern SC panel umpire. Is that Southern Cricket panel umpire down this way? I don't know. Apologies if I should know and I don't, but he's an umpire anyway. I may be biased, but I have agreed with the umpire's decisions. Unlike many of the players on both sides who have shown dissent on several occasions, especially James Vince. So I wouldn't be surprised if there were several fines after the match. Enjoying the commentary, says Keith. Bailey bowls, length ball, and Brown pushing it out on the offside. I mean, we said there have been 1 or 2 players that have kind of stuck around a little bit, and probably a little bit longer than you would or probably should do. But again, depending on if you're a Lancashire fan or a Hampshire fan, you'll look at some of those decisions and say, I'm not sure about that. Or others will say, well, on balance it's out. But that's a good point, because we've had several emails that, especially this morning, thought that Liam Dawson was slightly out of the line, if indeed it was hit on the back pad rather than the front pad. But it's all part of the game to discuss. So pushed up to mid on, there's no run.
Were you of the view, Kevin, when you played, that things even themselves out, or do you think that's just a lot of tosh?
No, it does.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. Over a period of time, you get some bad ones and some good ones. The problem is, it's not so much that, because the players know that. They know that it evens themselves out. But it's in certain situations, if what you think is a bad decision, that's what gets you go. You know what I mean? Mind you, there's never a good time to get a bad decision, is there? You know what I mean? So that doesn't help. Here's Bailey. Let's push back to the bowler. But I could definitely say that I've had some rough ones. Yeah, gosh, yeah. But I've equally, I mean, batting and bowling. I've had a couple of LBWs given. I thought, really? You know what I mean? Equally, when I batted, I've been given out caught behind, and I thought, how on earth have you given that out? I'm nowhere near it. So. And everybody's experienced that. Everybody, and even at club level, people would say that. Of course they would. Yeah. But as I say, it's all. You always seem to get a bad one at a time when you don't want one for whatever reason. You might be out of form, or your team needs you to be batting. That's because the Vince one was quite it was quite an important time, wasn't it? That was placed out on the offside. He was batting well, and I can only as I say, it's. We'll be having this discussion in 10 years' time, Scott, won't we? And players, I think in a way that players are they showing a little bit more. I mean, Keith says their dissent. I mean, it might be slightly harsh. I think they're showing that they're not totally happy with the decision. I think there's a difference between dissent and that.
I wonder whether the broader... I'll come back to this point.
Bailey runs away from us, bowls to Brown. Brown's on the back foot and steers that into the gap. Through point, chases on. It will be picked up well inside the boundary. It's the long boundary side away to our left. And that'll be a couple of runs to Ben Brown. 197 for 4 at the end of that over. 203 run is the lead. Scott will continue that conversation.
Okay.
Or will you continue with me? I can't remember.
No, it's fine. No, I can continue
because
with
Melissa
no problem, yeah.
Story is coming in alongside Scott.
It was just the idea that when with a kind of greater streaming services available, with the widespread streaming of all the games now, and the actually not just that, the quality of the cameras. It's not like camera just strapped onto the top of a sight screen anymore. We're talking proper high-class broadcast quality cameras, multi-cameras. As Croft is in, and that's Gubbins going back and slicing the ball away through the offside for a single. Brings up the 200 for Hampshire, 200 for 4, so a lead of 206. So I'm not saying this justifies a batter perhaps showing a little bit of dissent, but might explain maybe the idea, the suggestion that maybe there's more of it, because they know they're going to get backed up. This is edge, isn't it? Yeah, it's edge beyond Luke Wells. Ben Brown, as Croft came in, oh, it kind of went through his hands, that didn't it? Hit pretty firmly and down towards the boundary for 4. So 204 for 4. So yeah, I think maybe, perhaps, subconsciously to a degree, batters, if they do display a little bit of dissent, maybe it's because they're certain that the decision's wrong. They know that the technology is now there to prove it, where maybe even as recently as 3 or 4 years ago it wasn't. Is Brown getting forward in defence and playing the ball into the onside. There is no run. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I was very much enjoying your very passionate discussion there about technology and cricket.
I was just trying to think of a reason if one or two people have said to Kevin that there's an increase in that. As Croft is in, it's nudged away by Brown through square leg for a single, 205 for 4. Whether that might be, either consciously or not, an explanation for it, because I know they're going to get backed up by the technology that wasn't there 3 or 4 years ago.
I mean, I've had a couple of occasions when I've been umpiring at square leg and village cricket.
As Croft comes in and bowls, and Gubbins cuts again and gets a run for it just beyond the reach of backward point, and the score moves on to 206 for 4.
And I'm so nervous about getting a decision wrong that usually I go square leg to begin with, but sometimes I actually get my phone out and record them running between the wickets to make sure I get the decision right.
Croft in bowls and kicks the ground with frustration as Ben Brown just nudges the ball safely enough through square leg for 1 run and keeps the strike, and that's the end of the over, where a chance was created, but it was a tough one for Wells at slip. 206 for 4, a lead of 212.
So I guess if you wanted to introduce simple bits of technology just to help with some, a camera almost at square leg for both sides could help with some decisions such as stumpings or run-outs, but as we say, most of the dissent doesn't seem to be around those decisions. It is those LBW decisions, and it'd be interesting to see what happens in the next few years across the county game. As Hassan Ali, he's going to be returning from the hotel end.
I was wondering when we might see Hassan. I'm kind of wondering what Dane Vallis was thinking with regards to a new ball and who would take it, and whether it would be Jimmy and Hassan, but maybe this spell from Hassan Ali tells us it's going to be a Bailey-Anderson new ball combination.
I get the logic behind that, I think, because Hassan makes things happen even with that older ball, as he's bowling to right-handed Brown, and that's down the leg side and nudged away towards the boundary. It's racing away through this outfield, but a diving stop by the fielder on the boundary gets a warm round of applause and restricts that to just the few runs. Did they only run a single there, or did they get 2?
I think they ran 1.
Really good fielding there. That is that shorter side of the boundary, of course, so a good bit of teamwork there in front of all those supporters who as it has been the case across these last few days with this pitch slightly to one side of the ground. Most of the crowd are congregated on one side of the ground to make it look quite imbalanced. There's Hassan bowling to Gubbins. That's straighter, pushed down the ground by Gubbins, and two fielders converge at mid-on and mid-off. Again, they get through for a single.
It was Rob Jones that was doing the work there out in the deep. It looks like he's banged his knees, or he's walking a little gingerly, isn't he? He's not entirely comfortable.
All it takes is that bang to almost the top of the knee when it just jars a bit in the mud, and then you can feel almost at the end of the season just the fluids building up there in your kneecap from all the bruises and bumps you've got. Hassan Ali in, guided to backwards point by Brown. He's on 47 not out at the moment off 93 deliveries. Continuing his good form for Hampshire, as we spoke about before, making that change from Sussex. So far he's been in the runs for his new county.
Yeah, I think he's a really good signing, Ben Brown. I think, was he? You or Kevin talking about his averages? Was it averaging plus 40? But he's a proper batter, isn't he? As well as obviously a keeping option.
Hassan Ali in, length delivery and defended back to the bowler.
And he seems quite. I mean, I've actually commentated with him a few times, and he comes across as being, one, he's a really nice chap, but he obviously speaks really well about the game. He captained Sussex. He's in the age of his career where you think Hampshire should get the best out of him, really, the best years of Ben Brown. And this is a great knock.
Yeah, just culminating all that experience across those years of playing in the county system and showing that expertise now as it's clipped off his pads by Ben Brown to the deep square leg fielder for another single. And Hampshire just keeping this scoreboard ticking along here. Just trying to spot the lead now. It's a lead of 216 for Hampshire. We were speaking about that minimum of 250. That looks very attainable now. And actually, a discussion in the evening session of yesterday, we were saying how it made such a difference that Hampshire finished the day only 3 down and not 4 down. And we can see now with the scoreboard on 210 for 4, just what a difference that would have made if Hampshire had lost one more wicket in that evening session yesterday, as that's left well alone by Gubbins outside the off stump and through to Phil Salt behind the stumps. That's the end of the over, as I said. 210 for 4, Hampshire.
I mean, there's lots of moments in the game, isn't there, that you look at, potential standout moments. But when me and you were on commentary last night and we were watching Lancashire Bowl, floodlights were on, Vince had gone, sensed that was such a good chance for Lancashire, and they did all they could to take it. I mean, credit goes to the two batters. They were terrific last night, Dawson and Gubbins, and they got through that horrible spell. They went off in the end for some bad light, but having got through it, just felt quite significant that it was just a 3 down. He's obviously you've got more resources to get that, but just those two getting through it. And Lancashire put everything on it. They had little spells of Jimmy and Hassan Ali and Tom Bailey and George Bobbles, and Villas chopped and changed the whole lot in that final 40 minutes to try and get rid of one of them late last night. But I know Dawson went relatively early this morning, but it just feels like it's given Hampshire a really terrific base to build on today. And at the minute, they've kind of jumped in it with both feet. I'm going to see a change in bowling. Luke Wells with some leg spin from the pavilion end. Jimmy Anderson's at slip. Salt the keeper all crouching down. Here comes Wells in and bowls to Brown. That's driven away through the offside. And he gets himself a 50 from 98 deliveries. It's a really good knock this for Ben Brown. He'll want to go on and get more, of course, but the Hampshire home supporters appreciate a really gutsy innings from Brown, and he's played some good shots in there as well. 5 fours.
It's interesting to see the change of spin from that pavilion end. Just wonder whether Villas is going to just keep chopping and changing, as you say, short spells from each bowler, and to, of course, that new ball.
And it's Wells to Gubbins, who's getting forward and defending. Ball just trickles back towards the bowler, but not that far towards the bowler, because Phil Salt, the keeper, has to come from behind the stumps to scoop it up with his right wicket-keeping glove and lobs it back towards Wells, who's in again, and Gubbins uses his feet and comes a half a step down and drills it up to mid-on. You get through for a single, and Gubbins eyeing up another century. He's 93 not out. Lead is 218 runs now. Luke Wells for Lancashire's in and bowling. And that's played safely out into the offside, and he has to feel off his own bowling, Luke Wells, which he does. He's a tall man, it's quite a decent way down to bend forward and pick up the ball, and goes marching back to his bowling mark, and he's twirling his way back in again. It's a good stride forward by Brown, playing it very deliberately back towards the Lancashire bowler. And there's no run. There's 2 men out on the boundary at deep point and deep square. It's just poked away off the front foot into the offside, but for no run. Croft is doing a few somersaults to his left to try and stop the ball, which he does so successfully. It's the end of the over, I think just a couple off it. That's the end of the 75th over as well of the Hampshire second innings. And Velas is 5 overs away from having the chance to turn to presumably Anderson and Bailey with a new ball, and he will be absolutely desperate for it to work for Lancashire. 212 for 4.
I didn't realise before how bad I am at trying to get up stats really quickly, because I'm trying to find this Ben Brown batting kind of averages across the years just to see what his differences have been.
What kind of year-on-year type?
Yeah, I have the means but not the brains. As Hassan Ali in again and pushed into the offside by Gubbins for another single. His score moves on to 94. And Ben Brown retains the strike. Of course, this left-hand, right-hand combination as well. Just the last thing the Lancashire bowlers want. On top of everything, they're struggling to break through this partnership. There doesn't seem to be too much for the bowlers at the moment. And just to top it off, you have to run around the pitch every ball they take a single.
Yeah, just to rub it in a little bit, isn't it?
That's why, I mean, the slip fielders, they have the best kind of position to just walk 3 steps and then they're all ready. But these poor boundary riders who are having to run in and out of the circle like they're doing the hokey cokey, then not too fun for them. All fielders in the ring, apart from that deep fine leg, as Hassan Ali into Brown, and he tucks it round the corner but straight into the hands of that almost close catching mid-wicket, who's just squeezed a bit on him there. But Brown can be a bit susceptible, you can feel, just playing off his pads, almost because he enjoys playing off his pads so much, and he loves that short kind of punch in front of square off the front foot as almost a pull shot-esque, that you do think that sometimes your strength can also be your demise, and there could be some catch there in their region. That's what Lancashire will be hoping for anyway, as Hassan Ali in, a good length ball pushed into the leg side again for no run.
It's a great opportunity, isn't it, this afternoon, for obviously for Gubbins to try and get a second century of the match for Ben Brown here. Pitch does look a little more gentle, doesn't seem to be doing as much as it has done on the first couple of days, but we suggested that might be the case with the older ball that when we started day 3.
Hassan Ali to Brown, who's hit on the pads. He plays that uncomfortably and by almost dropping his hands on the ball into the leg side. And the oohs and ahs of Lancashire fielders just show that I guess this is all they can do. There's not too much of just Lancashire having one slip in place now, one slip in the gully. It shows that there isn't that sideways movement. They're probably unlikely to get that thin edge behind into the slip cordon, which we've seen dominate the first 2 games of this match. But actually, the tactics have shifted slightly to say, let's focus on getting these LBWs, let's focus on hitting the top of off stump, as Ali in, and a good length ball straight defended back to the bowler for no run. It's interesting as well how, obviously we were saying yesterday that perhaps James Vince, Nick Gubbins said in his interview how they thought this pitch was going to deteriorate and get harder to bat on, even though that doesn't tend to be the case at the Ageas Bowl, and it's almost proving our point, the latter point now, because there's not much in this pitch for the bowlers. It's looking more comfortable to bat on, as we've spoken about, and as these two are illustrating with this mammoth partnership. They are building up. Hassan Ali to Brown, who's pushing that back on the front foot to mid-on. Again for no run, straight to Tom Bailey.
Could be a bit of kidology and all that, couldn't it, as well? They know that Lancashire are batting last on this pitch, but you guys know the wicket well here, and historically it doesn't tend to get more difficult. I've watched enough of Lancashire playing here over the years. And Lancashire unbeaten here, actually. They've been on a lot of draws in that, a lot of draws that have been pretty tough to watch going into the back end of the fourth day when the pitch is offered. Now, actually, I remember Saki Mahmood made his debut here for Lancashire. And he bowled ever so well on his debut, but he said, blimey, I hope the pitch is offer a little bit more as my career goes on, because there was absolutely nothing in it for him on debut. Probably went back 5 years about now. It's Wells into Gubbins, who plays little forward press into the offside, no run. Still got the slip in place. And then there's a deep backward square leg and a deep mid wicket and a long on. They're the three on the leg side shorter boundary and that deep extra cover fielder. This is worked beyond Wells for a single, and that will bring up the century partnership as well between Nick Gubbins and between Ben Brown. And there's a little acknowledgement between the pair of them. There's a nice little ripple of applause around the ground. It's been beautifully balanced, 48 to Gubbins and 50 to Brown. Really well put together partnership. Wells to Brown. Let's play back to the bowler, and there's no run. But that slightly subtle, understated acknowledgement between the two, maybe just a further reflection that they know there's a lot more work to be done. A little quicker this time, I think, from Wells. Fizzed in, and he gives himself some room. Ben Brown just plays it a little into out, but drives the ball safely enough along the ground through the offside for 1 run, and he moves to 51 and scored to 215 for 4.
Looking at Brown's success since he's moved to Hampshire, he has registered a score of 50 plus in every game so far this season. So he's moved to Hampshire and provided them with consistency straight away.
Hit the ground running with his new side. This is slapped into the offside by Gubbins. One bounce out towards extra cover, and there's no run. Perfect way to start life with your new club. keeping wicket in this game and scoring runs in the first 2 matches. Wells to Gubbins, and to that front foot again, defending away into the offside for no run. Another over choked off. Lancashire captain Dane Villas, I don't think can get to over number 80 quick enough. Three remaining before he can. Well, he can turn to that second new ball. There's no reason at all why Lancashire wouldn't take it, and he'll be hoping that it works a treat for him.
Now, putting you in the shoes, the very big shoes of the Lancashire captain now.
Oh, blimey.
I mean, for you, is the only kind of saving hope the new ball? But if you were there right now, what would you be doing? Spin from both ends, or a shorter ball tactic, or anything? What's your go-to tactic?
I think what he's doing here with the introduction of Wells, I think is a good move, because Wells last week was really economical. And indeed, in the first innings of this game, he bowled a nice, tidy, tight spell, didn't go for many.
Hassan Ali to Ben Brown on the front foot. That's a very full delivery from the Pakistan international.
And I think backing up with the pace and accuracy of Hassan is about the only thing he can do. It's just, at the minute, a little bit. I mean, he's still got a couple of slips in there for Hassan Ali, as you'd expect from your leading wicket taker this year, but just try and keep it as tight as possible, and then it's over to Jimmy and to Bailey, isn't it, really?
I guess the only thing about obviously not playing Saqib Mahmood in this game is that you've kind of lost your option as the bowler who can come in, hit the deck hard and employ those shorter ball tactics. As Hassan Ali in, and this is guided away on the offside by Brown, but straight into the hands of the point fielder for no run. Whilst the other three, obviously, as we've spoken about, Hassan Ali is this skiddy bowler. He nibbles it off the seam a bit and is good with the older ball. Tom Bailey and Jimmy Anderson, of course, they move the ball about sideways, both medium to fast pace, but just perhaps missing something there. And especially with that earlier stat we had about, the other seamers with Balderson and with Lamb, not perhaps making the impact Lancashire hoped. Hassan Ali in, and good length ball defended on the front foot by Brown. perhaps, obviously I know there's a rotation of rotating the bowlers. Hakeem Mahmood had quite a big winter, being that call up to England, but did they miss a trick here by not playing him? We've spoken about Parkinson, but did they miss a trick by not playing Mahmood?
Well, yeah, I don't know whether they're allowed to play him, to be honest with you. I don't know what it's the discretion of the ECB, isn't it, really, as to when these players become available. Neither were available for the first round of fixtures against Kent.
Hassan Ali, driven on the front foot by Brown again to the fielder. He's making good connection here, playing really confident. We spoke yesterday that a lot of the players weren't really trusting the bounce enough of this wicket to get fully forward, but these two out there on the crease now, really stepping into the balls, playing on that front foot and trying to just pierce the ball through the offside. So he's fully on an England kind of ECB controlled contract now?
He's not on he's not on a full central contract, but I can't remember the term for it, but this kind of partial contract thing.
Means you're in the pocket of the
yes.
ECB as Hassan Ali in. That's edged and exactly where second slip would have been. Lancashire only have the one slip and gully in place, and that was a perfect catching height. Watching this replay, the ball just nibbled out a bit and a little, almost just nibble at that delivery from Brown. I mean, it's unsure again whether it would have carried. The ball did lose quite a lot of pace in the air, but we'll count it as an opportunity, and one which just would be so frustrating for Lancashire. They've just worked away looking for that chance, and it just comes when they've got no second slip.
Well, Gully goes back to second slip.
That's always the case as a captain. You follow the ball round, hoping that Hassan Ali can replicate that exact delivery. As he's in again, straighter delivery, pushed on to the onside for no run.
That will improve Lancashire's mood.
Well, I'm surprised anyway as why they had a gully, as just to confirm the score at the end of the over, 219 for 4 Hampshire, because the way Hassan Ali was bowling and the lack of, I guess, away movement. Maybe the only thing I can think of is we were talking about how Brown likes to take the ball off stump and still play it through the leg side, so maybe they were searching for that leading edge, but the way Hassan Ali was bowling, he was still pushing that fourth stump line, and you'd think a more conventional second slip would be the better option. But as we saw, Dane Villas, the captain, thinks differently, and spin to continue from the pavilion end.
He's bowled here well, so just 2 overs and he's gone for 4. That's about all you can do, I think. Little attempt to kind of paddle the ball from Gubbins, but half a question asked by Lancashire.
A very optimistic call there from Wells.
Over the wicket and balls again. And Gubbins reaching for it and playing it safely away through the offside. Jogging through for a single. And taking his total up to 96.
96, I take it. I think the scoreboard's
I've got 96.
lagging just a little bit, but the nervy 90s. But Gubbins doesn't seem to feel too nervous. He's not trying to finish it quickly with a boundary. He's just knocking around these singles.
Wells to Brown. Just pops away into the offside, no run.
I like the way Wells is holding almost back his delivery. He's just almost making his arm go through the air in an absolute age. And just because of that, we're getting this little bit of extra pop. You could
The score moves on to 2-2-1 for 4. Brown moves on. But as Melissa was saying, there's no urgency here by Gubbins. It's a real patient innings so far, and he's content just to take another single. Driven up to mid-off. Pick up and throw from Hassan Ali. It's a direct hit, but Gubbins managed. Let's get through for 1. So he's on to 97 now. 222 for 4. It's a lead of 228.
you have to stand on one leg for 2-2-2 as well, or is it just 1-1-1?
I think it is 2-2-2.
Oh, no.
Last week, you'll like this. This is right up your street, is it? So last week, Gloucestershire against Lancashire at Old Trafford. We had all the ones on the board, 1-1-1 for 1. We had all the 2s, we had all the 3s, and all the 4s.
Oh, that is glorious.
Yeah.
Very superstitious, though.
Well, yeah. I thought it was the highlight of the week, actually, that.
That I really appreciate that. Thank you.
I thought you'd like that.
A lot of flamingos in the crowd, hopefully.
Wells in and bowls, and Brown drives. It's a good stop, actually. It was hit pretty firmly. And Velas, one of the 2 cover fielders, is stopping the ball way down to his left-hand side. At the end of the over? Yes, it is. And we had, I think, 3 off it.
Have we seen much spin or turn? Because we're commenting on the bounce, but I'm just wondering whether both teams, as we've spoken about so often, both teams leaving out that wrist spinner, will we see, any difference in it? Because Wells here, he's doing a good job. We've said that he's only gone for 7 runs so far of his 3 overs, being economical. Maybe after all we've said, this could be just a pitch for economical spin. Maybe this is the exact pitch for Croft and Wells to kind of dig away what for Lancashire, and one where Dawson, and he's done this role so often for Hampshire, is he holds down an end and just puts that ball on the same spot, but just varying his pace a lot, and he does such a good job of that for Hampshire. So maybe we're clueless up here, probably more likely. And the coaches and the key expert selectors over there have read this pitch exactly right. But we'll see as we go into these later sessions of day 3 and then into day 4 tomorrow. And there was a bit of doubt in the first few days whether we would get to day 4. But with this sizable lead Hampshire has put on, it's 228.
I'm struggling to see that as well.
It's a difficult scoreboard to see from certain angles. The words don't quite glare out at you. As Hassan Ali bowling to Gubbins, he's driving on the up. Has he got the 100 here? He's on 97, and the ball goes across the boundary rope. Nick Gubbins, 2 centuries in the match. A glorious innings in the first innings, an even better one in this second innings. He raises his bat and helmet to the crowd, spins his bat around, and the home supporters here are absolutely loving it. And he's never got 2 centuries in a match before in first-class cricket. Broken a personal record here, Nick Gubbins. And, I mean, what a knock. What a patient, again, skilled knock. 101 off 218 balls.
It's the second time this summer already I've seen a batter score 2 centuries in the same match, and this has been terrific from Gubbins.
Hassan Ali to Gubbins again. He's driving in that same area, but straight to the fielder this time. He could not have put that ball in a better place, just perfectly, almost directly between those 2 fielders, guided to that shorter boundary. And a very, as we said, patient innings.
Just the 19th Hampshire batter in the county championship to have scored 100 or more in each innings of a match, and the last player to do it.
As Hassan Ali in, and that's almost a Yorker dug out by Gubbins into the offside.
For Hampshire was Sean Irvine in 2016. So he's the first Hampshire player since Sean Irvine in 2016 to score a century in each innings, and just the 19th in the county championship for Hampshire.
Be a nice question to put out there to anyone listening if they want to have a guess who some of those other names are. I'm not sure whether you've got them in, or any other names which can be given who have also scored 2 centuries in a game for Hampshire, as that ball's worked into the leg side by Gubbins. They should pick up 2 here, as Lancashire captain James Anderson actually picks up the chase, and they get through for 3 runs in the end. Good running from the Hampshire batters brings Brown on strike to Hassan Ali. As mentioned, Brown now on 56, Gubbins 104. What is this partnership now? I'm going to put this question to you because your notes are a lot more organised.
115.
And it has just taken the game away from Lancashire. This game has just been ebbs and flows of each team dominating, but you feel that day 3 so far has been Hampshire's day completely, entirely, unless Lancashire can pick up some wickets soon, as it's Fuller driven to the mid-wicket fielder for no run by Brown. An assertive drive there, maybe looking to just get a move on here. Ben Brown. With the Centurion at the other end, he can afford to potentially play a few more shots. They're probably both feeling the confidence of this partnership so far. It's got a lot easier to bat out there. There's 1 ball left in this over from Hassan Ali. 2 slips in place. Hassan Ali to Brown. Again, a fuller ball on leg stump line. Pushed away, but straight to the fielder for a dot ball. Hampshire 229 for 4. I will be leaving us, and Kevin James will be taking my spot.
I think it's a double change, isn't it?
Double change.
I think Kevin's going to come in for you, and I'll mutter a few words, and then I think Stan's going to come in for me as well. So just to repeat that that stat, 20. Where am I? I've lost it now. Here we go. We got 18. But before this one, 18 Hampshire batters have scored 100 in each innings of the match. The last time it happened was Sean Irvine in 2016, and Nick Gubbins becomes just the 19th Hampshire player in the county championship to get 100 in each innings. I'm leaving, Stan's coming in, and Kevin's here.
Thank you very much, Scott. Change of commentary and a change of ball, because the new ball is due. 80 overs have been bowled with the first new ball in this Hampshire second innings, with the home side currently standing on 229 for 4, and a new ball. I think I've missed the sign, but I think it will be taken. I can't believe that they're going to hang around, and it's going to be taken by Tom Bailey, who's yet to pick up a wicket in this second innings. He has none for 48 from 22. I'm Kevin James, Stan Marissa next to me. Welcome back, Stan, as we watch Bailey come in from that pavilion end. And let's come back. Bit of swing, bit of movement there, but it's a good leave.
Good afternoon, everyone. And yeah, I guess a critical point in the game now with Lancashire, with obviously that second new ball being taken. They got to find a breakthrough somewhere, and they need it quite quickly, I think, at this moment in time.
Yeah, they do. It's been a good day for Hampshire. 1 wicket lost so far. That was after 20 minutes of play. Liam Dawson, LBW to Jimmy Anderson for 24. So looking for wickets here, Lancashire, with 3 slips as Bailey comes in again and bowls us way down the leg side. Good diving take there from Phil Salt. He's been athletic in this game. And that was wide down the leg side and going wider with the angle, well, with the swing.
Yeah, it looks like there's a little bit of movement, obviously, with that brand new ball. He's just pushed that one slightly down the leg side, but yeah, Phil Salt, like you said, acrobatically moved across to his right and completed a good stop.
Just doing some exercises there, Phil Salt. Sort of, well, they're sort of side, I don't know what you call them, side penguin steps or something, I don't know. A bit of fun. 229 for 4. Here's Bailey again to the left-hander Gubbins. What a match he's having. That's flicked away to the man at deep square leg, and he moves on to 105 to go with that unbeaten 101 in the first innings. 234 for 4. Sorry, 230 for 4. The lead is 236. What a thorn in the Lancashire side Nick Gubbins has been.
Oh, he's been excellent. He really has, and you know, I guess it's these sort of innings and these sort of games that could potentially change someone's career, and it's definitely a big statement from him.
Certainly is, as Bailey turns and bowls to Ben Brown. Full. Brown in behind that one and pushes that back to the bowler.
Because I guess to do it on this stage with this attack and on a pitch that's no batters look comfortable at all, throughout the game, to be sitting on 200s and not being dismissed, at least he hasn't been dismissed once this game, it's quite a phenomenal effort.
Yep, sunshine's still out, hazy sunshine at the moment. There's total blue sky earlier, and that's just been replaced with a bit of haze, but it's still lovely. That's good shape, but a good leave there from Ben Brown, who I think initially was thinking about playing it and then saw the shape of the ball early and pulled the bat well out of the way.
Yeah, he's been really good as well, Ben Brown, in this particular innings, and he's kind of come out and been a perfect foil to Nick Gubbins. Obviously, Nick Gubbins being patient, but Ben Brown has looked busy, looked like he's wanted to score, and he's got things moving and put Hampshire in a really, really strong position this afternoon.
Certainly has. 157 in his only innings last week at Canterbury. And been consistent, 49 and 30 in that defeat at Surrey. Heavy defeat, which Runs there, they're worth a few. Drives, no movement of the feet there, didn't really get hold of that, goes out into the covers. No run. End of the over. First over with that second new ball. A little bit of shape there for Tom Bailey, so a bit of hope there. There hasn't been too much movement over the last couple of hours or so. 230 for 4. Hampshire lead by 236.
Yeah, I guess from a Lancashire point of view, they're going to be, I guess, starting to think about, I guess, the state of this game and where exactly it's going for them. The longer these two stay out there, the longer I guess that chance of a positive result for them starts becoming smaller and smaller, and I guess it becomes maybe a matter of how are they going to stay in this game in terms of actually not losing it, from being in a position where they would have thought they had, they were in a strong position.
That's for sure. Now Jimmy Anderson into the attack. This will be another stern test. If you're an opening batter, Stan, if you were facing Jimmy Anderson, what would be your first thoughts?
Try and survive, I guess, somehow, but I'm not sure how that would happen. But
here he is then, right arm over, bowling to Gubbins, and that's angled away and shapes away, so something there for him already. That's the thing about Jimmy Anderson, isn't it? He's able to bowl both deliveries in and away to both the left-hander and the right-hander.
Yeah.
How do you set yourself?
Oof, that's a tough question.
Can't set yourself, really, can you?
I'll try and answer that off this ball.
You certainly have to be concentrating fully, don't you? Here he is then, runs away from us again. It's angled away, quite an easy leave for Gubbins.
I think with Jimmy and with a left-hander, from a left-hander's perspective, I guess what he's trying to do is he's almost trying to set you up. As you can see with the first couple of balls that he's bowled to Nick Gubbins, he's pushed all of those across towards the slips. I'm not sure exactly when he will look to bring that ball back in, but I think his natural setup is to push, and then try and get you, I guess, leaning over yourself, and then try and get that ball to come back into that front pad.
Yeah, he's done that successfully for many years. Here he is again. It's angled away. So yeah, just letting the batter know that that ball goes away. Just as you were saying.
And I think as a left-hander for that, it's so tough, because all you're doing is you're so concerned about your off stump that you're almost following the ball and you're trying to get yourself across, but you have to keep your head straight and keep your head looking down the pitch. But then in the back of your mind, you know that there's got that ball that's going to come back into your pad. So it's yeah, I mean, that's why he's one of the best bowlers in the world.
Here he is again then. He's got 3 slips waiting as he bowls straighter, still angled across the left-hander. Well played by Nick Gubbins.
So I'm not sure if we will see that ball come back in this over, but I personally think he's probably gearing up for it pretty soon. I think with that setup, and yeah, I guess Nick Gubbins he'll be aware of this. Any left-hander is aware that your front pad is probably one of your biggest. If you can find the bowlers, I mean, it's difficult to find bowlers that consistently swing the ball in and threaten.
Here's Anderson again then to Gubbins. Again, it's angled across. Gubbins happy to leave that one be. That is because you're constantly thinking, is it the next one?
Yeah.
Is it the next one?
When is it coming?
Yeah.
When is it coming? But I mean, ultimately, what you have to do is you've got to set yourself up and watch the ball. That's the main thing. I know it sounds like a pretty obvious thing, but genuinely actually watching the ball and then trying to make a decision there.
Yeah. It is an obvious thing, but it's amazing how many players don't, especially that last yard or so as the ball arrives. Then they actually are taking their eye off the ball. Here he is. Again, it's the same ball. It's across Gubbins, and he's leaving that one alone. End of the second over with this second new ball. Hampshire 230 for 4. Gubbins has 105. Ben Brown has 56. That's a maiden over from Jimmy Anderson. 12 maidens in his 19 overs to date. The 1 wicket taker so far today, the only wicket taker for Lancashire so far today. He has 3 for 24. Sunshine just breaking out a little stronger as the slightly less hazy than a few minutes ago.
Yeah, it's a weird one, Kevin, because when I arrived at the ground this morning, or when I was driving down, something, when you can just feel like it's a bit of a batting day. I guess everything just felt like it was.
Yeah. A good day for batting, yeah. Well, it has been so far for Hampshire. It's a good delivery from Bailey, shaping away, but again, it's a good leave. I think that's been a feature of the Hampshire batters today, the way they've left outside of off stump.
Yeah, definitely.
There's been a lot of that, hasn't there?
Yeah, and I'm sure they would have spoken about that because, you know, the first innings, a few of those dismissals were probably, I guess, slightly looser shots, but when the ball is moving around and it's doing a bit, if you're going hard at it, then you're giving those slips and the people behind you a chance. And
yeah, I agree. And I think one or two of the Lancashire batters will probably look back and say, probably should have left it. That's close to the off stump, but again, it's a good leave. I'm thinking of Bohannon.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of Stephen Croft. Literally just straight away. There are probably one or two others that I'd need to have a think about, but you know, both batters would look back and say, really probably should have left those alone.
Yeah, well, you've got both sets of batsmen coming into this game on the back of games where they have piled on the runs, so I guess the confidence is probably there, and they are feeling in the groove, as they would say.
Yeah. Sometimes when you come off the back of playing on flat wickets, you do tend to think you can play those sort of shots.
Yeah.
So that's come back a fraction, but again, Ben Brown's leaving it. This is a good line that's being bowled here by Tom Bailey. And he's let the batter know that he can get one to nip back off the seam. Generally, he shapes the ball away from the right-hander. That's a good delivery, but equally, it's a good leave. Can I quickly mention this email? Jack Sanderson has emailed soniccricket@gmail.com. He says, Hampshire looking good so far. He says, me and my mate are in the ground. Could we get a little shout out on the stream for Jack and Patrick? Certainly. There's Bailey again, straighter. He's wrapped on the pad. That looks high to me. Sort of a shout, but I'm not sure it's that convincing.
Yeah, just looking back at it, it looks, a bit of shape actually. Good shape. He seems a good prospect actually. Or Tom Bailey looks a good bowler. Puts the ball in decent areas and nibbles it around and shapes it quite nicely.
What do you reckon on that one?
Looked a bit high to me, Kev.
Yeah,
it looked like it struck him on the back thigh pad probably.
Yep. So Tom Bailey will go again. Ben Brown on 56 here. Facing the right armour, comes in and bowls. It's full, it's driven, and it's out to cover. And there is no run.
So where do you think they're going to get that wicket from? I think as a Lancashire player or Lancashire fan, you're thinking, you know, what are we doing to try and get that breakthrough? And it needs to happen quite quickly, I would say, because, you know, Hampshire are starting to slightly move away with this.
Well, they're in a good position, aren't they? Certainly, they would have taken this situation at the start of play. I don't think the Lancashire bowlers need to do any more at the moment. I mean, they've got the second new ball in their hand. That's forward is Ben Brown. The thing is, you've got two batters who have been in there for a while, and you know the second new ball's slightly easier for a batter that's been in quite a while than somebody who hasn't been in there quite so long, and they're both experienced, and that's why I think they've both got to be patient. And I know, of course, they will. Jimmy Anderson certainly. I mean, it's patience has been what he's all about. But you know, a wicket with a second new ball with two batters playing this well, this experienced, and being in the time that they have, isn't a gimme. No,
not at all. And we spoke about it off air, didn't we? And you know, obviously that second new ball is something that you look forward to, but at the same time, you kind of want to maybe have a breakthrough before that to give yourself the best possible chance to actually make an impact with that second new ball. So if you've got a new batsman at the crease, or you know, you've got more of a chance to make some sort of inroads.
Just got to keep plugging away. 116 these two have put on so far for the fifth wicket. As Anderson comes in, that's come back a fraction to Gubbins. Certainly wasn't angled across him. Played out on the onside. Jimmy Anderson summing up all that experience of his. He's got through a few overs in this innings. He's into his 20th over here. Not sure England want to be seeing bowling 30 overs an innings, if that is indeed would be the case. I presume he'll have at least one more first-class match before the Test match. Bowls, and that's straight as well, and that's played back to him by Gubbins.
Well, yeah, obviously he did obviously miss out on the Caribbean tour, and he hasn't played, I guess, any cricket since since January. Would have been the Ashes, would it? Surely. So I think for himself, he'll probably want to get a good few overs under his belt, and from where we're looking, he looks pretty fit, and
he looks in the groove.
Yeah, he looks in the groove.
There's any problems there? Mind you, I don't think I've ever seen him not. If I'm honest, he's Mr. Consistent. Comes in again and bowls. Gubbins flicks that away off middle and leg, and it goes out towards square leg. And there is no run. Hassan Ali, the fielder there.
It's just astounding the career he's had, though, isn't it, Kevin? To think that he's still at the age of, what is it, 37, 38?
39.
39, sorry. Yeah, and he's still running in and putting in performances and doing it so consistently and so well is, it's a testament to him as a character and to his fitness, and he's a fantastic role model and example to any young cricketers out there.
He looks after himself, that's for sure. Comes in again. Gubbins gets one that just goes across him. He gets a slight leading edge. In fact, he pulled out of that shot a fraction, didn't he? He was looking to work that just wider mid-on and realised that the ball was shaping away from him. Just held that shot. Didn't go through with it, fortunately, but there's the danger that Jimmy Anderson poses. Yeah, I mean, Scott Reed's telling me that he likes to go for a swim after a day's play. He's been doing it here. It helps him recover. Comes in again and bowls. There's the one that comes back in. It's flighted, but it didn't move quite so much for him. No. Nice drive up to mid-off, fielded by Bailey, but he's pitched it up. It's not just the fact that it was fully. He's doing that deliberately to give the ball a chance to swing in. It did shape in.
Definitely shaped in a little bit, and Nick Gubbins was up to the task, and he's pushed a strong drive down the ground. And back to Jimmy, obviously, just a model professional. Just everything about him is just exemplary, really.
Good to watch. Here he comes. And bowls to Gubbins straight, and Gubbins works that from middle and leg. To mid-wicket. That's an interesting piece of fielding from Hassan Ali. I'm not sure the groundsman will like that one because he stuck a leg out. I'm sure the studs have brought up some turf. I can't quite see it because we're quite a long way away. And Hassan Ali's just holding his knee.
That didn't look like the wisest piece of fielding. No. He's kind of gone at it in a football style, and
he has a sort of a 1980s professional footballer type of sliding tackle that you don't see anymore.
And he's missed it, so he's probably got booked for that one as well. So I'm not sure that would have pleased Jimmy that much, and obviously Jimmy doesn't like giving away runs at any time, and let alone for misfields.
No.
Can't remember what game it was. Was it the England game down here when they dropped quite a few catches? I think he was quite close to this 500 or 600th wicket, and they must have dropped 3 catches or 4 catches in a row. I think Stuart Broad dropped one as well, and he used
his mate.
Yeah, it was quite funny, but Jimmy didn't find it very funny at all.
Here's Bailey then from the pavilion end again, and outside the off stump, and good carry. But Ben Brown leaving that one alone. Now Ralph Brooker has tweeted at Sonnet Sports, and I guess Hampshire fans now are starting to think a little ahead, and maybe after the day that Hampshire have had so far, I suppose you can start to do that, but we haven't got through this second new ball yet. But Ralph says, any thoughts on a target Hampshire might have in mind and bowl tonight? I would say certainly if the day keeps going the way it is, and they would look to bowl tonight, definitely, but they need to keep having success as they've had so far. Here's Bailey on the line of middle and leg. He was hoping that ball might do a bit more than it did. It kind of just held its line as it's played out on the odd side. I think we can definitely agree that if Hampshire bat well today, get through this second new ball, that Lancashire will be batting tonight.
Yeah,
wouldn't you?
Yeah, I think so. And I think on that one, it's probably a question from the Hampshire side to how many overs they think that they're going to need to bowl them out, and how big a target they.
Yeah. But that's still a little way in the future yet. That's another ball that shapes away, and another good leave from Ben Brown. But of course, if Hampshire do get into that situation later, I think what it also would prove is that this wicket has improved. Yeah. It's got easier, it's got better.
It has.
So you have to take that into account as well.
Yeah, most definitely. And I guess the advantage that they've got is they've got the runs on the board, so it might be that if the wicket is getting easier, but if you've got 350 runs in front of you that you have to try and get, or you have to try survive a day, it's a different scenario, as good as the wicket might be.
Bailey slightly wider of the crease, and Ben Brown just awkwardly this time pushes that up towards mid-on. Got an email here from Julian. Julian Dean, who's in a beach bar in Miami whilst pretending to work.
Sounds good.
Solidcricket@gmail.com. He says, I seem to recall Scott Reed, who's not commentary at the moment, saying how much he was looking forward to watching Nick Gubbins bat. Can you ask him if he's seen enough yet? Well, the fact that he's gone out of the room probably gives the game away. He might have seen enough, I think. There's a little bit more to that. I'll come to that moment. As Bailey bowls, length ball, driven back up to the stumps, like misfield. I think that's ricocheted off Nick Cook, the umpire, and bizarre. Anyway, Hampshire are getting ourselves into a good position, but is this the wicket doing what it usually does with getting flatter the longer the game is? It seems to be that way. Seems like pitches here are lively for the first couple of days with excess bounce off a length which disappears as the game goes on. We keep stressing that this wicket never really gets worse. Expect a day of attrition tomorrow with the bowlers trying to was this dynamite the batsman out? Batters out, you should say, because it's batters now, remember. Hopefully not a Hashim Amla rearguard action day tomorrow. I couldn't agree. I couldn't put ourselves through another day of that. 32 runs in a day, Amla, last year.
Oh.
Yeah. Flicked away by Ben Brown. Gone quickly to the man that's just been put out at deep.
It's one of those ones, isn't it, Kevin? You, as a captain and as a coaching staff and management staff, you're starting to think about what do you feel is you almost want to, you kind of want to take the game away from the opposition, but you don't want to take it too far away, because what you don't want to do is then have them come out and completely shut up shop tomorrow and play only for the draw. So do you sort of dangle a carrot in terms of making the target sort of a target that they might be interested in? I don't know. It's a difficult one, but
I would say that the bottom line is both these teams will be happy with a draw.
yeah.
I don't think either of them want to lose. I don't think that helps their cause come the end of the season. So I think whatever happens, if Hampshire were to get into a situation where they have the luxury of deciding what to do, and I still think we're a long way away from that, I still think they would err on the side of caution.
Yeah,
but that's only my opinion. Here's Jimmy Anderson, and that's cut away. That's going to be 4 runs. Lovely shot, Ben Brown. A little bit of width this time from Jimmy Anderson. Don't often say that, but Ben Brown was in a perfect position.
Yeah, really good.
Smash that ball away.
Really, really good. Jimmy strayed just slightly wider. Like you say, we rarely see that amount of width, and Ben Brown likes to play square of the wicket and has pounced on that one and just cut that through point for 4.
That beautiful shot. Anderson again there. It was just going for the one that sort of kept going with the arm and just started it too much outside off stump. Immediately they're going defensive. Dane Villas is signalling that he wants his backward point out on the boundary. Now for me, this is where Jimmy Anderson, I think, comes into his own, if indeed can, because in test matches he's facing this situation where you're into the mid-afternoon, you bowled a few overs. How effective can he be? Second you ball, well, there's how effective he can be, because that's a beauty.
Yeah, good reply from Jimmy there.
It's a beauty.
Yes, slightly got that one closer to the off stump.
Swung away.
Tempted Ben Brown into the shot, and he's played a mist, and that's gone through to full salt. So he's obviously got the 3 slips, so he's trying to induce that edge, but he's obviously pushed the point back as well. So you almost feel like he wants to bowl slightly outside that off stump and try and get those slips in play, but at the same time protect that boundary in case he goes slightly wider.
Agreed. So predominantly, I don't think he's going to bowl too many that come into the right-hander. That's left alone again. The ball is shaping away. I think we might see the odd ball come in, but I think predominantly now we're going to see the ball sliding away outside off stump. And you're right, that insurance back on the rope just in case it's too wide. Yeah. So no gully. Standard cover. And Dane Villas at wide-ish mid-off. Is Anderson again. It's worked off a open face bat by Ben Brown down towards third man, and that's 4 runs. Quite a deliberate shot. There was no risky shot about that, but again you can see Anderson again just shaping the ball.
On a tactical side of things, I think with that, although that pushing the point out to the boundary may look to the common eye as a defensive move, it could possibly be an attacking move as well, simply because what that does is encourages Ben Brown to try and play the ball into that area, and that could then...
Good point, yes. It's gone in exactly the same area. In fact, it's gone slightly finer, so there's going to be a comfortable 2, and I think they might get 3. And in fact, the ball might make it all the way to the boundary, and it does. That's 4 runs. Now, that was definitely finer. That wasn't quite as controlled, and Jimmy Anderson is just standing there because he knows that as well.
Yeah, it's 6 or 1/2 a dozen of the other. I guess they're trying to keep those attacking fielders, you know, in position in case of that. But at the same time, if you don't have the gully, that thick outside edge is going to run away. And I don't know, he might consider possibly moving the mid-wicket into that gully position, because I'm not sure the ball is going to go there that much. But it's, yeah, I guess it's, if he's going to hang it on that line, then he might have to protect that boundary, because there's a big gap between. Yeah, I think they're moving. Yeah. They're moving the third slip slightly wider.
I think they had to,
yeah,
really. I mean, I know they want to be attacking because it's the second new ball and you want 3 slips in there, but I think they've got to a point where they have to be attacking but slightly more defensive. Here's Anderson again. Brown's in behind that one, plays that literally into the ground on the leg side, and there is no run. 243 for 4 Hampshire in their second innings. Brown has moved on to 67. Nick Gubbins is on 107. The Hampshire lead now is 249. So Lancashire, even if things went horribly wrong for Hampshire, would need the top score of the game to win. But with 6 wickets in hand, 2 batters going well, Hampshire will certainly be looking at 300. I would have thought that now would be a minimum. And it's just all about now, isn't it, getting through these next few overs, as the second new ball is still relatively new, only 6 overs old, so there's still a bit of work to do. But there's a bit of work to do anyway, but a bit more against this new cherry.
Yeah, and I think what we'll find is that they'll probably try and see these 2 off in terms of Bailey and Jimmy Anderson, and then I guess when Lancashire are forced to look at, you know, their second backup, well, their backup bowlers, obviously Hassan Ali's going to come in at some point.
Yeah, he'll be hard work.
Yeah, but Balderson and Danny Lamb will probably have to bowl as well, so I think you'll probably see a shift in momentum and maybe a slight acceleration from Hampshire at that point.
Yeah, no, I agree. So Bailey is coming in for his 26th over here, none for 50. So good economy rate outside the off stump. That has come back a fraction, but it's quite late coming back. It's almost coming back after the ball's gone past the batter and on its way through to Phil Salt. I have a tweet here from Stuart Cullen. Afternoon to you at Solent Sport. He says, what do you think to Hampshire declaring on a 350 lead? Should we get that far? Enjoying the commentary, says Stuart. 350, which again, well, is what, exactly 100 runs from here. I think it depends on when they reach that point, if they reach that point. They're scoring, well, they're scoring at the moment, 2.8 and over, so just under 3 and over. So that would take another, what, 30 overs?
Yeah.
And that means there would be 15 overs left in the night. That probably might not be far away. Outside the off stump and left alone. They might go a fraction more, do you think?
I mean, I think if they bat, we're looking, what, 45 overs remaining in the day. If you allow 2 overs, is it, for a change of innings?
Yeah.
I mean, I personally think if they look at maybe having 10 or so tricky overs right at the end of the day, I think that will probably be, by that point, they should be, if they are still, you know, if they are still in a position, they should be.
Still a long way off for me with this second new ball, still new, as that's played late by Gubbins, but these 2 batters have been extraordinary.
Yeah, they have. Really impressed with, obviously, we've waxed lyrical pretty much all day about Nick Gubbins, but I think it's, yeah, to try and put it into perspective, it's been a phenomenal innings, and the way he's left the ball, I think, has really set him up. He, like I mentioned earlier, he looks like a very compact player who doesn't play away from his body as much.
Right. No, I agree. He is very compact. Good technique. Gubbins on the back foot, not timed, but has found the gap in the covers. Just a single. And Hampshire move on to 244 for 4 now, and that lead, that little ripple of applause was for the 250 lead. Another little milestone ticked off, 130 run partnership between these two as well.
Yeah, we talk about the winning of the sessions, and that's what they've come out to do today, and they've won that first session, and I think they're going to look to win this session again, and then try and see what position they are come that third session. Yes. They can kick on.
Yep. Lancashire looking for that new ball breakthrough as Bailey comes in again, and Ben Brown flicks that away, but only as far as square leg. And there is no run.
I think these are the sort of times where you, as a fielding unit, as a bowling unit, you're looking for something different. If it's either that you've got a bowler with high pace that can come in and unsettle the batsman because it's looked pretty comfortable throughout the day, or is there a spinning option that might be something different?
Yeah. Thank you to Tigger Miles, who's another one of the Hampshire statisticians. He goes deeply into his stats, old Tigger. That's kept a little low, played by Ben Brown out on the leg side, and there is no run. At 244 for 4, I mentioned the 130 run partnership for these two for the 5th wicket. This is now a new 5th wicket partnership record against Lancashire, but only at the Ageas Bowl, so we're only talking in the last 20 years, so it's not an all-time 5th wicket partnership record. I do have that on me, supplied by Dave Allen, but I won't mention it yet. They may not get there, of course, but they may, but I will bring it out at the right appropriate time.
Yeah.
So well done to these two.
Yeah, they're making a good fist of it. They've batted brilliantly. No, they have. They've been outstanding and really worked off each other, and they look like they're enjoying batting together. And I think it's, when you've done that hard work, these are the sort of times as a batsman where it's quite rewarding. The sun's shining, the wicket is batting well, the wicket is playing well. But I think as a batsman, you've done the hard work, and you're almost in a zone where you're not really thinking about anything else apart from the ball. And for me, that's what Nick Gubbins has looked like. He's been in that zone where he's not really thinking about a lot apart from what he's doing. He's almost in his own little bubble, and he's been brilliant. Yeah,
he has. Right, Anderson's round the wicket to Gubbins. Now he's predominantly with this new ball, angled it across when he was bowling over. That's coming back into Gubbins. It's naturally coming in anyway because he's round the wicket. This will be interesting. I would say he'll still try and do the same, Stanley, in that the angle will be coming in, but actually straighten it away.
And that's a really difficult skill as a right-handed bowler to be able to do that and take the ball away from a left-hand batsman from around the wicket.
Agreed. Here's Anderson again then. Bowls, and there's a nice drive as he found the gap. That's a good stop by Villas at mid-off, diving and scrambling because the ball just bobbled out of his hand. It was a great stop, but he was determined not to leak a run, and he got a bit of help there as well, didn't he, from Josh Bohannon between them.
Yeah, outstanding actually.
No run.
Yeah, slightly fuller from Jimmy, and a really good cover drive from Nick Gubbins, but great scrambling effort from Dane Villas leading from the front as the captain. Impressive.
Should we bring Scott Reed in at the end of this over? Is Scott happy? He's happy. Well, he's happy as he can be in this situation. Has pushed out on the offside. We'll give Stanley a bit of a break in a moment. And then me and Scott will do something a little bit together, and then we'll bring Melissa back. But it's...
maybe Scott can bring an omen and bring some wickets for Lancashire, he's hoping.
Maybe we shouldn't bring him back. Maybe we should leave him out in the cold. Mind you, it isn't cold today. We're fine wherever we are. It's lovely. Even up here, which can get very cold in the Canberra gantry, but it's lovely. Here's Anderson again, and again Gubbins happy to just push that back out on the offside. Concentration as good as ever. 244 balls he's faced now for his 108.
Looks like that zip and that bounce has gone out of the wicket slightly. I think what you were probably seeing on day one, those sort of balls were kind of bouncing, and you can see that the batsmen are actually coming into the shot and being confident.
Yeah. Anderson in again. That's flicked off the pad past a diving Phil Salt. This will be leg byes. It will be cut off just inside the rope, but it'll be 2 more to the Hampshire total. Doesn't matter how they scored. It's all important at this stage, and the lead is 252 with Hampshire now on 246 for 4. What I like about Nick Gubbins, and I suppose it's easy to say when the man has scored 100 in each innings. But I think we've all known he's been a good player. He's probably slightly gone off his own high standards in the last few years, but he looks commanding, doesn't he? He looks confident now as that's pushed up to mid-on, and that only comes with runs.
Yeah, definitely, and I think he would have been quite. I think he'd have been quite keen to make to make that impression and to make a contribution after missing out the first couple of games and even missing out last week when most of the guys got some runs. So yeah, he's been brilliant, and I look forward to seeing a little bit more of him this afternoon. Thanks, Kev.
Hopefully, Stan. That's Stanley Marissa. He's played a bit of first-class cricket in Zimbabwe. He'll be back with us a little later. Now living in the north of Hampshire, playing a bit of club cricket. Scott Reed will come in and alongside me for a little while. So just after 3:05 in the afternoon, and only one Lancashire wicket this afternoon. Well, one Hampshire wicket, as Ben Brown pushes Tom Bailey out on the offside, and there is no run. A little disappointing and a little deflating, maybe, from a Lancashire point of view.
And I can't really think of many chances. The edge off Ben Brown's bat when Croft was bowling that went through Luke Wells at slip. Has that been it, really, in terms of chances?
Probably.
Can't think of much else. And that was a pretty tough chance, wasn't it? It came off a thick edge, it went quickly, went kind of through Wells. But that's been about it.
Yeah, this is the value of experience, isn't it, in these situations? Two batters who have been around a while. Ben Brown, that's a good stop at point by Stephen Croft. I don't think it was in the air, or was it?
Ooh, may have been.
May just have been. It went very quickly to Croft. He came to him at an awkward height and angle. Actually did well to stay in behind it, but was that a chance? Tough.
Yep.
If it was. Bailey. Nobody seems too disappointed out there. That's flicked away down to fine leg, where Hassan Ali will do the fielding. 2:47 for 4 as a plane takes off from Eastleigh Airport to our right. Haven't seen too many of those actually today. It's not. Are you taking a flight from Eastleigh up north? You were talking about it.
Back on the train.
You're back on the train.
Yeah.
Must be a very busy airport. That it's slowly getting back to where it was, but of course went very quiet for a while. I don't mind actually, because I'm not a million miles away from that. Here comes Bailey round the wicket to Gubbins. Gubbins forward, back to Bailey, who I don't think any ball's been hit back to him. He's actually picked a ball up cleanly. He tries to kick it somewhere or just deflect it onto the stumps with his hand. Not once have I seen him pick it up cleanly on his follow through.
I mean, he kind of puts the effort in, doesn't he? But
yeah, of course. It's a token effort.
Token effort.
It is, isn't it? It is a token effort.
A big fast bowler, someone else pick it up.
Yeah,
You must have been as bad as that. Did you ever?
Well, I wasn't fast. Let's put it up. No, I was. Well, no, I don't remember being like that.
No? Someone else do it.
No. Well, to be honest, I had to save every run I could outside the off-stump and left alone.
What did Jimmy Anderson write in his autobiography about bowlers and cricketers? It's something along the lines of everybody in cricket has it easy apart from fast bowlers, something like that.
Yeah. In his book, is it Bowl, Sleep, Repeat? That's right. Yeah, I read that first chapter about that, and he did. And I actually brought that up last night to him, and I said exactly like you said it to him. I put exactly that to him. There's Bailey. And Gubbins drives. He's found the gap through extra cover. Lovely shot, Nick Gubbins. He hasn't hit it too hard. He's just leant into it. It won't quite go to the rope, although it's pretty close. And they will pick up 3. Gubbins moves on to 111, and that's 250 up for Hampshire. 250 for 4 now in their second innings. And that 250 has come up in the 89th over, and there's the applause as it's just come up on the board. And yeah, you're right. He basically says that everybody else in the game has it easy apart from the fast bowler, and they're doing all the work, basically tons of the work. And in descending order, they're doing next to nothing. And he said, I said to the spinners and the batters, you say that just have an easy time or something. And he said, I think he said something like, he emphasised more the batters having an easy time. Yeah, saying that they have got it easy.
Got it easy, yeah. It's a good gig to get that, isn't it?
But then when you're playing on green wickets and the ball's zipping around all over the place, I'm sure if you went to the batter and said, "Oh, are you having an easy time?" They say, anything but. So you know, but you know what he means.
Yeah.
In terms of you know, the actual physical which strengths
makes his longevity, as we know,
terrific,
even more remarkable, doesn't it?
It's 39. What he's doing is
ridiculous.
Yeah, it is.
He's in again for Lancashire. Bowls, and it's defended by Gubbins back to Anderson off his own bowling. This is over number 23 of the innings for him, but he's in this spell with the new ball, which Lancashire were building up to. It felt like everybody was building up to it. Can Hampshire get through it? Can Lancashire make the most of it? Can it produce some wickets? Can it spark a little collapse? Can it give the Red Rose County a bit of life, a much needed life? Just the one wicket to fall all day today, and we think about what happened on the first 2 days, the contrast. Anderson to Gubbins again, just angled in towards the ball, just deflects away into the onside, no run.
Short leg might have been in the game there with the inside edge onto the pad, and that looped up, although it went quite quickly. But in this situation, are you having a short leg, even with Jimmy Anderson with a new ball in his hand? I'm not sure you can. The fact that you've got 2 batters in there well set, very difficult to justify having a short leg.
Little mop of the brow from Jimmy Anderson. He's got 2 sweatbands on his wrist, white sweatbands on his left and right wrist, and he comes back in again. It's back of a length of delivery to Gubbins, who's up onto his toes to play it up towards mid-off, and there is no run. 2 Lancashire players. Understandably, it's been a long day in the field. It's not gone as perhaps predicted, or it's certainly not gone as we thought it could do on the balance of what happened in days 1 and 2. The shoulders start to droop a little bit. There's hands on knees. There's all sorts little telltale signs of. It's Anderson to Gubbins. Solid defensive shot from Gubbins. It bounces down to Anderson, who picks it up and then tosses the ball up to his captain to polish.
I think what an area we are starting to sort of flirt with is that, you know, if Hampshire do bat as long as we think they might, then I think Lancashire would look at this and say, this pitch is a good one now. There is absolutely no reason why 2 or 3 of us aren't going to get in, and at the very least comfortably save this game. I think as a bottom line, I don't think for them they'll think that's a problem.
Anderson to Gubbins, that's played away into the offside for no run.
Do you?
I agree, and with that in mind, that potentially changes Hampshire's approach, does it, here, as to what they do? Do they just try and make the game safe, or would they try and pull out and give themselves the best chance to bowl Lancashire out, but just keep Lancashire interested in it as well? I don't know.
Yeah, I think they'll try and make it safe first.
I think they will, yeah.
Because I don't think either one of these sides wants to lose to the other one.
I agree. Anderson, we keep agreeing.
Yeah,
I don't like this. Anderson to Gubbins.
You've had 10 years of not.
Exactly. It's very unfamiliar. Because it's the early season. This is clipped away towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. At 250 for 4. We normally meet each other kind of back end of the season. We're grumpy and we're never agreeing on anything. 250 for 4. A lead of 256.
I don't know. I think we agreed on a few things at Egbert, didn't we?
I think we did, actually.
We had a nice drink, didn't we, after the game one evening, which was lovely to sort of have a chat properly. It was, it was that week. I loved that week. I think it helped because obviously there was so much on it for both sides.
Yeah.
And, it was an entertaining game, and it was lovely. We were in that. What was it? We were in that horse race caller's hut at Egbert.
What a bizarre place to commentate.
We were, weren't we? Five Live guy didn't like it, did he? He disappeared to Edgbaston in the warm. He did.
He drove 2 hours south to get away from it.
Another plane takes off from Eastleigh. I don't know why I mentioned it. It's just I don't know. To my mind, the one earlier and that one is probably the only 2 I've seen, unless they've changed the runway. I think that's what it is. I think they've changed the runway round. Not actually changed it physically, as that's new over from Danny Lamb. I mean, they haven't within a couple of days, totally retargeted another field, but it's pushed away on the onside. But I think where they take off the other way, they're now taking off to our right. Right to left.
Airport, that's obviously not far away, is it?
No.
Okay.
It's a little bit more than a couple of miles, but it's literally from here with no traffic, 15 minutes, if that.
Okay.
So pretty close by. Very handy airport as well. Get most flights around the country. I used to pre-COVID. A few flights to south of France and Paris and it was
ideal.
It's fantastic. I mean, I know Manchester, is your big one, and I know you've had some problems there over the last few weeks. But as a littleish airport that goes to a lot of destinations, it's very handy here, I have to say. Danny Lamb round the wicket to Nick Gubbins. Sunshine a little stronger. Gubbins plays one of his first full shots for a while as he just tried to work that off. No position at all out on the offside, and the ball goes past the outside edge. But slight worrying moment there because he's done nothing to even suggest playing a shot like that for a very long time now. Maybe is he losing concentration? 256 balls he's been batting.
Yeah, he's gone past his first innings score now, hasn't he?
Yes. Lamb bowls. He's playing a missing. Ball bowled Danny Lamb. That's pitched up a little bit, invited the drive. It's just nipped away a fraction. That's well bowled. For me, that's Danny Lamb's best ball of the game so far. Round the wicket. Just playing slightly away from his body there, Nick Gubbins. That's a couple of balls now, Nick Gubbins. Hopefully that might just have sort of registered in his brain that just knuckled down again. It's easy to say though. He's got 111. See bowls. That's better from Gubbins. Normal service resumed as that goes up towards extra cover. And there is no run. 251 for 4 here. We have 9 overs after this until tea. Not too far behind, not too bad, are we? Considering there's been very little spin. Luke Wells has had, what, a couple of overs, I think. Apart from that, it's all been seam. So well done to Lancashire. Over rate's been pretty decent as Lamb comes in again. That's a good delivery as well. That's come back, but it's left by Gubbins. Just finding a little bit here, Danny Lamb.
Yeah, I quite like this decision because Lamb's not had the greatest of games with the ball, has he? And the ball is still pretty new. First change from that pavilion end replacing Bailey. The other option would have been Balderson, but he's given Lamb an opportunity here with a pretty new ball. Yeah. Let's see what he can do.
Lamb round the wicket. Gubbins way outside the off stump, and Gubbins is leaving that one alone. End of the over then. Gubbins has 111. Brown has 69. 251 for 4. Just one run off that over. Lamb has completed 8 overs, none for 24. And the Hampshire lead is 257 with 9 overs until the tea break. And the second new ball is now 11 overs old.
I think that getting past that tea break and batting certainly a decent way into the evening session. I still reckon that in an ideal situation, Hampshire would like Lancashire to bat tonight, but to have still a pretty new ball tomorrow. From what we've seen today, I think having a new ball in the morning session, a newish ball in the morning session, that's where the damage has been done. I know I've said this a little bit, but on the first day with the brand new ball, on day 2 with a ball that was only 15 overs old, today it was 30 odd overs old. Didn't really do much this morning, and as much as Lancashire kind of did all they could with it, I think they'll ideally little go at Lancashire tonight, but keep that new ball first thing for tomorrow morning.
That's a good shout. I think that's a very good shout. Another plane taken off from Eastland. I think they've definitely changed their direction. Yes, so they're taking off to the south. Is that? Yeah, I think they take off to the north, if I think correctly. So they're taking off to the south here. I think that's why we're noticing a few more planes than normal.
It's quite busy, isn't it, that airport? See, that wouldn't be busier than Southampton Airport.
That is Southampton Airport.
Oh, is that's the Eastleigh is Southampton? Oh, right, okay, right. There is Balderson replacing Anderson. That's through to the keeper. There's no run out. I get you, right.
Yeah, so it serves this area. You go further afield, then there's Bournemouth, which tends to be a sort of quite a holiday type airport. I don't think there is anything going the other way.
So, but locally, it's Eastleigh Airport, none of that, because we would just call it Southampton Airport.
Yeah, well, I suppose if you don't live in this locality, you would say Southampton because it's you'd think it would be.
Balderson to Brown. There's a bit of a victory here, isn't there, for these two, because they've got through Bailey and they've got through Anderson with this new ball, and now they've got the double chain. I'm not expecting anything to massively change from their approach, but kind of a little moral victory to the two batters. Send off Bailey, send off Jimmy, and we're still here with that new ball.
Yeah, well, I mean that's another great effort, isn't it? Really.
George Balderson in the bowling. That's driven away up to mid-off by Ben Brown to Jimmy Anderson. There's no run.
Do you think that this now, with Lamb and Balderson bowling, who you get to take a wicket between them, and has been highlighted several times, isn't it, as perhaps being the one slight weak link in the Lancashire seam bowling attack, the fact that Jimmy Anderson's off already, do you think now already that he's being managed rather than keep bowling for the game situation?
Yeah, perhaps. That's played up towards Anderson. Pick up and throw by Anderson towards the bowler's end. Just got the feeling that he would have been all right, Brown, but
close. Yeah,
could have been close for the direct hit. 2-5-1 for 4.
Do you think Villas would have loved to have bowled him a few more overs?
Possibly. I think it's always quite tricky. Like, I never quite know if there's a definitive kind of you're allowed to use Anderson for X amount of overs. I'm not sure if it's as strict as that.
No.
But what do you bowl there? Just 5 overs?
5 overs, yeah. 5 overs for 12.
Balderson around the wicket, left by Gubbins, taken by Salt, and there's no run.
Yeah, 5 overs for 12 with 3 maidens.
23 in the innings for Anderson. Only Bailey's bowled more in this innings. In the first innings, Anderson bowled 14 overs. I'm sure that there's got to be a degree of management involved. He's, Balderson to Gubbins and through to the keeper. There's no run. He's England's Premier bowler. He's 39. You can't keep going, can you? You've got to. This is about, it's the end of the over as well. The lead is 258. It's as much about him taking wickets for Lancashire's cause. It's also about him getting fit for England, getting himself match fit for England and in the best possible position for the Test series. So there's a bit of a balance. It must be to be struck.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So I mean, there's almost a case of managing him anyway because he's Jimmy Anderson. He's 39 years of age, and you don't want to burn him out at this stage of the season. But maybe the management of him now is probably more important because we all now know that he's figuring again in England's plans. And so, as much as Villas probably wouldn't want that to be a factor, that is probably now the deciding factor, isn't it? And I'm sure England might have a say in that. I'm pretty sure if they didn't let him play in the first game, they'd probably have more of a say. Here's Danny Lamb then with his right arm medium paces, bowls to Ben Brown. That's played out square on the offside, and there is no run. So, sorry, I'm just reading the message here, which is quite nice about last night. I'll come back to that one. Well, I won't read it out here. I'll reply to that at the tea break. So, Lamb has 2 slips here. That's all he's afforded now. That's the attacking fielders. Lamb bowls, Brown's on the back foot, just opens the face and finds the gap square on the offside. And just as I was looking at the score, the Golden Gamble ticket winners are up on the scoreboard, so I won't be reading those out. 253 for 4, although for the winners, I suppose they're very important.
Without doubt, there could be the key numbers of the day. 100 quid if you're first.
Yeah. 50
quid if you're second, and third. Well, 10 quid. I'll get you a pint on it around here.
I'll tell you a very funny story actually about the Golden Gamble ticket. You can't believe there's a funny story out of that, but there is. Here comes Lamb. He's round the wicket. That's pulled away by Gubbins. There's nobody at backward square leg, and that's 4 runs. A little bit too short there from Danny Lamb, especially at that pace. Gubbins flicks that away for a boundary, moves on to 115. 257 for 4, the lead now 263. So
tell me your funny golden
this
gamble.
Is it, and I've got a picture to prove it.
Okay.
Which won't look good on the stream because you can't see us, and also on the BBC Sport website because you can't see us either. But
apart from that,
I will show Scott just to prove my story. So I saw earlier the lady that does the ticket selling. I actually saw her walking around the ground just before lunch, actually. And it's the same lady that does it most of the time. Gubbins gets one that comes back in a fraction, and it's played down the ground or back down the pitch. It's a girl called Kim, and she's been doing it for quite a while, and she's quite nice. And so she's been going round, and it reminded me actually of during the winter when, let me find the picture first and I will tell you, which will help my story. I've got it here somewhere. I'm sure I kept one of it on my phone, but if I haven't, as I say, it's a true story anyway. Gubbins gets a length ball and plays into the ground. It's very nearly hit his off stump. He played it so late that it's bounced, and I don't know if he realised that, Nick Gubbins. He certainly didn't seem too concerned, did he? Please let me find this picture. You know when you think of a timeline and you think, was that picture taken then, or was it... oh yes, I found it. Right, okay. So anyway, you know all the COVID jabs and what have you. So I went for my booster outside the off-stump, left alone, sort of locally. And you go into, with this particular place had about 3 booths.
Right.
So you answer a few questions, don't you? You know, and you sort of sit down waiting for your jab. And out from behind the screen popped the lottery girl. Kim. And I said, she said, you don't recognise me, do you? I said, well, hang on a minute. That's Kim. She said, I said, you're not going to stick that needle in my arm, are you? She said, yeah. I said, but you sell lottery tickets. And then she was, but I didn't realise she was doing the jabbing that day.
Kind of volunteering to do it.
Yeah. Well, I don't know how it worked. I didn't like to say, oh, you were a member of the NHS or you were a nurse or whatever. I just didn't say it. I just thought, that's Kim Lotteries. No, she's going to stick a jab in my arm. And that's the picture to prove it. Because she said, because I said to her, I said, gosh, nobody's going to believe at Hampshire that you're doing this. And the other thing as well was, actually, you're not supposed to take pictures in those situations. But she's such a sort of a, you have to be that sort of, don't you, to do all this. And she said, oh, shall I take a picture so you can prove to your people at Hampshire, Rod and all those guys, that I'm actually jabbing you? And I said, yeah, let's take a picture, without even thinking. And of course, one of the other nurses that doing the thing, and the doctor, I think they frowned a little bit, but they didn't say anything. But yeah, that's the picture of her jabbing me.
It's Balderson to Brown. It's left and through to the keeper, and there's no run. It kind of shoots through a little bit. So, she's the key woman. She's providing COVID protection, and she's giving away the crucial golden gamble tickets. That's the most important person to know in the ground.
Well, you would think so, wouldn't you? But I mean, it was such a shock. Such a shock. I mean, the actual needle's going in my arm, and it was taken by the doctor.
Balderson for Lancashire over the wicket and punched away into the offside by Brown. Fielded at extra cover, and there is no run. 257 for 4, a lead of 263.
Shall I get Melissa to come in at the end of this over to do 6 overs with you till tea, or do you want to wait until after tea, Mel? Well, do you want to do 6 overs with? Because I know you've always been working with Scott, haven't you? Really? We swap it around after tea. Do you want to do 6 overs with Scott? Right, there we go.
She wasn't keen on that, was she?
She's already picking and choosing.
Wasn't keen. Balderson in. Now the keeper's taking a diving catch. I think he's asking firstly for the LBW, because that was the appeal before Salt took the catch, and then whether or not there's a bit of bat on that. Either way, it was a pretty unconvincing shout by Balderson, who was hopping backwards with his arms outstretched, pleading in more desperation than expectation towards the umpire.
It's one of the few times, actually, his little short-armed pull jab thing doesn't quite work.
He's played that shot a lot, hasn't he,
yeah.
Brown? Waits for Balderson. It's left and taken by Salt.
Have you got to do a half-time update? I'm just thinking, actually.
I have, yeah.
For Lancashire. What time would that be, roughly?
3:45-ish.
So I'll be ready to sort of jump on with Mel if you have to disappear. But yeah, Mel will take it through till tea. With Scott for a little while.
Yeah, we've got the football, haven't we, today? Yeah. So game's knocking around. I've completely forgotten about it, to be honest.
Saturdays is weird, isn't it,
yeah,
when you're doing the cricket updates?
Balderson to Brown. That's just cushioned away into the offside. And there is no run. 257 for 4.
The sun is going to slowly make its way in through the opening here on the Gamma Gantry, so it's going to get quite warm, I think, probably after tea, maybe just before tea. It's feeling as though it's gearing up that way. At the moment, we're in the shade, and we're still feeling warm. It could get very warm.
Could be jumper off later on, then.
Yeah, it will be. Oh,
no. Okay. Balderson to Brown. That's a nice shot driven away through the offside, off the back foot. Stephen Croft, it is there lurking out in the deep, and Brown gets a single. And he moves to 72, and that's the end of the over. And as Kev mentioned, we're not far away from tea now, are we? 6? Yes, 6 overs to go before the tea interval. At 258 for 4. I'll have a look at some of the other scores while Mel's getting all plugged in Division 1. There's been loads of runs in the game between Gloucestershire and Surrey. Surrey made 603. Gloucestershire are 301 for 2 in reply. Warwickshire are 115 for 5, trail Somerset by 134. Warwickshire are following on in that game in Taunton. Kent are 14 without loss in their second innings, trail Yorkshire by 266 runs. And Essex are 58 for 2 against Northamptonshire and still 139 runs behind.
As Lamb to continue from the pavilion end, that's full down the leg side, and a big puff of dust comes off the wicket from all those bowlers' footholes. And it's a dot ball. I think somehow the bail has become dislodged in the process. I think maybe a throw from Salt behind the stumps to try and catch Brown out. Maybe he was stood out of his crease. Maybe Lancashire are desperate at this point.
Maybe they thought about your theory from the other day of uprooting a stump and chasing around with
Well,
it.
we actually had a couple of emails late last night about that to clarify some things as Lamb in again, and that strikes Brown on the pads. They're confident here, the Lancashire bowlers, and that's out. Brown finally dismissed on 70, a full ball clattering into the pads of Brown, and Lancashire have the breakthrough. You happy with that one, Scott Reed?
I don't think there's many complaints about that one. No, that is a relief for Lancashire. Well battered Ben Brown, 72, before becoming a victim to Daniel Lamb, who was given the chance with this sort of relatively new ball. There's Hassan Ali there lurking as an option for Lancashire, but he's given Lamb a go and he's produced a wicket. But well battered Ben Brown. He's helped to put Hampshire in a strong position here still. 264 in front. And the partnership between Brown and Gubbins was worth 144.
Exactly what Hampshire were looking for as they started this day. Of course, they lost that early wicket, but these two have come out and done exactly what their team required from them. And actually now with that 264 run lead, maybe Gubbins going to stay there as an anchor. We may see a slight acceleration from Hampshire, of course, because they need to give themselves enough time if they want a result in this game to take those 10 wickets. So are the new batters coming to the crease? Are they going to come in with a bit of impetus? Are they going to come to look to play their shots? They know this pitch is playing well. And also Felix Organ, he's had a great season so far for Hampshire. He had a great pre-season. I think he went the entire of Hampshire's warm-up games without being dismissed. Of course, he got runs in the first innings in that supporting partnership with the Centurion Nick Gubbins. So he'll be looking to come in again and repeat that. But of course, Keith Barker, he's still to come. He can give it a whack.
He can. And Fuller gave it a bit of a bosh, didn't he?
He can.
In the first innings.
Actually, at the start of this county championship round, Keith Barker had the highest strike rate in Div 1. He's here for a good time, not a long time.
Yes. Oh, he's great fun to watch, isn't he?
I mean,
He's a Lancashire lad, isn't he, Keith Barker? Have I got that right?
I think there were some emails yesterday about why on earth counties before let him slip away. And in fact, Hampshire have been incredibly lucky to get him in the side. And he often goes a bit under the radar, but I think most Hampshire fans will appreciate the role Keith Barker has in their squad. There's Lamb in again, left outside the off stump by Felix Organ. Yes,
he was born in Manchester, and I'm sure he played football for one of the Lancashire teams. It was Blackburn Rovers. Oh, and Rochdale. So yeah, he's played a bit of football for Blackburn Rovers and for Rochdale, born in Manchester.
You could have had him, but just let him slip him through your fingers, as ABBA would say. As Lamb to continue. Bowling to the new batter, who's defending off a good length. Back to the bowler.
What ABBA song is that?
Is that an ABBA song, or is that just from Mamma Mia?
Oh, I don't know.
It must be an ABBA song if it's in Mamma Mia.
Called Let Them Slip Through Your Fingers.
The song is called Slipping Through Your Fingers, and actually at our university varsity events, we had this thing that if someone dropped a catch in the field, we'd get the loudspeaker to play out this slipping through my fingers all the time. And it was devastating to have that played when you dropped a catch. And I used to wake up with nightmares that I would drop a dolly at cover and have that song blasted at me as Lamb In again and sliced outside the off stump. The fielder at cover gets round and restricts it to a single. Felix Organ off the mark. And I was just going to I've had a little browse following on that incredible partnership between Gubbins and Brown. And as we spoke about yesterday, batting in April in the county championship. And there is statistical evidence to say April is the best month to bat. Which isn't what you would expect, because obviously it can be quite a rain-affected month. People say the pitches perhaps are helpful to bowlers as Lamb to continue. This is hooked away and there's a deflection of something there. It's caught by first slip by Nick Gubbins there, attempting to play the pull shot. The ball perhaps hitting his thigh pad and actually went to second slip in the end. So not where he intended that ball to go, but that does completely over. Hampshire 259 for 5. So research was done that batters on average combined average 30.4 in championship cricket in April. And it's the best time to bat because considering the fact is cold weather doesn't actually help bowlers. I don't think you could ask a single bowler if they like to really bowl in April. And also, and increasingly with obviously the 100 coming in now, in April, groundsmen actually can focus and dedicate a lot more time to county championship pitches because later on in the season you're preparing one pitch for the county championship, one for the T20 Blast, one for the 100 coming up, whilst at the start of the season these pitches almost have their complete attention on them. So looking across the months, in April, this is since 2015 as well, batters have averaged 30, and it slips down by each month to 29, 28, 27, 26. So this is the best month for batters, apparently.
It's Balderson into Felix Organ, who plays a forward defensive. There is no run. I mean, the point about the pitches is interesting, isn't it? Because I mean, certainly for the games, for the grounds that are hosting it, 100 matches, as well as international cricket and then the domestic stuff, they're hammered, aren't they, really?
A lot. Pitches. And I was hoping this year, especially with some of the smaller grounds of the 100, that they would choose to play some of the women's games there, but they haven't seemed to opt for that.
Balderson in, no shot offers. He's asking if that's out, and the umpire says yes. Well, it's a second successive wicket in as many overs for Lancashire. This time it's Felix Organ, the man trapped LBW. He didn't offer a shot. And Balderson spins round and asks the umpire, well, is that going on to hit? And he said yes. And that is the end of a short innings from Felix Organ, and 2 quick wickets for Lancashire. Just what they desperately needed towards the back end of this afternoon session. 2-5-9 for 6, lead of 2-6-5.
Now, speaking as a Hampshire fan, I'm not too angry with that dismissal. I'm not gonna question it at all, because Balderson has bowled really well this game, and I don't think he's got the rewards from it. I don't think he's got the wickets, but he has been a really, really good option for Lancashire. And actually, as we said, no shot offered there by Felix Organ. The ball just nibbled in off a length, slightly inwards, and I'm going to say that's umpire's call off stump.
Well, you are flirting with danger, aren't you, if you don't offer a shot? And straight away the slips went up. I don't think that's a particular shocker either, is it?
No, and Nick Gubbins just there at the non-strikers end. He's down on his knees, crouching on the ground, and perhaps just feeling a bit of cramp now. He's been out there for 267 balls and a long, long period of time, of course, getting that 100 in the first innings as well. So he's had his time's worth out in the middle this game. And he'll just be hoping that Keith Barker, the new batter in the middle, will be able to stick around with him a bit. Their lead still hasn't reached that 300 mark, which we said was probably par for Hampshire. They'll be looking for that 300 lead before they perhaps begin to play some shots, which could be exciting as we go into these later sessions. But for now, it's about recuperating this partnership together at the crease, starting to build something new with Keith Barker, even though we just said that he tends to stay in for a shorter time but play some shots. So hopefully Keith Barker can adopt a sensible approach here to play a supporting role to Nick Gubbins. 11
in the first innings off 35 deliveries, Barker. And he came in either side of a good partnership between Felix Organ and Nick Gubbins, and then it was James Fuller and Gubbins. Well, that'll help Lancashire's mood a little bit. It's been a long day, hasn't it, for them to keep plugging away looking for wickets. Just that one in the morning session, and now 2 right at the end of the afternoon session. And a first for Balderson, who's in and bowling to Barker. That's turned up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
At least some respite for the Lancashire bowlers is that it has been a gorgeous day. Think just how miserable this would have been for them if it had been more early April weather. It had been cloudy, you can't feel your fingers, hand warmers in your pocket, but actually, although they probably wouldn't, they would have liked to get some more wickets earlier on. It's been a nice day. It's a nice day to watch, certainly.
Balderson past the umpire around the wicket, balls left by Barker through to Salt, no run. Yeah, Lancashire were battling quite strong winds last week in Manchester, 30 miles an hour upwards of across the ground.
I've actually, the few times I've been to Manchester has been when I went to Media City. So I think it's quite close to the ground.
Yeah.
But I know for one that Media City is built almost like an American city in blocks, it feels like. And it creates wind tunnels of such force that you can hardly walk down the pavement.
Balderson to Barker is onto the front foot, just nudged up towards the onside, and Anderson fields at mid-on, and there's no run.
I almost feel like it's trying to blow me back down south, with just rejecting me. Just go home,
Get
I don't want you
away.
here.
Too far north for us.
I know. But yeah, I've visited Manchester 3 times now, so...
Well, last week was windy, was like a little wind tunnel in Manchester. You could see the bowlers walking back to their mark, and they're kind of bent over trying to battle the wind. It was pretty brutal at times. Barker drives for 4. Foolish ball from Balderson, and nicely played down through a straight mid-on by Barker. Glorious shot for 4. Held the poles a little bit and then jogs through and realises that's going to rattle its way to the rope. And that's the end of the over as well. Barker off the mark with that. Hampshire moved to 263 for 6 and the lead to 269.
Such a cool character, Keith Barker. And actually, I was going to pick up on this just before the wicket. When we're talking about, obviously, those main grounds which are having to make test match pitches and pitches for the 100, pitches for the county championship. We were having a chat on the side about out grounds and how you don't see too many fixtures as you used to, especially those 4-day games. Because I think Hampshire used the Isle of Wight. I think they're going once here this year for a 1-day game. And I'm just trying to think of kind of the other outgrounds. You hear of Cheltenham and Scarborough still used a lot, and Beckenham, I think, for Kent. But I can't think of many others which are still consistently used as lamb in and left outside the off stump by Gubbins. Liverpool? You guys play at Liverpool?
They've played a lot at Liverpool over the last decade or so. They're not going there this year, but they are going to Southport for a championship match. And they've got some T20s in Blackpool.
Oh, lovely.
2 T20s in Blackpool. That'll be lively. One's on a Friday night in Blackpool.
Oh, fantastic. They knew what they were doing there when they were scheduling that one. As Lamb coming around the wicket, and that's left alone by Gubbins again, through to the keeper.
The last time Lancashire played a game in Blackpool, it may not be the last time, but certainly within the last 2 or 3 occasions we were there, and we had most people in fancy dress, including someone dressed as a group of people dressed in various cast members of Baywatch.
That's usually a classic at T20 finals day, is left alone again by Gubbins. Now I'm just trying to tempt him with that off-stump line there. They've got a sweeper out at cover to mitigate any boundaries, but he's not being tempted here so far, Nick Gubbins.
And it rained all day, and this chap was come dressed as Pamela Anderson.
Not many clothes on.
No.
A bit cold.
Went running out onto the outfield, full belly flop, sliding across on the wet, greasy surface.
Lamb in again. That's full and driven, but straight to the hands of extra cover. He throws back into Salt behind the stumps.
It wasn't a particularly pretty sight, and but they were enjoying themselves. So I could imagine in the middle of summer, I'm pretty sure it's a Friday night, a T20 match in Stanley Park in Blackpool could be fun.
Well, I remember when this past season, when of course that test match was cancelled at Old Trafford, as Lamb in again, left outside the off stump, and of course all those people who had come to see Jimmy Anderson and following the Tailenders podcast, they'd come dressed as frogs and wizards. And I remember they all kind of went down the road to where the Thunder women were playing, I think against the Southern Vipers. I think Kev was actually at this game, and it was a 250 ground capacity. I was watching the live stream, and the entire ground was just in fancy dress. And I don't think the women are too used to that at many of their games, but there was just frogs everywhere. There's Lamb in again, left alone. A bit of inwards movement off that last delivery there. And that concludes the over. Hampshire 263 for 6. If you had to go to a fancy dress, well, so you're in the crowd, picture it now.
Me? You're talking me personally? Yes.
You personally.
Right.
What's the go-to fancy dress?
Well, I don't have I've never ever done fancy dress, so I don't have a go-to fancy dress. So I'd have to think about that.
Oh my goodness!
I've never done.
Never
done fancy dress
since being born.
Well, I might have done when I was like a kid, and I can't remember.
Oh, okay. I'm sure there's some pictures your mum probably has of you as a child, but
Superman. Be a good Superman.
Oh, there we go. That's a good compliment there. Clark Kent next to me in the commentary box. Or you could go for Clark Kent when he's not Superman, so you just have to put on glasses.
Oh, that's quite. I could do that.
Yeah.
That's fine. That's pretty straightforward. Balderson into Gubbins, and it's correction to Barker, and it's through to the keeper, and there is no run. I don't think I've ever done fancy dress. As a
maybe next T20 finals day.
Don't.
I think
they can
there
just
should
stop
be
you straight away. Right,
go
stop you straight away.
incognito, get you in the holly stand.
Absolutely no chance.
Undercover interviewing for the BBC.
I resign on the spot. There is Balderson around the wicket. Balls, Barker, a little clip off the pads down towards fine leg. He wants 2. The throw comes in towards the keeper's end, and he does run 2. Moves to 6. And the score moves on to 263 for 6. I think you've got to be... It's not one for the faint-hearted, is it? The holly stand on T20 finals day.
No. It is a lifelong dream of mine, I must say.
Is it? All right, in that case.
Yeah.
Crack on.
Not perhaps when I'm working. I think I'd want to go with a group of friends,
You can't pick and choose these moments. It's Balderson to Barker. It's through to the keeper, and there's no run.
I mean, it sets the stage for the stag do and the hen do, doesn't it? So maybe one day my dream will come true. Just getting up as well, for any Hampshire fans listening, the Southern Vipers are playing 2 warm-up games today against the South East Stars. So I'll run you through the results of the first game after this delivery.
Which is Balderson to Barker, and it's left, and it's through to Salt, and there's no run.
So in the first T20, they're playing at Arundel. Lovely ground.
Very nice.
Southern Vipers, they batted first. They got 149 for 4 off their 20 overs, with Maya Bouchier recently called up to England this winter. She got 56 off 48 balls. And in reply, the South East Stars, they crumbled to 117 for 9. So a big win for the Vipers in that first game, which is concluded. There's another one live at the moment.
Balderson to Barker, thumped down the ground, doesn't quite time it as well as he was hoping for. He was trying to clobber it down towards long off, but it just bounces back towards the bowler. No run, 2-6, 5 for 6.
And in the second T20, they've had a bit of a swap. Okay. South East Stars, they are batting first. They are currently 131 for 5 of 15. So soaring along quite nicely there, and runs for Phoebe Franklin. Alice Capsey, of course, she captured a lot of attention during the 100 last summer.
Balderson to Barker, who's playing a forward defensive, and there's no run. And I think that's the over. It is. And we've got 2, I think, until tea. Yes, we do. Just convincing myself. The lead is 271 at 265 for 6.
And of course, the Vipers recently signed the Anya Shrubsole, who retired from international cricket following the Women's World Cup. But she's going to be coming down to the Ageas Bowl, which is good news for any fans of Hampshire or the Vipers or Southern Brave, but not good news for any opening batters in the entire competition.
Well, if the Vipers or the Southern Brave couldn't be any stronger or better than what they already are, then just gone.
Putting salt on the wound, really, at this point, isn't it?
Give somebody else a chance.
As Lamb to continue. And that's left outside the off stump by Gubbins. This feels like a great contest between these two here, because Lamb is just determined to just keep pushing at that 5th stump line just to see how long Gubbins can keep his bat raised in the air. It's the patience game out there in the middle, but I mean, Nick Gubbins, he'll say he's got all the time in the world. He's 115 off 274 balls. It's a very patient innings so far from him. Slam in again, 2 slips in and left alone. Lots of dust now puffing up off this surface, which we've mentioned so often gets quite dry here at the Ageas. It gets quite just slow and low, and it can be a little bit dead, but we never know where it could go. It could offer us so much on the final day. We just can't see into the future. It'd be great if we could.
That could be a superpower, couldn't it? I could, you know, part of my fancy dress, kind of superpower looking into the future. Is there a character that looks into the future that could come dressed as?
I'll have to do some research. None comes to mind.
No, I can't think of any neither.
But you do need to be careful, because Marvel or DC are probably listening into you right now, and
yes.
they've already stolen your idea. There's a film being made which has been released in 2025 already, just from you saying that just now. As Lamb in again, and defending off a good length is Gubbins into the offside. And these fielders at extra cover and point almost every ball Gubbins leaves it or defends the ball. They seem to be taking one step in closer until eventually helmets are going to materialise on their heads and they're going to be playing a game of stump.
Yeah, there's 2 close catches there, aren't they? Stephen Croft and I think the other Dane Villas.
As Lamb in again, 4th ball of the over. There's a straighter delivery, just flicked into that mid-wicket region, and the fielder at mid-on makes their way round and executes a lovely knee slide to pick up that ball, and they get through for a single. Speaking of stump and other variations of small cricket games, there was a lot of cricket games like I've noticed around the concourse at this lunch break. So a lot of young kids wearing their All-Stars gear, carrying those bright orange plastic bats, and all their parents joining in. It's a nice sight to see at the county game on a Saturday. Lots of families here.
This must be one of the better grounds to do that.
Absolutely, as Lamb in, driven to mid-off by Barker. He's 6 off 10 so far. I mean, yeah, I personally loved this ground when I was younger, and obviously it being built, because I do feel as if it's one of probably the best ground in the country where you can walk around the entire stadium without facing any obstacles or security or stewards in the way. And it's just such a kind of spacious area. Of course, when England games come in, we get the temporary seating to both our sides, but it's still a very accessible, almost circle. It's good to get your steps in as a commentator. Get some laps in as Lamb in, and it's flicked by Barker to square leg. There's a fielder out there in the deep who trundles in to scoop up that ball. And there's 2 runs off the over, 267 for 6.
Don't need to get my laps in today because I went for another walk in the Telegraph Woods this morning.
Blue path or red path? That's the big question. Or purple path?
I created my own path.
It's the Scott Reed path now. There's going to be a plaque put up there saying, if you want to look, the instructions are, walk around paths which aren't paths, looking lost, with the head in the air, asking strangers for advice on what direction to go.
Well, I got a good morning from someone. I was quite pleased because there were a lot of grumpy dog walkers yesterday. But this morning I said, good morning, and I got a reply. So it's not just people around here.
I mean, back home, moving home, that's been one of my favourite things, is people saying hello to you on dog walks.
It's Balderson to Barker. It's squirted down towards that kind of wide 3rd man region. Jones chasing after it, throws the ball in, loses his balance, and Barker comes back for 2 more, and he moves on to 9, and the score moves on to 269 for 6.
So yeah, it's genuinely something I look forward to on walks, is exchanging pleasantries with strangers. You ask them what their dog's called, and then you move on. It's such a highlight of my day.
Balderson to Barker. Let's play back along the ground, and Anderson comes around from mid-on to complete the fielding. I think I just did the same route as I did yesterday, but I can't remember if we decided if that was blue or red, or a combination of them both.
That's why I think we've created purple.
Purple, yeah, okay. It was just kind of the walk around the perimeter bit, and then there's one big main kind of path right down the middle of it, and I just stuck to that. I stuck to the familiar ground because it was getting a bit nervous yesterday. Balderson to Barker, whipped away for 4 through mid-wicket. Times that ever so well, doesn't he?
He does. He's got that strong bottom hand, which he can so effortlessly almost just chip the ball away. You feel like it's almost he's been practicing there behind us on the golf course is that he can just dismiss the ball with such ease but such power as it races to the boundary.
And we've got 3 overs remaining until the, sorry, 3 balls remaining until the tea interval. Barker up to 13 from 15 deliveries.
Yeah, I've been educated by Alex over there about when the tea break comes, because I just thought it was some sporadically random time, but he's been teaching me about either closest to a time or closest to an overs.
Can get a bit confusing. Barker's forward in defence and there's no run. And there's some days where it doesn't matter how many overs are left, it's tea is tea at a certain time. I think that's the last day, I think.
Maybe.
22-4.
So they're saying 32 overs today, which is
is
going to be correct
yeah.
here, but obviously if slow over rates come into the factor, then the times may be more important. Maybe you can't take tea past a certain time as well.
It's very confusing. There's balls on around the wicket to Barker, just back of a length and trying to force the ball away off the back foot out towards extra cover, and there's no run. I need to leave you to talk through these final 2 deliveries because I need to do an update.
Oh gosh, the pressure of these 2 final balls. You've jinxed it now. It's going to be a wicket and a 6 or something equally exciting. So we'll just recap this session after these final 2 balls. Kevin James is going to come on for these final 2 balls as well. Need some expert advice as in comes Balderson again and just prodded at by Keith Barker outside the off stump into the offside. He turns his back on that ball as if to say, I am not running that single. And actually, the tea break has gone now. It wasn't 2 balls left, it was only the 1 ball remaining. And they finished that session, Hampshire 273 for 6 off exactly 100 overs.
It's been a good session for Hampshire again, isn't it? It's 2 sessions they've had a good one.
It's entirely been their session throughout this day. This 3rd day, we were saying how pivotal it's going to be. It was completely in the balance, but Hampshire have dominated these first 2 sessions, and Lancashire will just be hoping that after a nice short break they'll be able to come back and take these final 4 wickets. But Nick Gubbins at the crease, he seems to be that immovable wall which Lancashire just can't penetrate at the moment.
So I make it, how many runs in that session? Not quite 100, was there? There's about 91, something like that scored in the session for the loss of 2 wickets. Gubbins 116 not out. Keith Barker 13. 32 overs left in the day. Myself, Melissa, Stanley and Scott will be with you in the evening session in just under 20 minutes time. And welcome back to the Ageas Bowl. The sun is still shining, the temperature is rising, certainly in the commentary box. And as regards the game 2, because at the tea break, Hampshire in their second innings, 273 for 6. They've batted exactly 100 overs in the second innings, and they lead Lancashire by 279. And once more, the star of the show for Hampshire as regards batting is Nick Gubbins, 100 not out in the first innings, and he's 116 not out here. Keith Barker is with him on 13. This afternoon, 2 wickets fell. Ben Brown, LBW to Daniel Lamb for 72. The pair, Brown and Gubbins, brought on 144 for the 5th wicket, a record 5th wicket here for Hampshire against Lancashire. Felix Organ also falling LBW, but George Balderson not playing a shot. He went for 1, 259 for 6 the score there. Hampshire actually losing 2 wickets for 1 run. Bowling for Lancashire so far, Jimmy Anderson has 3 for 36 from 23, and a wicket each for Hassan Ali, Balderson and Lamb in this innings. Your commentary team for this evening's session: a little later you'll hear from BBC TMS's and former Vipers Academy all-rounder Melissa Story. BBC Lancashire's Scott Reed will be back a little later, but taking you through this first period of play is myself, Kevin James, and a man who used to play a bit of first-class cricket in Zimbabwe, now lives in this country, plays some club cricket in the north of Hampshire. Stanley Marissa, how are you?
Yeah, great, Kev, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and another lovely day here. It's picturesque as always, and the sun has been shining lovely pretty much throughout the day, actually. And we've been treated to a Nick Gubbins masterclass today, and it's been a delight to watch, really.
Yeah, I can think of only a couple of false shots he played in that afternoon session. Everything else, he was tight in his technique, wasn't he? And just seems to be growing in confidence with the weight of runs that he scored in this game.
Yeah, I was just having a look at it. He faced 277 balls so far and 212 in the first innings, so...
Here we go then, there's the evening session underway with Danny Lamb round the wicket to Gubbins, who for the umpteenth time leaves the ball alone outside of the off stump. That's been a feature of his and the Hampshire batting throughout the day. They've left well. I think the Lancashire bowling, they've bowled pretty tight lines, haven't they?
Yeah, they have.
It's been hard cricket today, with Hampshire resuming on 103 for 3, a lead of 109, and they've managed to extend that. But the way this pitch has been playing, you think they would need a few more anyway. That's quite wide of off stump, and Gubbins leaves that one alone. 2 men on the drive on the offside, which is interesting.
Yeah, I think having a look before tea, a couple of balls from the pavilion end have sort of died in that sort of area just outside the left-hander's off stump from round the wicket, and a bit of dust that we can see coming up from the pitch. So
I think you're right, yeah. Hoping for one just to stick in the pitch a little bit again. There's some dust, but that's quite wide, and Gubbins leaves it alone. I just wonder if this is a deliberate ploy here, a deliberate tactic that Lancashire talked about during the tea break. For Lamb to bowl a little wider, maybe aim for some of that rough that would have scuffed up with the bowlers' follow-throughs, which of course are very wide, but with Lamb coming round the wicket to the left-hander, he can afford to be a little bit wider with the ball pitching. That's straighter, that's quite close to the off-stump there, a lot closer.
Yeah, that was well bowled by Danny Lamb. He's come a little bit tighter to the off stump, and it's a good leave again from Nick Gubbins. He was sort of tempted to play that just outside his off stump, but I think with the two catching covers, I think they're trying to maybe induce a false shot, because Nick Gubbins has looked pretty strong on the drive, but with that.
Here's Lamb again then, and he's flicking that away. What's that? That's very fine. That kind of missed the leg stump by very much at all. He's trying to whip that away. Now, what has that missed? He's right across his stumps. He's whipping that from about a foot outside off stump.
I think that's missed the off stump, but come from his inside edge.
Yeah, I think you're right.
He's played from there. Yeah.
Now, what's this suggesting already? Is this suggesting that Hampshire are going to try and push things on a bit quicker and try and force things along, or are I don't know, but that shot for me suggests that Hampshire are going to push things on. Here's Lamb bowls. Gubbins drives, so one of two men on the drive on the offside, and that's the end of that first over. It's been an uncharacteristic Hampshire shot in this second innings, that.
Yeah, definitely, and especially for Nick Gubbins, because I guess we've just spoken about how tight his technique has been, and that shot was potentially a signal that, you know, like you say, I think Hampshire would potentially start trying to move things on. There are 30 overs remaining in this in today's play, so I think realistically, if they want to try and get, I would say they'll probably try and get a few overs, maybe 10 overs towards the back end, just to try and give Lancashire that tricky hour or tricky 40 minutes towards the end of the day.
Well, the lead at the moment is 283. Luke Wells, with his leg spin, is back into the attack. He had some overs at the far end, the pavilion end, but he's coming on at the hotel end, the northern end, our commentary, and 3 overs, none for 7 for Luke Wells. And the Hampshire run rate is 2.7 throughout the 100 overs. So we were sort of touching on this earlier, Stan, weren't we? That, you know, if they continue this run rate, let's say it's 3s, then over 20 overs you're looking at another 60, which means the lead then is only 340. Is that enough to make the game safe at least? Barker turns that away square on the leg side for a single, so the lead is 284. Is 340 enough, do you think? Because as I said, I really don't think neither of these sides wants to lose against each other. So even if Hampshire were to declare and be in that fortunate position, would they consider 340 enough to be okay if 2 or 3 batters got in? Here's you can answer that after this, as Luke Wells bowls, and that's turned to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
I think 340 will probably be, I think it's probably the figure that they might be looking at as a minimum. I think once you've got to that sort of stage.
Yes, Wells again and bowls on the back foot. Gubbins just turns a fraction out of the rough and comes back at him, goes out on the onside.
Yeah, for a side to come out and score 340 and then chase 340 down on day 4 against this attack, is it likely? You know, as an attack, they haven't leaked that many runs, and you know, we've got.
Yes, Wells again, flicking it away on the leg side, but Bohannon fields again. Yeah,
it's quite a top class Hampshire attack. So I personally think, yeah, 340 would be quite hard to get. Yeah. Obviously, with a shorter boundary, it might be a possibility, but I still think that, yeah, with that.
Wells bowls again outside the off stump, turns a bit out of the rough, but not enough.
Yeah, with the quality of that Hampshire attack, it will be quite a tall order.
Yeah. So then it begs the question about leaving. Into the ground, and it's fielded at second slip, and that'll be the end of the. One not out in the first innings. Barker has 14. Hampshire lead by 284 with exactly, well, assuming we get exactly the minimum overs. There are 30 overs left in the day, and looking at the time, which is 4:25, I would say that there were no chance that we're going to get more than 30 overs in.
No, I don't know what time do they go all the way till 6 o'clock? Is it? Or
well, it's 6 o'clock is the scheduled time, but of
right.
course you just keep going until, unless the light gives out or it starts raining. It's not certainly going to rain. But yeah, we're doing overtime again, Stan.
That's fine. Hopefully the light won't be an issue. I don't think it will be today. It shouldn't be that much of an issue anyway. It's quite a bright day, so.
It is. And the sun is slowly but surely coming into our commentary boxes. Danny Lamb stays round the wicket to Barker, drives that up to mid-on. We've got 2 left-handers out there at the moment, so Lamb is going to stay round the wicket, you would think, during this spell.
Do you think there's a possibility that spin might come into the equation on this pitch, or is it?
Never usually, Stan. It's you know, just by definition of the pitch never really getting worse, it then doesn't necessarily mean as that's turned away into the vacant mid-wicket area by Barker. They jog through for a single, 279 for 6. By nature then, that the spinners don't get a lot out of it, and I've never known spinners get a lot out of this pitch. Never, not really. There'll be a bit of rough.
Yeah.
I should imagine Dawson or try and just trying to think what left-handers. Well, you got some left-handers in the side, of course. You've got Wells, you've got Balderson, and well, Jimmy Anderson, but by then it might be too late. That's outside the off stump and that's left alone. So, you know, unless a Dawson comes over the wicket to the left-handers and tries to pitch it in a bit of rough. Felix Organ, off spin, of course, as we know at Hampshire, that will try and bowl some into Barker's rough over the stump. So, yeah, then it'll still be minimal. It's never been a great pitch for spin bowlers. Flicked away off the pad, Gubbins. That'll be a leg by, I'm sure, signalled by Nick Cook any moment now. Cook turns, or does he? Yep, there we are, lifting the leg up now. 280 for 6. And the lead now is 286. There's a lot. Normally on this right-hand side of the ground, when there's a pitch cut, there's probably roughly half spectators in the Shane Warne stand and sort of in the uncovered bit away to our right, outside the off stump, and that's left alone. There seem to be a lot more people happy to sit out in the uncovered bit, although they're not necessarily directly in the sun.
No.
Interesting.
It is interesting.
Yeah,
I'm not
I've
sure
never seen that before.
They feel a bit closer to the action there. I'm not sure, but
yeah, there's a bit more fresh air circulating than
possibly
under the roof. Well, it's not even much of a roof under the Shane Warne stand. There's enough to stop you getting wet if you go to the upper half of the stand. But Barker works that away on the leg side. Another single, 281 for 6, 287 now is the lead. Just those 3 wickets that have been taken all day. Jimmy Anderson getting Liam Dawson after 20 minutes LBW for 24, and then Ben Brown and Felix Organ, both LBW to Lamb and Balderson respectively. So 3 LBWs today.
Yeah.
3 wickets taken. That's all. And actually, I did get an email here just before tea. Martin McLaughlin from Glasgow emailed silentcricket@gmail.com, was talking about the mode of dismissal, and probably the right time to read this out actually, because it says, thank you for your excellent coverage of the game. Thank you, that's very kind. I think the changing nature of the pitch is maybe reflected in the changing modes of dismissal. I think this is actually a good point. For the first day and a half, everyone was getting out, nicking off, but now it's all LBWs, right? And I think it has something to do with the pitch, you're right. Maybe it's getting slower and lower, and I think you're right there. As down the leg side from Luke Wells, start of a new over, well taken by Phil Salt. A possible unlikely draw, given we're talking about a 2-day finish on the first morning. I know, gosh, there's a point where I think we'd be probably going home by now at one stage. Wells' flight set outside the off stump and that's left down. But that's important. It's interesting, isn't it?
Good point. Yeah, really good point.
The dismissals have totally changed.
Yeah, and I think what you'll find is with that brand new ball on those first couple of days.
Here's Wells again, flighted, driven out into the covers, no room.
The natural way of, or the natural mode of dismissal for the seam bowlers is to try and hang the ball in a channel just outside that off stump and try and bring the slips, and especially when the ball is bouncing and it's nibbling around a bit.
Wells comes again, flicked away behind square by Barker. 282 for 6 now. Barker moves on to 17, lead 288.
You ideally don't want to get too straight when you're bowling with a brand new ball. What you want to do is, like I say, bring that channel in and try and create the opportunity on the outside edge. As the pitch gets a bit flatter.
Yeah. Wells again. Barker works up to mid wicket, but Bahana's there.
As the pitch gets flatter and slightly older, it will probably potentially get a bit more up and down. So you'll probably find that people or the bowlers try and shift their line slightly to attack the stumps a bit more.
Yep.
Try bring those pads into play.
Wells again, cut away by Gubbins. Slightly uppish, but he's got enough on it. It's gone for 4, back with a point. 4 runs, gave that plenty of air there, Luke Wells, and Gubbins just waited.
Really good shot again, because that seemed to bounce up a little bit.
Didn't it?
Yeah, a little bit extra bounce. He's a tall man, isn't he, Luke Wells? And with his wrist spin, he will get a bit more overspin in that bounce than Nick Gubbins hit that on top of it, the bounce, and yeah, he's got a good boundary there, and he's continuing on his merry way.
Yeah, 124 he's on. Yeah, I think that was a deliberate ball by Luke Wells to find the rough there. Talking about the LBWs, the last 5 wickets that have fallen, so 2 last night, Holland and Vince, the 3 today have all been LBW. So Gubbins 124, Barker has 17. Here's Danny Lamb starting a new over from the pavilion end. That's wide of off stump. There's been a few like that from Danny Lamb since the tea break. 292 now is the lead. And talking about sort of unusual situations, and we did think that we wouldn't be here at one stage. I think another one is that with Hampshire at 40 for 5, they now have a lead of 292 and still have wickets in the bank as Barker quietly plays that out square on the offside. It's certainly been a game where fortunes have fluctuated quite wildly.
Yeah, and I think that's what's the beauty of the 4-day game and the longer format of the game, is that you've got so much time in a game. You know, we talking 90 overs a day.
Yeah. You don't realise. I mean, there's still 27 overs, which it will be long. Outside the off stump, left alone again. I think Lamb's looking to bowl about 4 balls out there and then surprise you with a couple of straights.
Yeah, I think that's a bit of a tactic. I'm not sure if it's more a just a sort of, I guess, a damage limitation tactic. Hang the ball out there and kind of just create a little bit of boredom. They don't want to get too straight and allow Hampshire to play the shots and run away with the score.
Yeah, predominantly the fielders are on the offside, which is hardly surprising. Barker goes for the drive and misses. That's dangerously close to the outside edge. Well, there's only 3 fielders on the leg side, at mid-on, deep mid-wicket, patrolling that short boundary, and a wide-ish fine leg. Everybody else is on the offside. So, yeah, predominantly offside bowling here from Lamb, with the odd straightish ball as a surprise. Though we haven't seen that one yet this over, I don't think, anyway. I can't remember. There's 4 dot balls so far outside the off stump again. Barker not tempted. So I think Lancashire are going for a quiet session here, making it as quiet as they can. They've been out there for a long time. I'm not sure how much more of Jimmy Anderson we'll see. Maybe he's done his allotted overs for now. It's a long time. They've been out there since tea time yesterday. Here comes Lamb again. There's the drive, but it'll only be a single because there is a sweeper. And it's 287 for 6 now, and the lead is 293.
I'm surprised that we haven't seen as much of Hassan Ali as I thought. I thought we'd probably see a little bit more of him. So I'm not sure if he's maybe potentially carrying a niggle or something, because yeah, you'd have thought that with his pedigree and with a slightly older ball, and I don't know, with his action and the way he attacks the stumps, I think he would have been quite a good option to try and get that breakthrough somewhere. But I'm not sure if the thinking is maybe let's try and have some sort of damage limitation and see what Hampshire do and wait for that declaration.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't come out and just give it 5 or 6 overs after tea and really give it a blast. Wells bowls, and that's left alone outside the off stump by Barker. Maybe there's just not enough in this pitch to really believe, to really say, go on, let's have 6 hard overs.
Yeah.
Maybe they just feel now that with this second new ball into its 26th over, that, and with, of course, Gubbins going along nicely, that maybe they've just decided that let's just keep it quiet. There are lots of options, of course, but maybe they've gone for that one. Here's Wells, bowls. It's a full toss, which is driven, but he's found mid-off Tom Bailey. Barker, you would have thought, might just have found the gap through. There's probably not much of a gap. Extra cover's quite straight, actually.
It's tightly packed.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Wells again. Barker trying to flick that on the leg side. I think somehow it's gone out on the off. That's what Barker tends to do. He sort of walks one pace across the stump when the ball's that slightly short, and he tries to flick it away on the leg side. But I think he may have just got into that shot a little too early.
He's a big, imposing figure, isn't he, at the crease?
Oh. He hits a mean ball when he wants to, that's for sure. That's turned away on the leg side. That'll be an easy single. 294 for 6. You don't feel there's an immediate threat now to Hampshire being bowled out, which, as I say, you know, maybe if Lancashire had just given it a go, 5 or 6 overs, maybe nothing would have happened, but maybe something would have happened, and if Hampshire had got bowled out for maybe 310, 320 with 15 overs or so left of the day, you just never know. But maybe maybe the coaches have other ideas. It's turned away on the leg side, no run.
Well, it's all psychological, isn't it? It's a psychological victory for Hampshire when they come out and they've got the part-time bowlers bowling, so they'll be pretty happy with the situation as it is.
Wells again staying round the wicket. And Barker, does he find the gap between bowler and mid or no? Josh Bohannon is, despite being in the field for so long, is still sprightly out there. And picks the ball up, throws it to the keeper, end of the over. And it's 288 for 6 here with... This is a beautiful evening now. Here, the sun has just about reached us. Some of the kit is getting a bit warm. We've got it covered. Well, I've got it covered, 1 or 2 bits, and it's pleasant. That's probably why those people, as I say, they're not directly in the sun away to our right, but they're probably just getting bits of it and probably enjoying it. Yeah,
it's lovely temperatures, and it's not hot, but it's not cool. There's no breeze going through the ground, so it's actually really comfortable weather to sit and watch some cricket.
Good day for you to have played, Stan.
It would have been, yeah, it would have been, but I'm happy enough here. So, like I told you, Kev, I don't do pre-seasons.
No, you don't.
I'll get into the real stuff when
it's important.
Yeah.
You don't want any joke runs.
No.
Or you want all runs to count.
That's it.
Quite right. 288 for 6. Danny Lamb starting his 16th over here. Round the wicket again. It's outside off stump, well outside off stump, and again Barker is not tempted. Just the one slip for Lamb. I think there's a third man. Is there? No, there's not. No, I'm just looking over the barriers here.
It's like a short third man, isn't it? It's like a deep gully. I'll be interested to see if he's actually walking in or if he's stationary. I think he must be walking in from that position.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it's a very backward point, isn't it, Rob Jones? It's Danny Lamb bowls. It's outside off stump, a little closer, but still quite wide. And again, Barker's happy to just leave that one alone. The thing is now, unless it's an out-and-out half volley, and there's 2 men on the drive for that anyway, but if Barker is driving outside the off stump, he's never going to get more than one because there is a man out deep, Hassan Ali. So I suppose you've got it's a risk sort of versus reward game at the moment for Barker, and Lamb is just trying to tempt him to have a little dart. Nothing even remotely straight from Danny Lamb at the moment, although he proved me wrong in this ball, you see. Outside off stop, although that came back.
Yep.
Phil Salt taking it well to his right.
I think it's why we saw that sort of predetermined shot from Nick Gubbins a few overs ago where he sort of walked across his stumps and tried to flick it into that onside, because I guess he's trying to see where the gap is, and that's the only sort of noticeable gap, because the line that Danny Lamb is bowling, that outside off stump, trying to dry things up. And
yes, he is, yeah. Bowls again, and that's a little bit close to off stump, so Barker has to play, but it's a defensive shot out on the offside. But yes, you're right, it's very defensive bowling now, isn't it? Yeah. Defensive field placing, defensive bowling, and things have just gone a little bit quiet here, although Hampshire have added, what, 15 since tea, but they just don't seem in any immediate danger at all now. It's just all about what happens between now and the end of the day, whether Lancashire do get a bat. Barker thinks about a single as it goes out square on the offside, but not hit with any pace, so there is no run.
Yeah, just trying to work it out if the prospect of Hampshire bowling this evening is something that they are thinking about. We haven't seen any, I don't know, seriously aggressive shots so far, so I'm not sure if they, I guess, just maybe playing it sort of cool, I guess, and seeing what happens. And
I think Lancashire are also here doing this because it's probably taken them batting out tonight out of the equation, or they're trying to. That's a bit straighter and that's turned on the leg side. There's always a single there if Lamb bowls that line. And Barker, I think actually that's done to keep Gubbins away from the strike.
Yeah.
So Gubbins hasn't faced much actually since tea. He's on 124. He has actually added 8 since the tea break, but I think Danny Lamb's bowled that straight ball, knows that Barker's going to turn it on the onside. There is a gap, so Barker picks up a single, keeps the strike, and the two batters are having a word now because I think they've realised that this is what's happening. A little bit different, of course, when you've got the leg spinner on at this end, but as regards to the seamers, it's almost like Danny Lamb is like controlling the pace of the game.
Yeah.
289 for 6, it's 295 lead. As Wells with his leg spin comes round the wicket, and that's flicked away by Barker. That's typical Barker, isn't it? Leg ball, walk across your stump by a pace, and then just flick it away with the spin, and that's an easy single. 290 for 6 now. Barker's on to 21. Probably do this over, and then Melissa Story will come on with Stanley Marissa. Melissa Story and Stanley Marissa.
Yeah.
Is Wells, and that's driven off the back foot by Gubbins down towards deep mid-on. And that will be another single fielded by Rob Jones below us.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm trying to work out if it is worth maybe one of these two, or I guess Keith Barker maybe playing a bit more aggressively, because there's still 4 wickets in the shed. You might as well.
Yeah. It's for Hampshire to force it a little bit now, isn't it? Outside the off stump. Lancashire will be happy with this because the less time they have to bat now, it's almost as though they feel that they can't win it.
Yeah.
And now they don't want to lose it. That's what it feels like.
Yeah, it does. It does.
Yeah. So what are Hampshire going to do? Are they happy? It's very full, and it's driven out square on the offside by Barker. Nice piece of fielding. But yeah, from what we've had, it's all gone a bit flat out there at the moment.
A little bit of a standoff, I'd say, isn't it?
Yes, yes, Stanley, it is. Yeah. Who's going to make the first move? Well, I don't think Lancashire are going to make a move. It's whether Hampshire do. Now, there's a reverse sweep there from Barker. That's 4. Nice shot. He plays that a lot. It's gone very fine.
It's really
Crowd
good.
enjoyed that one.
It's a bit of a low-risk shot for the big man. It's he's kind of got over that and played that really well, actually, behind point for 4.
Yeah,
so that's,
very low risk shot with the ball well outside off stump like that. Barker moves on to 25, 295 for 6 now, and the lead is over 300. That was what the applause was for. The lead is now 301. There are still 24 overs left in the day to do after this. So, yeah, it's funny, even though it's all slow, Hampshire still are getting themselves in a situation where they might still give Lancashire a go tonight. It just depends on how quick they do score over this net. Now Barker's hit Wells over his head. A couple of bounces down towards Rob Jones at deep mid-on. Well, I think we're getting a signal from Barker here that maybe, because you have to pick your bowling, you have to pick the who you're going to hit and who you aren't. Obviously with Danny Lamb, there's not easy to pierce the field on the offside, but maybe with Luke Wells, slightly easier.
Yeah.
Stanley Marissa will continue. Another word from him, and then Melissa Story will be alongside him.
Just beginning to see here, Stanley, what we expected earlier on with a bit of spin from both ends from Lancashire. I mean, I was enjoying your discussion just then of Lancashire aren't going to really want to bat actually in this evening session now.
Definitely not, and I don't think that. I think ideally for them, they want to eat away at as many overs and try and take away as much time as they can from this game. Because
we have Lamb to continue then from the pavilion end, and that's defended, just dropped down and trickles to first slip by Barker.
Because they'll be thinking, I don't know, I'm not sure that they can think about this game in a positive result way. Because now, what is it? What are they?
302 run lead.
Yeah, 302 ahead is quite a good position for Hampshire to be in. So,
yeah, I reckon if it had been around that 250 mark, they may have just been excited as that's left alone by Barker and bounces twice before getting through to Phil Salt behind the stumps. But yeah, you always feel that 250 they could have gone, yeah, we could chase this entirely, but 300 they suddenly have to weigh up tomorrow. That is, if they are batting tomorrow. Can we chase 300? It's a good pitch, but I think 300 is a bit too much to get in a day, especially if Hampshire gets some early wickets. So it is going to be a game of survival, most likely for Lancashire, as that's flicked away wristily by Barker into mid-wicket, and they trudge through for a single. Barker moves on to 27 now of 51. So valuable runs down the order. And actually, Nick Gubbins, he's on 125 not out still. He seems as if he's been static on around that score for quite a while now.
Yeah, he hasn't seemed to have got much of the strike after the tea break, but yeah, he's still there.
Keith Barker saying, no, this is my time to shine. I want to be on strike, to the Centurion, as that's driven away by Gubbins to the sweeper at deep cover for another single, whilst Hampshire are happy to just keep working on. At what point, we just mentioned that 304 run lead, at what point do you think we'll start to see shots from both of the batters at the crease? We've seen some from Barker, but both of them?
I think they'll have a clear plan And, you know, they all know exactly what they want, what they see as a minimum. I think 350 is probably a good buffer.
350 from the expert next to me is Lam in again, and that's just guided down to third man there. He's intersected the fielder at gully and first slip, and it's a long chase for the captain, Dame Villas, down on the boundary. Hampshire get through for 2 runs there, I think, in the end, and the score moves on to 300, which is greeted by a very loud applause from the few fans, which I feel as if increased a bit. Of course, it's free after tea here at the Ageas Bowl, so lots of people coming in after maybe spending the day in the sun, having a barbecue, being at the beach, unless they've been playing club cricket, in which if you've come here straight from a game, then I'm slightly worried for your result. As in comes Lam again, and it's awkwardly defended by Barker. Almost miscues off the side of his bat to one of those 2 close catches we've seen at extra cover as that concludes the over. Hampshire 300 for 6. I mean, do you think that's a good tactic from Dame Villas to have those 2 catches in close on the offside, or do you think it's been quite ineffective?
Yeah, I mean, it's again, I think he sort of, with that angle that Danny Lam's been bowling, and it looks like the ball's been sort of dying outside that off stump for the left-hander, so that in turn makes that quite a difficult shot. So if he's trying to drive on the up from that angle, with the ball maybe potentially dying, you could maybe induce a full shot, or you could have the inside edge and bring the stumps into play. So yeah, I think it's not bad. It's more of probably a run-saving one, just to try and put someone in front of the batsman's eye line, just to try and create something different, I guess, because yeah,
it's a key sledging position as well if you want.
It is.
Especially having the captain that close to you as a batter. Not that I think there would be much for Lancashire to be sledging Hampshire about at the moment, as Wells to continue with his leg spin, and this is pushed down the ground by Gubbins to the fielder at long on.
It's a good point you raise, actually. I think I would have probably liked to see a little bit more aggression in, I don't know, maybe somehow.
I understand. Yeah, I'd say I'd agree with you on that point. As Wells in again, and the reverse sweep from Barker, but they've put a fielder in place now, Lancashire. They have that person almost at a backward point.
Yeah, he's
literally specifically for that shot from Keith Barker, because he enjoys playing that so much against spin. He'll either hit you over your head or he'll reverse sweep you for 4. And that's the way Keith Barker rolls, as Wells at the top of his mark. He gets through his overs quickly, Wells, as he's continuing to the left-handed Barker, and that's a flatter delivery and uncomfortably flicked away by Barker down to the fielder. A deep fine leg, which you don't see too often for the spinner.
No, you don't.
Maybe he anticipated that faster ball from Wells.
But he does bowl quite flat. And as I was saying, with the whole sort of aggression thing, I think Nick Gubbins, he's been so good. He's been really good, and he's been batting in his bubble. But
Wells in again, past the stumps. That's got more flight in that one. It's cut away by Gubbins towards that deep point sweeper on that shorter boundary, and they get through for a single.
I think somehow as a bowling unit, as a bowling team, you've got to try and find some way to try and take him out of his comfortability or his zone, because he's clearly in the zone and he's playing magnificently. But
Wells in again, outside the off stump, and catches the top of the edge of Barker's bat, but goes down to that third man in the ring position, who's in there for the sweep but also fields the edge. I understand what you're saying. He's almost in a net session now. For him, it probably feels as if he's a first 11 club player facing a torrent of under 15 seamers. It is coming naturally to him and with ease, as Wells in again. That's a low full toss driven firmly by Barker, but straight to Tom Bailey at mid-off, which concludes the over. Hampshire 303 for 6. He's just so in his zone, and we were speaking earlier about obviously Saqib Mahmood not being in the team, whether that's beyond Lancashire's control, whether it was a tactical decision by them, but what difference a bowler like that, who has the ability to come in, hit the deck hard and put batters on the spot, because regardless of where you are in your innings, no one likes the short stuff coming at them for a sustained period.
Definitely, and that makes a difference. And like I was saying, you know, Nick Gubbins has faced over 500 deliveries this match, with obviously not being dismissed. At some point, you've got to try and think, how are we going to get him out? How are we going to try and put him off what he's doing? Because he's, like I said, he's so in the zone and he's so comfortable with what he's doing. You almost want to try and put him off slightly.
And with an innings like this, and he's making quite a flat pitch look flatter as Lam in again, and defended off a length.
Yeah, he'd have carried a lot of confidence, obviously, from his innings in the first innings to score 100 on that pitch when the pitch was doing a little bit. He would have come in to be not out as well. Almost carried his bat because he obviously bats number 3, but to bat as long as he did then.
The concentration and the patience of that first innings, as you said, is probably rewarded by the ease of the second innings, as this was punched off the back foot down the ground and to the right of the fielder at a wide mid-on, who now has to chase that down to the boundary, into the shade. They retrieve it just within the boundary rope, and Gubbins gets through for another 2. He moves on to 130.
He's played that shot very well, actually, this innings. It's almost a shot where the ball is slightly short of a length and he gets up on his toes and he punches it through mid-on sort of area. It looks like he's quite strong in that area, which is a good area.
Gubbins on strike to Lamb, who's in. That's outside the off stump and bounces a bit on Gubbins there. It's caught the top of his bat and actually bounced just once before the slip cordon. Looking at this replay here, for anyone following the live stream, it was a wide short delivery which Gubbins almost tried to get on top of to guide down to third man. It bounced a bit more than he had anticipated, and actually he almost did a bit of catching practice for the slip fielder you see before the games when they're guided to the fielders. And I'm not too sure who's in there at slip, but they probably didn't quite expect that one, as Lamb in again, full ball driven but mistimed to one of those close catching fielders. Extra cover for no run.
Looks like Lukey Wells and that slip, but yeah, it was a weird one actually, because it almost didn't carry at all, so it must have maybe come off his glove. I don't know, it looked like it had a bit of extra bounce on that one. So yeah, it looks like there's something happening on that side, and there's a little bit of indifferent bounce, so we've seen a couple scoot through to Phil Salt.
Lamb past the stumps, and this strikes him. A big appeal from the bowler, and the finger's gone up. That's the breakthrough for Lancashire. Nick Gubbins, the main man, 130 and dismissed LBW. It looks like he just went back again to play that shot. We've been well spoken about. He went back, looked to punch it down the ground, but missed that ball. But it's time to focus on as he's leaving the pitch. I mean, the round of applause around this ground. Hampshire fans appreciated the momentous effort he put in that first innings, but to come out this second innings, replicate it, build this partnership and build this lead for Hampshire. And he's been rewarded for his efforts.
Yeah, Melissa, he's been phenomenal, and that is the end of a quite serious vigil. Like I say, over 500 balls in this match faced, and he's only finally been dismissed. He's potentially single-handedly put his team into a winning position from that position they were in, 60 for 5 in the first innings, and then potentially a little tricky period in that second innings when they were 3 down. To bat the way he has over 2 innings and to show the concentration over such an extended period of time has been exemplary. And he's put Hampshire in such a strong position, and that LBW actually did look pretty close.
I don't think that's one we're going to be disputing on commentary for hours and hours on end.
I think
so. People can breathe a deep sigh of relief. But yeah, we've had a few emails in today of people going, Nick Gubbins, this has been a great innings. Is he looking for contention? Could he be someone who could slot into England's side? And I don't think he's quite there yet. We spoke about how he had, he's moved to Hampshire to kind of revitalise his career. But if he has a few more days in games like this, if by the end of the season he could certainly be on that radar for the upcoming season. Yeah,
I think with with the whole England situation, it's apart from a few people, it's not there's I think the whole setup and everything is there for a lot of people. So I don't think you can automatically rule anyone out, because if you start putting in some performances, and I don't think that this performance will go unnoticed, to score 200s in a game against an attack which has got Jimmy Anderson, Hassan Ali and Tom Bailey, and it's in a game where not many runs have been scored, to then come out and have those sort of figures, it's it's only going to get people talking, and that's all you want. If you can then carry on that form and carry on that confidence, you don't know, you never know.
Exactly, and it would be nice to see that kind of England selection being more fluid, reflecting form within the county championship more as we're going forward. But who knows what's to come with this complete shake-up of the England cricket setup. There could be more people looking to the county game. But the new batter at the crease, James Fuller, he had a quick-fire innings in Hampshire's first innings, and he'll be facing Lamb. as that's a short, wide delivery first up, as that perhaps to tempt Fuller into playing some shots early on, but that concludes the over. Hampshire 305 for 7 now. And do you think that wicket of Gubbins now, Hampshire lead by 311, we were kind of disputing whether are they going to start going for it now, are they going to start playing some shots, but with 3 wickets in hand, do you think it's time to just bat out the rest of the day now?
I think potentially, with obviously James Fuller coming at the crease, he's naturally quite an aggressive batsman anyway. You've probably got the Hampshire's 2, I guess, most aggressive batsmen at the crease, so I'd expect them to try and get on with things and try and push things on, because I mean, I think with a lead of 311, if they can get another 30-40, you never know. Maybe have a 10-over blast at the Lancashire openers and make it a tricky last hour for them.
Keith Barker will be on strike to Wells to continue with his leg spin. He just drops that down by his feet on the leg side. And of course, Fuller, he got 55 off 54 balls in the first innings with 7 fours and 1 6. So probably not often you'd say that batters have a strike rate of over 100 in the county championship. But as Luke Wells in again. And that's slashed in the air, down the ground. I completely lost the ball there in the sun then.
Yeah, he looks like he's gone for a big sort of hoik over mid-wicket, and it seems to have maybe rushed onto maybe a flatter ball from Luke Wells that's kind of rushed onto Keith Barker, and he's probably hit the top of the bat and sort of spooned over and towards long off.
It was quite fortunate really that the fielders were out deep, because it would have gone probably exactly into the hands had the fielder been stood somewhat in the vicinity of the stumps. But an ugly shot definitely from Keith Barker, but perhaps a sign of things to come. These two may have just got out into the middle and gone, yeah, let's put, as you say, quick fire 40 on the board, let's get that 350 lead, and then let's have a go at them in the evening session. 10 minutes can make all the difference. As well as in again to Fuller, who just tucks that into the leg side, and they get through for a quick single as the fielder attempts to pick up the ball, misses it entirely, belly flops on the ground, and I think has potentially winded himself.
He's alright, that dangerous. The way I see it, Melissa, is if you're going to potentially declare first thing in the morning, there's no difference than declaring maybe with half an hour to go in the evening. So I think that's the way they're going to look.
Wells to Barker, who works that, well, probably not exactly where he thought he would. It's kind of gone just behind square leg and they get through for a single, but it looked almost the way he stepped across his stumps as if he wanted to get it even finer, just so it could run away to that boundary towards the pavilion away from us. But he didn't quite get it there, but they're still rotating the strike. I think now just one of their targets will be, if we can't hit it for 4, we've got to find that single somewhere. We've just got to keep almost really battering down the Lancashire fielders. It's going to be so bad for their morale as that's pushed to Dane Villas at mid-wicket for no run, because even as a batter, you haven't been bowling out there. The bowlers are going to be worn down, if anything. We haven't seen Anderson for a while, we haven't seen Hassan Ali, but I'm sure the opening batters are not going to want to go out there now for 10 minutes after being in the sun all day, as that ball spun and bounced there from Wells through to the keeper. Fuller just was looking to guide that almost down to third man, and it's jumped up on him a bit, showing this wicket, as we've said, still has a bit of spice and it still has a bit of bounce. And Hampshire 308 for 7.
I think Hampshire also have one eye on the incoming batsman anyway. So, well, we've obviously got Kyle Abbott coming in and Mo Abbas. Kyle Abbott is, I think he's had a few ducks in a row, hasn't he, at the moment? So
4 consecutive ducks. And I know there's a few in the written media centre who are very keen for him to challenge the record for most consecutive ducks, which I'm not sure Hampshire fans would agree with necessarily. I'm sure Kyle Abbott won't be agreeing with that, that's for sure. I think he'll be desperately nervous to make sure he just gets at least one run if he is made to come out to bat. As in again to Fuller, or Barker, apologies, is Lamb. He's continuing and just really fighting away at that pavilion end. He's bowled, this is his 19th over so far. He's taken the 2 wickets, of course, but I guess the likes of Lamb we've seen, and Balderson, he is another option for them to turn to now, but of course he will be opening the batting, and I guess they are just conscious of not tiring him out in case they are made to bat, as that's flicked away. It was a leg stump line delivery, or going down the leg side, and Barker's worked it down to fine leg for a single, bringing the right-handed Fuller back on strike. And if anything Hampshire have done today, it's made sure they've always, it seems, always had a left-hand, right-hand combination at the crease.
Yeah, it's always a nightmare, isn't it, for a captain, for a fielding unit. You're always having to think. You can't just switch off. And it's happened before where you stood there and all of a sudden you don't realise that it's a right-hand batsman on strike and your captain is screaming at you saying, "What are you doing?" So yeah, you just have to keep switched on.
So I've experienced both sides of that, because sometimes I am the daydreaming fielder who's twiddling their toes on the boundary and ignoring their captain who's screaming at them to come in the ring, whilst on Sundays when I have to do the captaining myself, I'm the one screaming, going, please, just come in the ring. And having to yell, or any club will know, just having to yell left hand, right hand.
Yeah.
If that's your nominated job, your voice is sore by the end of the day, especially if they build up that big partnership. But we've just seen a discussion between Lamb here and I think Dane Villas, maybe Jimmy Anderson, and some of the senior bowlers have kind of had a step in. There's been a few changes to the field. We've got fine leg third man and deep cover and deep square leg as Lamb in, and that's outside the off stump, back of a length, and just guided to that fielder on the boundary by Fuller. I guess they're very, very aware of what Fuller is capable of doing at the end. He's a white ball player as well as a red ball player, and obviously we've spoken about the destructiveness of Barker. So do you think they're happy just to save the boundaries here?
Definitely,
Sam?
yeah, definitely. So I think at this point it's damage limitation. You're just trying to, you don't want to give.
As Lamb in again, and he has a little fish at that, Barker, outside the off stump. It goes through to Salt behind the stumps, and again, some of these shots looking a bit fancy when actually they probably just need to give it a whack.
Yeah, and I guess I'm trying to get into the psyche of what the players out there are trying to do, and I think as we can see it, they haven't come out and they haven't been throwing the bat around, and I think they're probably, again, like I say, keeping.
As Lamb beginning his run up again past the umpire and outside the off stump, full, and just guided straight to the fielder at a 45 in the ring, no run.
Yeah, they're trying to just keep one eye on the time situation and also the over situation, because there's still 19 odd overs today, so I don't think there's a major rush to guess kick on, but at the same time you're trying to work out that balance to have enough time to maybe I think they might try and have a little maybe 8 to 10 over blast this evening.
As in again, Lamb left outside the off stump by Barker, not willing to, I guess again we've spoken, those two close catchers, not too willing to take them on. But if the ball's in the slot, we are certain they'll probably go for it, although both of them being quite reserved at the moment. I think I'm quite surprised. I mentioned they're playing some quite fiddly shots, which is very uncanny of the two at the crease, but as you said, the one option is hit a few very quick runs, have a quick go, even if it's something like 6-7 overs at the end of the day at the Lancashire batters. But whether Hampshire thinks a lead of 316 is enough yet, maybe, but you just feel as if they do go into tomorrow, it would be pointless to send the Hampshire batters out there again just for another kind of 10 overs. It would be wasting time, which could be time where Hampshire could be taking wickets, where they could be having a go with the slightly cloudy conditions. As Wells in again to Fuller, who pushes that out into the offside to the sweeper, and they come through for a single.
Yeah, definitely, and it's a bit of a little bit of cat and mouse, isn't it? I think we'll probably see one of these batsmen maybe try and take a bit more of an aggressive route, but at the moment they are just trying to just knock it around. And
we need to get the message out there. Melissa and Stan want you to hit sixes. Come on. As in comes Wells again, floated up delivery and driven to the fielder, Dane Villas. He's in the action. The ball always seems to be following the Lancashire captain. He puts himself in the key positions in the game. Another dot ball. Nick Wells playing a really important job here, you'd say, for Lancashire, obviously with the no inclusion of Matt Parkinson, as that ball's worked off the hip by Keith Barker into the outfield for another run.
I think on a separate note, as much as we may like to see them playing a bit more aggressively, I think we have to also give a little bit of credit to the way Lancashire have come out and bowled. I think Danny Lamb from that top end, the pavilion end, he's been quite good in terms of the plans that he's sort of set out.
As Wells, fourth ball of the over now, and that's looped up leg stump line and just flicked past Villas at mid-wicket, but there's protection in the deep. They just get through for another single. 4 singles off the over so far, 1 ball remaining.
Yeah, he hasn't, like I say, he hasn't made it particularly easy to come out and just throw the bat. It's not, I don't think it's that kind of pitch that you can just throw the bat at the ball and get runs. So yeah, they've done all right to stifle things.
Wells, final ball of the over, and here comes the reverse sweep, but straight to that fielder again. Slightly uppish as well as Luke Wells there. He's got his hands on his head as if thinking that could have been a catch, but Barker just managed to control the shot enough so that it bounced in front of the fielder in the rain. But that's the shot they're looking to set him up for, as in again, flicked away to the leg side. The umpire has to jump out the way and they get a single on the final ball of the over.
They're definitely getting through these overs quite quickly. I think with, like you said, Luke Wells does definitely get through his overs quite quickly, and that's also working, I guess, to Lancashire's advantage.
I wonder as well if we will see, I mean, it's interesting that Lamb's obviously sticking to this end. He's bowling well, and I've seen many a good spell from that end. I think Kyle Abbott must have taken, it was probably something stupid like a 7-wicket haul, because that's what Kyle Abbott does. But from that end, as Lamb in, pushed out on the front foot, and it's like misfield there in the covers, but no runs spilled for it. Yeah, I think it does tend to, we've spoken, this pitch can get a bit low, it can get a bit slow, but something from that far pavilion end, now and again, if you hit that spot, there's as we spoke yesterday, there's a little trampoline, and they just ping up. And Lamb has that little bit of extra pace, which will allow him to get that bit of bounce, as that's driven back to him by Barker. Again, very respectful batting.
I think we worked out that maybe, was it 5 of the last 6 dismissals, or 6 of the last, however, I think the last 6 dismissals have been LBW, so that tends to show you that, you know, the stumps and bowlers bowling straight is becoming a bit more prevalent in the game.
That's Lamb to the left-handed Barker, who works that along the ground into the square leg region for another single. It's so interesting, especially with how similar those first innings were. I think Dave Allen messaged in saying it feels like Groundhog Day, with day 1 was exactly copied by day 2, all the wickets being taken by the slips behind by the keeper, and now it is like looking at basically an overview of Shane Watson's career, LBW, 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 and just a complete change in tactics. And it'll be interesting to see Hampshire's bowlers adapt to that tomorrow. We may see more of the likes of James Fuller coming into bowl, Ian Holland, who are very good white ball as well as red ball bowlers, and they'll be able to target those stumps a bit more. And Hampshire, of course, have the benefit of Keith Barker and Abbott, who are a bit taller, have a bit of that extra pace and a bit of that extra bounce, as Fuller is the man on strike, and he's on the back foot. A couple steps down the wicket, though, and defending into the covers for no run. There's a horde of but I'm starting to see a few more seagulls sweeping around. I'm not going to lie, it's making me feel a bit nervous. Because if anyone has visited Cardiff, then they'll know that the seagulls there are like mini velociraptors. They are absolute menaces to society, and hopefully the Southampton Seagulls aren't of the same type, as that's a short ball and tennis hooked away by Fuller, who's completely in the air, I think, when he plays that shot. The bowler goes down, the batter's jumping, and the ball's hardly trickled off the pitch.
Yeah,
it's like a circus out there.
Slightly weird one though. I think Danny Lamb probably dug that in quite short, and it didn't really get up as high as maybe James. Well, it got up quite high, but at no great pace. So yeah, it was a bit, not amazing cricket, was it?
No, it was definitely what I will be expecting to see in Sunday League tomorrow, as in comes Fuller again. He has a waft at that one outside the off stump. It goes between his body and his bat and through to the keeper, and it's another good over from Lamb. That's his 20th over completed. Hampshire 315 for 7. And a good atmosphere here around the crowd. A bit of shade coming over to our right in the seating, but a few of the sun chasers have now moved on to our left to just try and pick up the final few rays of the day.
Yeah, it's a fantastic ground though, isn't it? It's a wonderful place to watch cricket. I'm sure it's a wonderful place to play cricket as well. It's just a spectacle really, and I guess the game is living up to that as well, so it's lovely to be here.
And as we were saying, on that first day, we weren't too sure whether it would get to day 4. But it certainly is going to be an exciting day 4 as Wells continues, and that goes past the outside edge of Barker's bat. It's actually dropped by Salt behind the stumps, and whether that was just a variation by Luke Wells. He's quite good at, we mentioned, mixing up the pace.
Yeah, he's a tall leg break bowler, so that makes it his extra bounce is quite difficult.
Wells in again. That's more side-armed as it goes down the leg side, and Salt behind the stumps just lets it hit his pads. That's the sign as a keeper that you're starting to tire a bit. There's no use for the hands anymore. I'm just going to let the ball hit me. But Wells again. He's, as we said, he's holding up this end well for Lancashire, and just what Hampshire will be expecting from Liam Dawson and Felix Organ tomorrow, as that ball's dribbled down past Salt again behind the stumps. He's just getting a bit of grip here.
He is, yeah, he is bowling quite nicely actually.
That shorter delivery from Lamb in the previous over just maybe showing that the ball's just getting a bit stuck in the pitch. It's a classic Ageas Bowl sticky wicket starting to grow, as that's a faster delivery. Pops up a bit on Barker, who takes his bottom hand off the bat and holds it in the air as the ball just trickles out by his feet, causing some problems.
Definitely.
Just again, the seagulls swooping round. Maybe it's the time of the day when all those leftover chips around the ground are starting to accumulate from all the supporters here today, and they just know that it's time for them to feast. So if you're in the crowd and listening, beware. There's going to be some swooping rats coming your way as the reverse sweep comes out. He's struck on the pads, and there's an appeal from just the bowler. All the other fielders are silent, and it's deflected from his pads down to fine leg from Barker. It wasn't quite the right delivery to reverse sweep. It also looked quite close.
It's not the worst shot in the world, to be honest. He has gone for that reverse sweep, and it could potentially have been just outside the line of the off stump, but yeah, it was closer than I initially thought.
It's definitely his get out of jail free card really for Barker. If he's in doubt, he'll play that reverse sweep as that one's dug out. That puff of dust from the wicket from Fuller, and it's a dot ball to finish the over. Hampshire 316 for 7.
I think either way, whatever happens tonight, I think we're sort of set up for quite an exciting day tomorrow. So it should be good watching, because I think, you know, Lancashire will be keen to come out and have a better performance than that first innings. Hampshire will be, I guess, you know, full of energy and full of beans and full, you know, they'll sense, you know, that this is a big opportunity for them to potentially get another win. So I think, yeah, it'll be really exciting to see how things go tomorrow.
And there's some big names, of course, in that Lancashire batting line-up. A few players who are in form. Of course, Josh Bohannon's the name which has been thrown around a lot recently for potential England selection, as Lamb in again and driven to mid-on by Barker. Although I have seen a stat on Twitter, which obviously there's this discourse between Bohannon and Ollie Pope, and a lot of people say that Ollie Pope's a bit of an oval flat track bully. Obviously we know it's a good pitch there, he tends to pick up his runs, a lot of them there, but actually someone has said that perhaps Bohannon's he's got a similar relationship to his home ground, as Barker has a extravagant drive but fails to hit the ball on that occasion. It goes through to Salt behind the stumps, no run. He averages 91 at Old Trafford, and that's where he scored all 4 of his first-class hundreds. So maybe England selectors may be just looking, we spoke about earlier how the hundreds are scored, the context of the hundreds, but also the grounds where they're scored as well, because as we know, certain county grounds are easier to bat at, some are more difficult, as that's a straighter line delivery and just clipped into the leg side to mid-on. A shy at the stumps from the fielder there, but to little avail. I think he was about a metre within his ground there.
Yeah, it's a good point that you raise again, you know, those hundreds and those runs and when they are scored, but I think tomorrow will be probably a good test, because, you know, it's day 4 of a game, you're trying to battle to save the game, and you're under pressure. You know, that scoreboard pressure is a big thing. It's easy, it's not, I wouldn't say it's easy, but it's a lot easier getting those runs when there's not a lot else going on.
4th ball of the over then. Lamb to Fuller and driven to mid-off. Again for no run. These two playing a lot of respect to the Lancashire bowlers.
Yeah, like I say, if you can get those runs in those pressure moments when your team really needs it, I think that's why, you know, we've spoken so highly of Nick Gubbins' innings, is because he's done it at a time when the pressure's been on, and, you know, it's those innings that make the difference.
He dug Hampshire out of a deep hole on day one as Fuller drives firmly to the fielder at mid-off, who misfields, but they don't go through for the run. Don't run on a misfield, as the saying goes.
Definitely not.
I kind of like the challenge. Sometimes, well, I say that, and the amount of times I've probably been run out by trying that is probably not a good testament.
It's not worth it, I don't think.
It is when you're averaging 12. Every run counts. Final ball of the over then, Lamb to Fuller. It's a short ball and hooked away by Fuller onto the leg side. The ball trickles along the outfield and they get through for a single. And speaking of Bohannon and Gubbins and everyone like that, what are your thoughts on who could take that England number 4 spot? And after that, it will be Kevin James.
That's a good point that, again, Melissa raises, and I think that number 4 spot, is going to be I mean, it's up for grabs, isn't it, really? You know, like we say, we've got Josh Bohannon in the mix. You know, we've got Ollie Pope, who's starting to score some runs. James Vince is always, again, a name that you'd like to throw into the mix. So I think that the exciting thing about England is that no one's place is guaranteed, and if you all of a sudden start to put together some decent performances, some decent scores, then your name can't be ignored. So it will be interesting. It will be interesting. I think they got a few questions to answer at the top of the order. Zach Crawley at the top of the order is maybe sort of struggling for runs at the moment. I'm not sure I see him personally as an opening batsman, but it will be interesting to see what they do.
That's pushed away on the offside by James Fuller. Oh my word, what a wicked bounce off an old wicket where they practiced right on the end of the square. I think that's hit Hassan Ali on the chin. Just went down to bend down, and it's it's all right. He's having a joke about it, but what a wicked bounce. Wow.
That's not what you need, is it?
No. 319 for 7, the lead is 325. What do we reckon here then, Stan? I know you've been chatting to Melissa. We'll get Scott Reed on in a minute, because I know you've done a long stint, which has been great, actually. I hope you've enjoyed it. That's thick outside edge, drive from Barker down towards third man. It's all been very pedestrian since tea, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. I think we were trying to sort of work out the psyche in terms of what they're trying to do, and if they are putting themselves in a position to potentially have a ball, maybe they think they've got enough runs, and I don't know. But if that was the case, you'd probably think they would be a bit more aggressive.
Talking of a few, maybe that would be all right. Turned away square on the leg side by Fuller for a single. 3 singles off this over. 321 for 7. The lead is 327. There are still 14 and a half overs left in the day. Go through to the end of this over then, Stan, and then we'll get Scott in. Mammoth session for you, this one. It's been good.
It's been good. Yeah. It's been quite interesting, actually, an interesting phase, and trying to see what each team is trying to do. A bit of damage limitation from Lancashire, and
interesting to see what the thinking's been from T in terms of what the teams say, as that's turned away behind square on the leg side by Keith Barker. That's 322 now for 7. Barker moves on to 39. 328 the lead. Maybe both teams are just thinking, well, do you know what, we'll settle for a drawish. Maybe Lancashire don't want to bat for too long. I think once you get to 350, can Lancashire win that? I'm not sure they can. Is that enough time left?
Big ask, isn't it?
Just over a day it will be, really. Wells bowls, and that's turned to mid-wicket. He's into his 12th over here, Luke Wells. Not a wicket yet, but tidily enough. 35 runs conceded.
He's got through them quite quickly, and not too badly, to be fair.
No, they dragged the run rate, well, the overrate back. We looked like we were going to do a bit of overtime. We will, but not quite as much as we thought. That's work to mid-wicket by Fuller. That's the end of the over. Stan, thank you very much. Stan Marissa. And only the second time he's been with us, so thank you. Good man. Good day's work from him. And Stan, from a Hampshire point of view, will be back with us in a couple of home games' time, because he's off to Italy. Lucky man. So he won't be with us yet. He won't be with us for the Yorkshire game here next week. I think it's Yorkshire. No, it's not. It's Gloucestershire next week, and then it's Yorkshire about 2 weeks after that. So he'll be back for that one. 322 for 7. Scott Reed from BBC Lancashire is back with us. And we haven't had your take since tea, have we, really, Scott?
No, I don't think I've got a take to have, really.
Danny Lamb, he's walking across his stumps and, well, he's off the cut strip and it's beaten the off stump.
My take is that Burnley have gone to Watford and won 2-1. That's my take. Blimey. What a win that is for the mighty Clarets. We kind of feel like we're in a bit of a holding pattern a little bit here, aren't we now? We're kind of waiting for... I mean, there's no sign of Hampshire, nor should they be kind of pushing on massively. They just keep edging a little bit further forward, and understandably Lancashire with slightly more conservative fielding here. It's just... We're kind of either waiting for a couple of wickets to fall because they attack a little bit more.
Yeah. Barker drives, bottom hand in that one, goes up wide and mid-on. It's a single.
Or probably more realistically, we're waiting for Hampshire to pull out and declare, aren't we? And whether or not they want to have a little go at Lancashire this evening. I still reckon that I don't know, you know better than me, but whether it feels like tomorrow morning having a new ball in the morning is the thing that's going to hold the key for Hampshire here. So if I don't see them pulling out with 10 overs left, I think they want to keep it pretty new, that ball. Maybe have a couple tonight, maybe have 4 or 5 tonight, something like that, and then fresh tomorrow, ball still brand new, and see if what we've seen on days 1 and 2 is repeated on days 4 with that new ball working.
I agree with you. I think we're looking at, I totally agree at the moment, the way things are looking. I think we're looking at about a 350 lead, 3, 4, 5 overs tonight, and then back tomorrow morning. Exactly. Fuller pulls that away, and it may have just fallen short of mid-wicket, but only just. It wasn't timed. And there is Hassan Ali out there in the deep, sweeping up just a single to Fuller. Yeah, it looks very much as though Hampshire have this figure in mind, and they are just playing to that plan. They don't need to do anything more, anything less. It doesn't need any slogging, any stupid shots, not by and large, and that's what they're going to do. It's almost as if Lancashire know that as well.
Yeah.
Happy to keep it down to that, and that's where we're just sort of meandering towards.
Yeah. I mean, that's been reflected in the way that Fuller's batted, isn't it, compared to how he did in the first innings.
Yeah. Round the wicket Lamb, he walks across his stumps, and again the ball's beaten outside off stump. Barker's walking a long way around. He's trying to scoop it down to fine leg. But Tom Bailey down there sort of almost running from a squarish fine leg to fine when he sees Barker walking across his stumps.
Has he played many of those shots before, Barker?
What, successfully, or what he's doing at the moment and not getting about on anything? It can be unorthodox. I think in the past he's got hold of 1 or 2, but not many. Oh, it's a drive, and it's caught at cover. Easy as you like. Barker giving himself a little bit of room, actually going outside leg stump this time, and he's hit it flat, straight to extra cover, taken by Stephen Croft. And Barker goes for 40, and it's 324 now for 8.
It's a good knock, though, wasn't it, from Barker?
Yeah.
I don't think anyone would criticise the way he's got out there. 40 off 84 is 85. 40 off 85. He's managed the thing really well. This has just been a really good day for Hampshire. I think the whole thing's been measured really well. They've battered superbly. I mean, the conditions might be a little more gentle than compared to day 1 and 2, but I just think it's been a really well measured day for them. I don't think Lancashire did anything particularly wrong. I actually think they've bowled quite well.
Yes.
And stuck at it. I don't think they've done much wrong. We've been saying all day about how this game has ebbed and flowed. There's been kind of one team throwing a punch and the other one coming back. It feels like two teams that know they're probably going to be battling with each other. At least they will hope to be battling out with each other in September to try and win the title. And it's felt like one team's on top. This is the first day really where there's been a sizable kind of feeling that one team is dominating. But from what we've seen today, and I know it's difficult when you're coming down to bat second and you've got a lot of runs to try and get or at least make the game safe, Lancashire will back themselves from what we've seen today to bat tomorrow and save the match. Yeah. But it's just that morning session for me. It's that new ball in the morning, I think. And if they can get to lunch tomorrow with not much damage done, I think they'll feel they can at least save this game.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah. Yep, totally agree. Nicholas Rogers emailed solidcricket@gmail.com under the heading of slow play since tea. Fuller is such an attacking player and played so well in the first innings. Don't understand why he's not being more aggressive. I think it goes back to this. I think they've set a plan to get to this point with this many runs, with this many overs left, and there was no need to be too aggressive.
I agree.
Now, you could then argue, well, why don't you be aggressive and give yourself a few more overs in the evening? But as you say, if you get to that point where you've got the new ball in the evening and the new ball the next morning, and maybe Hampshire feel on this pitch now the way it's playing, that gives them a better chance. So, yeah, I think that's why we're seeing what we're seeing. Kyle Abbott, a man with 4 ducks from 4 innings this season, is off the mark, and off the mark with a 4. Isn't that always the way? Isn't that always the way? The crowd, I think, know that as well. That's why there's a huge applause for Kyle Abbott. Big relief from Abbott as well, I'm sure, but it won't be 5 ducks in a row.
Happy days.
328 for 8. The lead is 334.
He couldn't get a better ball, really, could he, to try and get himself some runs?
It was almost as if Danny Lamb felt sorry for him and said, Carl, you can't have 5 ducks in a row. Here you are.
There you go, a little bit short and wide.
Yeah. Short boundary side.
Yeah.
Even you can't miss that.
Cash in with that one, mate. Get yourself going. So what is it? 324 now, the lead? Yeah. No, 334. Sorry, 334. And overs remaining of 13 left in the day. And I thought we'll see anything too different from Hampshire, at least for the time being.
It may be bowled out, I suppose.
Yeah,
I suppose we could have that.
Yeah.
Which is why I think we might crawl along to about 350 in singles. Unless Danny Lamb sort of hangs any more balls out wide of the off stump.
Well, Luke Wells is manoeuvring his men around here. He's got Fuller on strike. He's got 3 on that shorter, actually 4 on that shorter leg side boundary. So there's a deep backward square leg, deep square leg, deep mid wicket, long on. There's also a long off and a deep extra cover. Wells is in and bowling. That's whipped away into the onside by Fuller. And up comes Rob Jones, jogging up from long on to field. Fuller moves to 9, 329 for 8.
Well, again, on the calculations that you highlighted in terms of number of overs, I don't think Hampshire want to be bowled out quite yet. There's still just under 13 overs left, so almost too much at the moment. With only, I say only a 335 lead, I would want that 350 personally. Especially if Velas and Bohannon get going, you never know.
Wells is in, just hurries Abbott up a fraction, but he keeps the ball out, defending into the offside. And there's no run. Well, Hampshire earned the right now to make the game safe, to put the game beyond Lancashire at least, the possibility of Lancashire winning. They've got that right to do that, keep building a lead and try and just bat Lancashire out the game. And if that takes a little extra time, and there's all these things we're factoring in, the new ball in the morning, that type of thing. Short and wide and cut, but well stop actually. And there's no run.
Quicker ball, Luke Wells up.
It's into now 13th over. Gone for 36, but doing an admirable job for his captain is Luke Wells. He's worked down towards short third man, but there's no run. There's 2 fielders behind square. With that's squad number 1, Keaton Jennings.
Ooh.
He's on as a 12th man. Again, fizzed in quickly. Abbott brings the bat down, and then Salt yelps, and Wells reckons he better join in.
Stuck in a couple of quicker balls, hasn't he? Sneaky little thing to do.
329 for 8. Wells over the wicket. And that does actually beat Abbott. He has him kind of groping off the front foot and through to the keeper. And there is no run. End of the over. 329 for 8. I was quite excited to see Keaton Jennings out, but he's recovering from injury. He was in the squad. He did obviously he's travelled down. He's not 100% ready yet. I saw him the other day actually, and I was chatting to him, and he said that he's not far off, but he's just not quite there yet. But the fact he can come on and be 12th man means he's making good progress.
Strengthen you guys even more when he comes back, wouldn't it?
Yep, he certainly will.
So 3 wickets for Danny Lamb, 3 for 57 from 22 overs. Is going Going to bowl his 23rd from the pavilion end. Still 12 overs left in the day. George H has emailed solidcricket@gmail.com. He's in Kings Lynn. You may remember his email of a day or two ago. Here's Danny Lamb wrapped on the pad there. Fuller was trying to work that on the way alongside. Only I mentioned that only because he, in his last email, he said it was exotic, clear blue sky and lovely sunshine. He says in this email it's even more exotic in clear blue sky and lovely sunshine today. So just to emphasise the point that it's really good weather up there. It's all right here, though. Don't worry about that. We're not envious. Enjoyed the commentary as always. Dismayed that there's possibly a change in the weather tomorrow. I didn't realise that. Maybe that's up in Kings Lynn. Maybe that's down here. Cooler with a chance of a shower or two.
Oh, blimey.
Ooh. Fuller gets that one as it turned away on the leg side. Runs the first one quickly. I think they will get two. Too much for Tom Bailey to do running up from fine leg. And well, a little bit more aggressive running, if nothing else. I think the crowd are just maybe slightly quizzical as to what's going on. I think we've worked it out, but maybe the crowd always like to see a bit more action, don't they? Because this session has meandered a little bit and comfortably the most uninteresting session of the game so far. 3:31 for 8. Hope it doesn't affect what is building up to be a fascinating conclusion to the match, says George. Have you had a look at your weather app? I haven't yet. That's flicked away again by James Fuller. It's gone to Hassan Ali. It's gone a little closer to the fielder this time, so 2 runs unable to be taken. Fuller moves on to 12, 3:32 for 8. The lead is 3:38.
Well, the BBC weather app is saying pretty dry. Kind of like 20% chance throughout the course of the day of rain.
Well, that's interesting because my app...
Oh, are you on the same one?
No, I don't think I am.
Oh,
or
right.
am I not?
What's that saying? Oh, 50%.
Who's right and who's wrong?
Blimey.
A difference in apps.
I just look at the one that I really want to believe in the most. You know, keep searching till you find the right answer that you want to hear. So yours is obviously more accurate than mine.
Down the leg side this time, well taken by Salt. Danny Lamb is convinced that Abbott's got a touch on that. I must admit, even from this distance, I wasn't. So in other words, if Hampshire took 2 quick wickets tonight, I'd want to believe your app. If not, well, otherwise, you'd you'd want to believe your app, and for different reasons, which I can't work out yet. I want to believe mine. I think you know where I'm trying to go with it.
I do, yeah.
I've lost my train of thought.
Yeah, you have.
That's a long day yesterday. That's turned up to mid-on, which I've already mentioned, which I won't go into. But I do feel myself just sort of meandering a little bit at the moment, which is not unusual.
Oh, that's okay. It just kind of reflects the game in front of us a little bit.
It does actually, yes.
And meandering to a point where
we are.
Hampshire are going to pull out.
Yeah. 3:38 the lead. 11 overs to do after this ball tonight. Here's Danny Lamb from the pavilion end. Abbott pushes forward and it goes out towards extra cover. Lamb 23 overs, 3 for 60. Fuller has 12. Abbott has 4. The 2 wickets that have fallen since tea. Nick Gubbins for LBW. Danny Lamb for 130. That actually was the 6th LBW in a row in the Hampshire innings. I'm sure some of you have spotted that. 2 from last night and 4 today, and the Barker dismissal called it extra cover, broke that sequence.
Did we mention that the Somerset-Warwickshire game, I don't know if we did or not, but Somerset have absolutely walloped Warwickshire this week.
Wow.
By an innings and 82 runs. The Cider Boys are back in form.
They are. And we're there 2 weeks' time. Are you playing them soon, or have you?
No, I think so. Here's Wells to Fuller. It's guided down towards short third man. There's no run. I think that's a Southport match. In fact, it is. So Lancashire play Somerset. It's obviously at some point in July, I think, or June, in Southport. So no, we're not. Lancashire's not going to play him for a bit. That's heaved out through the onside, but there are a whole array of white shirts on the boundary rope, of which one of them's Jimmy Anderson at deep mid-wicket. And they've gone through for 1. 3-3-3 for 8.
Is Anderson still out there?
He is. He was out at deep mid-wicket.
Oh, was he? Oh, well, there's him. Yeah, sorry.
Hurtled the ball in.
I didn't recognise his walk there for a moment. It's a man who's been out for 122 overs in the field, thinking about a Test match coming up.
It's Wells to Abbott. Little nudge away behind square on the leg side. By the way, if as well as Kevin's magnificent Q&A with Jimmy on stage last night, he did also speak to me as well. And the interview is on the BBC Sport website and the app, and it's on Twitter at BBC Lancashire Cricket, about the possibility of playing under Ben Stokes.
Good quotes.
This is hammered out into the offside by Fuller, and he gets through for a single.
Myself and Scott were in a race last night, weren't we? Who's going to speak to Jimmy Anderson first and get the quotes out following Ben Stokes' admission that he's back in the Test side? And, well, you would have beaten me to the quotes because you did it straight after match.
Wells in, and that's defended by Abbott to mid-wicket, no run.
But I guess until they were written up on the BBC Sport website, then the listeners, the audience at the dinner last night would have heard it first.
Yeah.
Either way, it was pretty quick, and it was good. It was a good team effort from us, wasn't it?
It was.
Collaring him from all angles.
We covered the whole lot, didn't we? Really?
We did, yeah.
It's Wells in and bowling, and that's cut. Will it beat short third? No, it doesn't. Just playing it late. Abbott trying to guide the ball down to that boundary, but there's no run. That's the end of the over, and we've got 10 remaining of the day. 3-3-5 for 8, a lead of 341.
Yeah, I mentioned this to Scott earlier, just before we came on air. I said, I've got an email from Luke Wood. I'm thinking, is that your Luke Wood? Under the heading of Hampshire versus Lancashire, I'm thinking, is he really emailing us about this game? But it's not the same Luke
That's
Wood.
A shame.
It's Luke from West London, unless Luke Wood has decided that he's gone off somewhere.
He's relocated, yeah.
But it's off-piste a little bit. He says, how do you think Nathan Ellis will perform for Hampshire in the T20 this season? I've not seen much of him. There's an easy answer, Luke, as well, because I've not seen much of him either, so I haven't got a clue. There goes my informed answer.
That was dealt with quickly
It
and
was,
efficiently.
yes.
The answer is we've not got a clue.
I haven't. I don't know much about him at all. I don't need to worry until the T20s. Here comes Lamb. You can tell that the game's meandering a little bit. Fuller will get 2 as it goes down to deep fine leg. Well done, Tom Bailey. There is some energetic stuff. I was a little bit unkind to Jimmy Anderson earlier. As I said, he looks like a man who's been in the field 120, because actually as he came in and out, back out, as the batters rotated, he was sort of just skipping around and looked quite sprightly, so no worries there. And Tom Bailey there, quite energetic. These guys have been out since tea time yesterday in the field. That is a very, very long time, especially as you're getting in towards the back end of the game. You feel it even more. It's short and it's pulled, it's in the air. Has it reached Hassan Ali? He's running after it, but it's not. It's bounced well in front of him, and Fuller will pick up 2 more. Quite high, that bouncer from Danny Lamb, and Fuller's swatting that away and got a top edge. Fuller moves on to 18, Abbott 5, Hampshire 339 for 8, lead by 345. We've got just over 9.5 overs left in the day. Are we getting close to the point? Because remember, there's 2 overs lost between innings. It'd be 2 and a bit overs, wouldn't it, if they pulled out, say, this over, I think. I don't think that's going to happen there. Swatted away again by Fuller, but up towards the mid-off, quite agricultural. And they'll pick up a single. 340 for 8. The lead is 346 now.
I've got a list of highest 4th innings totals to win games in county championship games here at the Ageas Bowl. Oh no, this match has been Southampton. The highest 4th innings totals to win a county championship game in Southampton. So the highest successful chase.
Lamb bowls flicked away by Abbott to mid-wicket.
Was 331 for 5. That was back in 2007. That was for Hampshire against Warwickshire. 330 for 5, Northants against Hampshire in 2003. 329 for 2, Hampshire against Northants 2012. 305 for 5, Yorkshire against Hampshire in 2015.
Lamb bowls, and Abbott stabs it away square on the next side for a single. 341 for 8, lead 347.
And 297 for 4, Durham against Hampshire in 2016. So the highest fourth innings totals to win a championship match at Southampton was 331 for 5 back in 2007. And the highest for Lancashire to win the game is 165 for 4 in 2008.
Do you think this suggests this is ground? You look at the dates. It must be all this ground.
I couldn't work out whether it was all this.
It must be, because they're all since this ground has been built. So that would suggest, it's slightly confusing, isn't it? But it would suggest they're all here. Unless somebody knows different, which somebody always does. That's flicked away by Fuller out towards deep mid-wicket, and they pick up a single. Melissa Story, who's been looking over at the Hampshire dressing room, has detected that there's been movement outside, and players that were sitting outside on the balcony bit, or certainly on the top of the steps, have now moved inside, which would suggest they've maybe gone in to get ready. So, according to Melissa. So that may be true. Yeah, that may be true. I'm sure it is. So maybe we're getting to a point where Hampshire will be pulling out. 9 overs to do, 342 for 8.
Yeah, all at the Ageas Bowl, those stats.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, the date suggested that, didn't it? Otherwise, not a lot happened in the 120 odd years, and it all happened within the last 20.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to go for 5 overs. I'm going to go for a declaration after this one.
Okay.
Because you'd lose the 2, wouldn't you? Oof. Well, that's thumped down towards long on for a single. And the score moves on to 3-4-3 for 8, and the lead of 349. So it would be 350 now that Lancashire would need to get. If they were to declare now, but they will see out the over. This is thrashed down towards long leg, not without a great deal of timing. And you can see by the way that Abbott's holding his bat and looking at the very edge of it, that just glanced down towards Lancashire fielder, who's in the shade underneath the Shane Warne stand with the sun beaming down on the rest of the outfield. As Wells is in and bowling too. Fuller, I think he might have bowled him.
Yeah. That might be it, I think.
Well, Abbott's looking out towards the dressing room as well. I mean, you lose the over that you're in anyway, don't you? So you might as well, I always think you might as well carry on, because you're in the over anyway.
Yeah.
But is Abbott walking off? I think he thinks he should be walking off. He's kind of half walking back. Fuller's gone for 21, bowled by Luke Wells. We must get that all correct and proper first. And it's now 3-4-4 for 9, a lead of 350. But the way that Abbott was looking, staring up towards the balcony, and then he started walking and then stopped and started again. I think he perhaps thought maybe that was it, but nope, we're going to see a bass come out.
Well, maybe Hampshire are sticking to that plan rigidly. Even indeed, there is this plan to have X number of overs at Lancashire tonight.
Yeah, I just of the assumption that you don't really gain anything for declaring now, do you? Because you're just kind of wasting 3 balls to try and see if you can get a few more. Yeah. A few more.
And I suppose if we do have a tight game tomorrow and there's 1 or 2 runs in it, like there was at Aigburth,
yeah,
then
exactly. Yeah.
Maybe Hampshire might be pleased that Mo Abbas is jogging to the crease.
He's sprinting out.
So whatever happens, this will be the highest ever 4th innings total to win a game on this ground.
Yes. Yeah. The previous highest was 331 for 5 in 2007.
Yep, it's Warwickshire, Hampshire. So that says its own. I know this ground has only got 20 years of history, but that still gives you a good idea as to how difficult that might be. I think it's all about just Lancashire batting out, and I think come the end of this, both sides will be happy for a draw. They will not want to lose. There's been times when both sides at various times looked like they might be behind the 8 ball. None more so than Hampshire at 40 for 5 on day 1, and you think, whoa, what? And then when it looked like Lancashire might concede a largish first innings deficit, but Bailey and Salt did a fantastic job. Trying to flick that away on the leg side, gets wrapped on the pad there, Mo Abbas. Yes, it could have been easily 100+ first innings deficit, but a couple of drop catches in the slips has cost Hampshire dearly on that one, but nevertheless, it's been a good game. This, as I say, this session hasn't been particularly interesting, but I think Hampshire just trying to manoeuvre themselves. Now he hoiks that away on the leg side. Where's that gone? He's got to be caught at the deep mid on boundary. Oh, great catch. That is a great catch. That's a T20 catch. Right at the end of the death of the Hampshire innings. Rob Jones, fantastic. I thought Mo Abbas might just have got enough on that to take it over the rope. Rob Jones moving a couple of paces back, took the catch. His momentum was going to take him over the rope. He just threw the ball up in the air, made sure his momentum was back again into the field of play, picked the ball up that he'd thrown in the air, and Mo Abbas goes. And Hampshire haven't really benefited at all with Abbas coming out there, because Hampshire, who were 344 for 9, are now 344 all out. So that's just to confirm that Jones caught, Jones bowled Wells. 344 all out means that Hampshire lead by 351, and Lancashire will need. Sorry, 350. Lancashire will need 351, and there will be 6 overs tonight. So we'll take a quick break. Luke Wells finishes with 2 for 41, 2 wickets in 3 balls in that over. And as I say, 344 all out Hampshire. A little bit of cricket left in day 3 yet. We'll be back in just under 10 minutes. Welcome back to the Ageas Bowl, where Hampshire are making their way out onto the field, because in a moment's time or so, Lancashire will begin their second innings. Hampshire finishing on 344 all out, meaning that Lancashire have 96 overs tomorrow plus 6 tonight to score 351 to win, if they decide that's what they want to do, or at any point get into a position that that's what they want to do. So 6 overs tonight, as I say, and that is will be, if they win that, or even if they don't, I can tell you that that would be the most by some way of a side that would win a game in the 4th innings here at the Ageas Bowl. Myself, Kevin James and Scott Reed from BBC Lancashire will take you through these next 6 overs. Melissa Story and Stan Marissa are having 6 overs off. Been hard work today. And so here we go. It's a good pitch. Are we expecting this new ball to do too much? Well, the second new ball for Lancashire didn't do too much. So I think for me, a wicket tonight in these 6 overs will be a bonus for Hampshire.
Yeah, I think they'd be absolutely thrilled if they get a wicket tonight. I think that would be terrific. I think Lancashire will want all 10 in hand tomorrow morning to see whether they can negotiate this final day.
Keith Barker then, who's bowling the right end for me, is bowling, and it's left arm over. Oh, he's beaten outside the off stump to Balderson, and that's exactly the sort of ball that when he switched ends...
It's a beauty, isn't it?
In the first innings, I think I'm right in saying, he got Luke Wells, didn't he? With a beauty.
He did, with something not too dissimilar to that.
At 12 minutes past 6 on day 1.
That's very good notice, that. Blimey.
Well, I'm guessing. No, that is, I know, I wrote it down. Barker bowls, Wells gets a thick outside edge, he's running down towards third man. There's 4 of them knocked off. It's 347 to win.
Imagine getting that first up. He's been in the field. Balderson's been in the field. He's bowled a bit as well. And he's got a wicket. He's been out in the sun all day. You come out to bat. You've got 6 overs tonight. Oh, blimey, there's not much I can do with 6 overs. And then your first delivery, Keith Barker sends that down. Oof. Absolute beauty first up. Well done not getting out to that one.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it's been a long time in the field. Was it 120 overs over days 2 and 3? Barker runs away from us. Wells plays it off the back foot, steers it into the ground, fielded at backward point by Felix Organ, I think that is.
Yeah, I was just doing an update for the radio station up in Lancashire and about the target that Lancashire had been set, and I think I just heard you say it, and I was going back on there, whether Lancashire choose to try and chase this down. I don't think that's even would even enter their thought process about trying to get 351 to win it. That might come into the equation after tea tomorrow if they're still batting.
Yeah, Barker bowls down the leg side, taken by Brown.
You know, just by... You've got to make the game safe here, and the Lancashire. Hampshire on top. They've enjoyed a really good day. Lancashire have come out, they're 350 behind, and they don't want to lose a match. That would be like... I'm to a stage where you kind of mid-afternoon, late afternoon, heading towards tea tomorrow, maybe it's doable. If you've got the resources to do it. You need loads of wickets in hand, don't you, to get into that position. Barker
bowls, length ball, which Balderson plays up to mid-on, fielded by Kylap.
But yeah, just try and make the game safe. These two are just thinking about 6 overs tonight, aren't they? And for George Balderson as well, I think he's he's struggled a little bit this season with the bat. He's made some really good contributions with the ball. He's bowled well, but opening batter, he knows that Keaton Jennings is not too far away from being fit.
Yeah, Barker again then comes in. Good solid forward defensive there to end that over from George Balderson. First over went for 4. We have 5 to do. Lancashire 4 without loss in their second innings.
So it represents for him personally a great opportunity to try and get through these tomorrow and to try again tomorrow morning and get some runs and try and make the game safe for his team, or help in that process.
Yeah.
I mean, young man is George Balderson. He looks like he's got really fine career ahead of him. Lancashire rate him a lot, both with the bat and with the ball. I think his temperament, his character, all those things that are taken into consideration. So yeah, this next day for him offers an opportunity, likewise for Luke Wells, but I just want to try and bat tomorrow, get to lunch tomorrow without having too much damage done. And
yeah. He could do with a score, couldn't he?
I think he could, yeah.
I just noticed that even in the pre-season game against Loughborough, didn't score any. Top scorer 23 not out so far in the second innings against Kent.
Here comes Abbott to Wells, and he bowls around the wicket to Luke Wells, who's playing forward in defence, and that's pushed back beyond the Hampshire bowler, and there is no run. Yeah, he needs a score.
Yeah. Great opportunity, because you know you can bat for a long time here. No restrictions put on you, unless of course others bat really well around him, or he might be the star, and then all of a sudden things might change.
Abbott around the wicket bowls again. He gets himself onto that front foot and defends as Wells. Just drops it out into the onside, picked up at mid wicket by Ian Holland, and there's no run. He's got 3 slips, and then point. Mid off and mid on, mid wicket, a deep square leg and long leg. With Abbott from that pavilion end, he's tearing his way back in, balls again to Wells. He's onto that front foot, kind of half a little press forward, and tells Balderson to get back as the ball drops out into the offside and there's no run. They've had a couple of run-outs, well, at least one. I think they've had one run-out this season, these two.
You don't want to get run out tonight.
Absolutely not. He was run out, actually, Balderson, right at the end of one of the days. Lancashire just came out to bat, I think it was against Gloucestershire, and he was run out with about 4 overs left of the day, just as they're starting his innings. Wow. Abbott to Wells, it's a ball of good bounce, actually, and has to work it off his kind of chest away into the onside. And there's no run.
I mean, it's that you should never get run out, of course, but it happens, and we all accept that happens, and it will continue to happen. But there are certain situations where you really should never be run out, and one would be in these next 4 and a bit overs tonight. You should never be run out in that situation. All the opposition wants to do tonight is get at least 1 wicket, and they'll be clinging on to that. Don't give it to them.
In comes Abbott, bowls. Oh, that nips back in. Kept out by Wells, and there's no run. I don't think it would have helped young George's mood that when he was run out for 5 at the very end of I think it was the first day last week, the team went on to get 556 for 7 declared. Not sure that's going to make it feel any...
No. That's rubbing it in a bit, isn't it?
Just a bit, yeah. Oh dear. Anyway, been and gone. Here's Abbott for Hampshire. In and bowls to Wells. It's pushed out into the offside, no run. Just playing with his bat, just alongside that front pad, and making sure he's right over the top of it. It's a very resolute forward defensive is Wells. He plays that type of forward defensive with great purpose. He's not tentative. He's a tall man, and he does dominate out in the middle there, and he gets right onto that front foot, and he's played out with a bit of menace behind that defensive block from Wells. It's the end of the over. 2 chalked off tonight, 2 more to go. 4 without loss.
Sunshine's still out here. It's a pleasant evening. One of those sort of nice evenings where you just want to grab a drink and just sit outside.
That sounds lovely.
And enjoy that, yeah. I don't think I will be. I'll be laying around inside. So that's pushed towards extra cover by Balderson. I'm feeling a little tired.
You've done well.
No. Well, it's made easy with you guys, but yeah, I do feel it. I do feel my mind meandering a little bit at this stage of the evening after. gmail.com. It says, hi, great commentary as always. Thank you, Roger. As Barker runs in with 4 slips and a gully. And bowls, it's full, it's a nice drive, but it's straight to the one man who's that Hampshire will get a win around tea tomorrow. Just thought I'd point out that Roy Chadwick Anybody mentioned Roy Chadwick earlier? Learned his trade in Southampton, unless it's a random line. Learned his trade in Southampton. Look him up. Designed the famous. He's famous in particular. I'm just reading. As Barker bowls, another straight delivery which Balderson plays back to Barker for designing the Avro Lancaster bomber. So there you go. I've no idea if anybody this afternoon's mentioned Roy Chadwick, then great. I've not heard it. So that's just a completely random line that's been added into an email. Maybe he's on a bet. Listen, if I send this email in and I come up with a completely random line, then well, have I won it? And it sounds like that George might have done. Where's that come from? Here comes Barker. Bowls, Balderson on the back foot. Oh, stopped in the gully by Felix Organ. 2 balls left of this over, and then we're halfway through the 6. 2 in the crowd, beginning to go. It's always that time of night, isn't it, where I think people set their watches by 6 o'clock. You know, it's when we had that day-night cricket, wasn't it? It was, oh yeah, people will stick around and watch it all night. At 6 o'clock, everybody started to go home. It's still going, isn't it? You know, because everybody's got, you know, it's a habit, isn't it? There might have been 1 or 2 that did differently. That's left alone, but nice little kiss off the surface there through to Ben Brown.
Yeah, the day-night championship games. That was a thing. Was it just 1 season of them? Was it 2 seasons? 2 seasons,
wasn't it? I remember there was a Somerset game here, and I think there was another one. So you guys must have had 2.
I can recall the one at the Oval. I can't remember where the other one was at Edgbaston. Yeah,
oh, right,
yeah. Blimey, that was a bit depressing.
Oh, good, yeah, because didn't something happen there or something? Did you say?
Did it?
Or maybe not. Okay. Maybe I'm putting words in your mouth there. Balderson forward, pushed it up towards extra cover, or maybe I was just putting you under pressure because you've got to look it up. 4 without loss in their second innings, 3:47 needed to win.
Maybe something did happen, but you know me well enough, it would have just bypassed me. I'd have been oblivious to it.
You were just commentating merrily and freely along with.
I enjoyed the game at the Oval, but you know, the pink ball and under the lights, and I'm not sure there's a massive extra crowd came in or anything like that, but
no. It was worth a try. Actually, the other game we had here was Yorkshire. I remember the Somerset game because the pink ball went all over the place.
Right.
And it was like really a lottery. And the Yorkshire game was totally the opposite. The pink ball did nothing, and it was dull as dishwater.
Didn't some games have the pink ball cover and the other one due?
Ooh.
There's Abbott bowls to Wells, who's forward in defence, and there's no run. I thought that was the case. I thought that year. I'm thinking something. I thought there was. I thought First Division had Dukes and Second Division had Kookaburra or something like that. Whichever way it was, maybe.
Oh, right. Well, if there was different balls, that would explain why one game the ball went everywhere and one game it didn't. It's absolutely zilch. And the batters even couldn't get it off the square because it was soft. It was horrible.
Yeah, I heard that quite a bit from the players. Yeah, it got soft. Abbott in bowls. It's cries of catch, but it's landed safely. As Wells is rocking onto that back foot, trying to pull the ball down towards the boundary. Fine leg, gets a single. There is a man there. There's a deep square and there's a long leg, and it may have been uppish. It's difficult to tell from here, but even if it was, it landed safely enough. And Wells gets himself his first run there. He moves to 1.
Yes, I remember commentating with Dave Townsend, who did the Yorkshire game, and we were frantically looking for subjects to talk about. Well, we waited for this ball to go off the square.
Sounds like fun.
It wasn't.
Abbott to Balderson, edged and bounced in front of third slip.
That's Scott Curry, who's on as a substitute fielder. He's a good slipper, Scott Curry.
He was playing he's played it gently enough, hasn't he? It's gone down into the ground, but it probably fell a yard or 2 maybe in front of 4 slip. He's actually moved a little bit. Oh no, they've got an extra slip in there, haven't they? There was 3 slips. They've gone for a 4th slip. So Ian Holland's there at 4th slip now as a result of that. So you've got 4 slips and the leg slip and fine leg. Abbott in, bowls a short ball. Bowls and ducks underneath it and through to the keeper, and there's no run. There's a frantic glance around, understandably, from Balderson when that ball came off the edge. It went down into the ground, probably 2 or 3 yards in front of Scott Curry.
This gives us another indication, doesn't it, that the pitch has slowed. And that wasn't happening day one.
That's carrying, isn't it?
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Holland at 4 slip is creeping, just shuffling a little bit nearer in as Abbott bowls and George Balderson plays forward in defence. And there's no run. 5 without loss. Horrible little timed. I mean, it's actually worked out, whether it was by design or ultimately by chance, because Hampshire were bowled out, but it's worked out perfectly, this, hasn't it? 6 overs here. Horrible little session. The ball's still nice and new tomorrow. They'll come out in the morning. When it's done, the most in the match has been when the ball's been new and it's in the morning session. So it's worked out perfectly for the home side if they can prize one out before that. But to Balderson, it's come off an inside edge. He's got through the over as Balderson. That's the main thing from his point of view. With a touch of good fortune along the way, but that's fine. You're going to need that from time to time. Lancashire 5 without loss. Balderson on 4. Wells on 1. We've got 2 overs remaining today.
He's running in, is Kyle Abbott, believing. And yeah, it's still 12 balls to negotiate here, but looking at that total now, all of a sudden 346 seems an awful lot, doesn't it? To get in one day is probably going to be around 340. It's a lot, even on a pitch which has got easier, slower. Not really the bounce that we've seen in the past. It's still going to be it's going to be a long day. It's going to have to show some fight, Lancashire, and Hampshire will need a bit of luck for me, even if they bowl well. But we're certainly doing most of day 4, which we didn't think we were going to do a little while ago. That's worked on the onside by Luke Wells. Runs through mid-wicket, just helped it through mid-wicket rather than hit it. They run 2. They're going to take 3 as Fuller runs quite a long way back from his position on the leg side. 3 they get, and Wells moves on to 4, which is the same score as George Balderson, and the Lancashire total on to 8 without loss. If the scoreboard changes, which I don't think it has. Or was it have I got that wrong? Sure. Yeah, 4, that's right, yeah. Scoreboard's just taking a bit of time. So maybe the scoreboard operator's starting to feel it a little bit. Maybe they were at the do last night, starting to run out of gas. Here goes Barker. He's recharging a bit. Always played into the ground. Well fielded there. That's at short leg. That's good reactions there from Nick Gubbins.
He's had a good game, hasn't he?
Yeah. 200s in the match, now going at short leg.
Yeah. What's that all about?
I mean, in my day, that would have deserved a bit of time off the field, let alone be stuck in there in the firing line.
Must be loving it.
I would have already been in the bath and having a nice warm soak. 8 without loss. Here's Barker. Bowls left alone. Good leave. Good leave. It was not far outside off stump, but it was definitely one to leave. That would have to have come back quite a bit more for it not to have been. Actually, that was a similar ball actually here in the first game against Somerset. Stephen Davis did do that on a similar line, and his off stump was not right out from Barker. So I mean, it does happen, but I don't know. You just don't feel that this pitch has got anything like the same life in as even around that time. Barker again then, and bowls, and good leave, good carry, but again it's a good leave there from Balderson, who knows where his off stump is at the moment, that's for sure. It's the sunshine is out, but it's hazy, so it's taken the real sort of. Well, there wouldn't really be a sting in the sunshine at this time of night, but it would normally be a fraction warmer shining into our commentary position. But the haze is taking most of that warmth away, but it's still pleasant. Barker again to Balderson, the left-hander. Balderson forward. Fuller fields at extra cover. Accurate stuff here from Keith Barker.
I mean, getting to this stage on a Saturday, I think would have been pretty unpredictable. Cool. Let alone, obviously we're going to go way into tomorrow, probably well, certainly a full day tomorrow, aren't we now? Unless Lancashire make a bit of a haul of it in the morning. So who would have thought that back on kind of tea time on Thursday? Now I'd be amazed if it got to a Saturday.
I know, you were worried about not being able to get back, weren't you? Barker comes in with a bit of a mazy run there, which he does from time to time, and that's played back to him by Balderson. So Barker's completed his stint tonight, 3 overs, none for 7, and Abbott, I would assume, will bowl the final over. Emily Windsor's already texted me to say day 4, yes, because she's here tomorrow commentating. She missed out commentating on day 4 in the first game against Somerset because it didn't go anywhere near then. So she'll be doing her first commentary stint of the season tomorrow, and she's looking forward to it. And I did ask her, we weren't sure if she played the second warm-up game for the Vipers at Arundel. They were playing the South East Stars, and she did say, yes, I did. I batted at 3 and got 30.
Happy days.
Shared a 92-run partnership with Georgia Adams, so well done to Emily, and looking forward to being with myself and Scott tomorrow.
Close of play in the game between Essex and Northamptonshire, with Essex in their second innings, 149 for 3, still trailed by 48 runs. Abbott to start the final over of the day, and Wells defends, and there is no run. So Essex trailing by 48 with 7 wickets remaining in their second innings. That's finished for the day. It's finished for the day as well in Bristol, where Gloucestershire, there's loads of runs here, my word. Gloucestershire 443 for 2 with a double century for Chris Dent, an unbeaten. Whoa. 207 for him. And Marcus Harris making 124. Abbott to Wells, who's hopping onto his back foot and pulling the ball behind square on the leg side towards James Fuller for a single. Takes him to 5, 9 without loss. So loads of runs in Bristol because Surrey made 603 in their first innings. And Gloucestershire 443 for 2 in reply. And Yorkshire playing Kent with Kent 114 for 2. Second innings with Ben Compton 65 not out. And Kent still 166 runs behind with 8 wickets remaining. Abbott around the wicket, left by Balderson, and good carry and pace through to Ben Brown, who takes it at shoulder height, the keeper. And there is no run. And Division 1 scores. The result earlier today was a win for Somerset over Warwickshire. Somerset making 458 and then bowling Warwickshire out for 209 and then 167 to win by an innings and 82 runs. And the Division 2 scores. We've got 3 balls left of today's play. We've got 4 slips and a leg slip and a long leg and a short mid-wicket and a mid-off and a point. And there's a little bit of movement behind the bowler's arm. It's a young lad who's just, I think, just caught the eye of Balderson, and there might well be a door open that needs to be closed as well. So here we go. Division 2, Derbyshire against Glamorgan. Derbyshire 154 for 2. As Abbott is in to Balderson, who defends, and there's no run. That's in their second innings, 154 for 2, Derbyshire, and they lead Glamorgan by 135 runs with 8 wickets remaining. Nottinghamshire needs 16 to win. They've had a good week against Worcestershire. They're 217 for 5 and need 16 more runs to beat Worcestershire.
Another day off for Dave Bryce.
And Sussex playing Durham, and Durham are 150 without loss in their second innings, still trailing by 165 runs as Abbott is in and bowling to Balderson, who's defending with an angled bat, just turning it out into the onside, and there's no run. So a good start with the bats in the second innings there. Who's got some runs? Alex Lees on 46 and Sean Dixon on 96. And the one result from Division 2 is a Middlesex victory. They beat Leicestershire by 10 wickets. Right, last ball of the day. Abbott to bowl it. Balderson on strike, little twirl of the bat. He's got plenty of company. He's got a short mid-wicket and a short extra cover and all these behind him. Here's Abbott in and bowling, and he plays forward in defence and pushes it out towards Barker at mid-on, and he gets through it. End of the over. He'll be there tomorrow, George Balderson. Faced 25 balls for his 4. He'll tap on the back from his senior partner, Luke Wells. He's unbeaten on 5. And he's the close of play. And Hampshire get Lancashire at the close of play, 9 without loss in their second innings. They need, if they want to try and do it, 342 to win, or they've got 10 wickets to try and get through their 96 overs and take away a draw from this.
Thank you very much, Scott. Star of the day as far as Hampshire are concerned, Nick Gubbins with his 130, well supported by Ben Brown with 72. I'll be back tomorrow. Kevin James, Scott Reed will be back tomorrow. Thank you to Stan, Marissa, and also to Melissa Story. And as you heard me say earlier, we'll be joined by Emily Windsor of the well, she's now Oval Invincibles, was Trent Rockets last year, and Southern Vipers. She'll be with us, and TMS. Join us again at 11 o'clock. I think it promises to be a long day. But who will come out winners, or will there be a draw? Join us then. Thank you.